Chapter 121. The man shot around the back and killed with one blow. The full view of Summoner's Rift had just been presented to the audience, and frequent signal sounds forcibly stopped the audience from enjoying the scenery. Both sides bought equipment immediately. When the air wall disappeared, everyone immediately rushed out of the spring and headed straight for their own jungle. Wawa was surprised softly. EDG is going out! What are they going to do? Is EDG planning to completely stop guarding its own jungle area? No. Both the factory director and Deft will keep the Trinket Eyes in the lower half of their own area. Miller was also surprised. Within the game, EDG does not have a complete 5-person team, excluding support. The remaining 4 people are indeed grouped together in the bottom lane. But the factory director and Deft put down a Trinket Eye at the narrow mouth of the river next to their red buff area, and the Sharpbill camp early. Just enough to be able to see Tops move into the jungle. A move. Assistant Thresh came all the way to the grass on the top lane and stood motionless in the grass in the middle, as if he had hung up. At the same time, after Top's invasion, as usual, they placed eye positions behind the second tower in the bottom lane to prevent lane changes. And then everyone withdrew from the jungle. Mako, who was on the road, was stuck at the right time. After cutting off her vision, she chose to return to the city. As for the lane ward on the top lane, even viewers who don't play games very well will know the role of this ward as long as they have watched top games. This eye position also reveals EDG's true intentions. They just want to line up normally. Huh? Miller was stunned for a moment. In this case, Top has been fooled, because Top didn't know whether EDG would change lanes. The energy at the start was mainly used to prevent EDG from changing lanes, and did not give Li Hansheng a line of sight. Both sides started normally. Li Hansheng followed the troops to the line. He was quite happy at first, and could finally continue the normal torture of the line. A level 1 crocodile is a super soldier, and it is impossible for him to let the crocodile touch the soldier line to accumulate anger. Loudly, wait for me. The level 3 cliff is here to help you squat. EDG's top and jungle combination is too strong, and anti-crouching is the safest way. Hey, I pushed this crocodile out of the experience area, and the leopard girl came to hack me. Hearing Li Hansheng suddenly explain before he finished speaking, Candy quickly cut the screen to take a look. I saw. The male gun walked all the way through the grass. After passing the first 2 bushes, he walked into the grass closer to the blue side. It turned out that the crocodile happened to be inside. The moment the male gun approached the grass, he took the lead and stole around. Flat A. Li Hansheng's reaction was also very quick, and he immediately made a backhand to tie the A. But he was the one who crossed the line. The blue side's long-range soldiers immediately turned their guns and started to focus fire on him. Moreover, since the crocodile was the one in ambush, they stole the first shot to draw A, which resulted in the crocodile's second draw shot. A takes action earlier. After the male gunman also forced A to fire the second shot, he used E, quickly draw gun, to retreat to the grass behind to draw away the hatred of the minion. However, Crocodile's second shot to draw A immediately followed by W. Although the male gunman surrendered his position and moved into the grass, he was still stunned, and the blue square soldier showed no signs of breaking away from the hatred, and was still focusing fire. Hack! They took notice of this bush. Only then did Li Hansheng realize that he had been tricked. Although the crocodile did not continue to make up for the damage in the future, the exchange of blood has already made money. It is equivalent to the male gun only firing 2 rounds of flat A damage, and the crocodile's 2 flat A plus normal W is a total of 4 normal attacks. Not to mention the minion, the set fire, and Li Hansheng had to retreat to a further position to get rid of the hatred of the soldiers. Oh! EDG calculated well at the beginning. Noob was very surprised when he saw this scene on the court. Noob rarely fails to exchange blood. This one was really calculated. The failure of blood exchange is the second main line of troops. Miller saw something deeper. The 3 long-range soldiers on the blue side focused their firepower at the beginning, while the 3 long-range soldiers on the red side kept outputting blue. The side's melee soldiers will cause the troop line to be pushed uncontrollably towards the blue side. It's no problem. Wawa didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. The male gun was going to push the line. Right. No, Miller shook his head. The male gun really wants to push the line. But what the male gun wants is to push the line slowly. He accumulates the line of soldiers under his control, slowly pushes it over, and uses the line of soldiers to become his natural protection. The barrier prevents Leopard Girl from coming to the road to gank. But now the army line on the road is no longer under the control of the male gun, and the male gun has failed to exchange blood. It is not in enough condition to continue to suppress the crocodile and advance the army line at the same time. Really, for Li Hansheng, the ideal situation in the top lane is to create a wave of slow push lanes by himself. And at the critical moment, when the level 3 jungler comes to top lane to gank, he will have at least 2 waves of troops around him as cover. That way, you won't give the crocodile a chance to accumulate anger. And it will also create a level difference on the top lane. A level 2 crocodile with no anger, and a leopard girl with double buffs. And a level 3 male gun with 2 waves of soldiers, with artillery soldiers definitely have room for maneuver. But now, all plans were completely shattered. MD! These guys from EDG don't have martial ethics, and attack me secretly. Li Hansheng could only curse a few words to vent his anger. In this case, just push the line quickly, and let the line of soldiers reset. Li Hansheng didn't care so much, and directly started to push the line with the A soldiers, and also used the blood-sucking effect provided by Dual-On Sword to slowly restore his own condition. Due to the team's lack of damage, he did not bring Warlord's Bloodthirst, which is more convenient to rely on, but chose Thunderlord's Decree to enhance his explosive ability. Seeing that Li Hansheng started to push the lane without thinking in an attempt to reset the troops, Koro-One was not in a hurry and communicated with the factory director in advance. There is a chance to hit the road. All the designs of EDG revolve around a wave of link ganks at Winnow level 3. For the combination of Crocodile plus Leopard Girl. Everything else is secondary. The most important thing is that Crocodile must have anger to strengthen his skills. As long as it's easy to say that the Crocodile can gain anger. If Li Hansheng pushes the lane, then the Crocodile will definitely have the opportunity to accumulate anger under the tower with the A soldier. If you are angry, you can cooperate. When stable first-hand control is combined with crushing burst damage, no one has room to operate. Even Li Hansheng. This is determined by the game mechanism. Okay. Please pay attention to see if he goes to the river to insert eyes. I will come right away. The factory director nodded. For this reason, he did not choose the full speed 4 route, but a normal speed 3 start. Leopard Girl's jungle speed must be faster than the barrel, so he can make a time difference and go to the top to complete the gank. The plan is very thorough, and can be said to be flawless. From a god's perspective, Wine Barrel is indeed lagging behind Leopard Girl in terms of jungle clearing progress. Everyone thought that the factory director would only catch the bad guys, but not the top ones. But in fact that was not the case. The factory director was just a professional caregiver, and he would take care of whoever was the big daddy in the team. After getting double buffs, and completing speed 3, the director went straight to the road. Because Li Hansheng pushed the line forcefully at the beginning, the troops on the road now formed a wave of pushback lines. This brought Li Hansheng closer to his own defense tower, but it also prevented him from burying wards in the river grass. I'll go around. When the factory director saw this situation, he immediately made a decision. He walked directly out of the grass, because he could not be seen at the position of the military line at this time, and he could directly get into the grass on the middle line. Look for an opportunity. I'm afraid that the Wine Barrel will come back later and squat. The director glanced at the time and immediately urged. Then I'll come. Koro-One gestured. The crocodile is now perfectly full of anger and can cooperate with the Leopard Girl at any time, even if the male gun is full of health. The two of them are confident to kill him. Okay. The factory director nodded. Koro-One also showed the decisiveness of the MSI champion top laner. He was once the ceiling of the domestic blue-collar top laner. Maybe his carry ability is not as good as the world-class top laner, but he is very experienced in being a tool man and cooperating with his teammates. Buzz, there is a certain distance from the male gun. If he Rampage takes action, the intention will be too obvious. Therefore, Koro-One didn't save any skills. He didn't even get greedy for level A. He just flashed Red Fury W, Cold Hunting. Crocodile flashes and strikes first. Red Fury West freezes noob in place. Leopard Girl also comes up. Strikes first with Q. And there are minions in the middle. Punishment! The Leopard Girl, who had been lurking in the grass for a long time, took action almost as soon as the crocodile flashed out. According to the flight path, there will be a soldier standing in front of the male gun. Boom! The factory director has quick eyes and quick hands to use punishment to kill the obstructing soldiers to ensure that the Q skill can hit. Use West to place the clip behind the male gun in advance. At this time, the javelin of the Q skill has hit. The Leopard Girl immediately switched forms and transformed into a graceful jaguar. She flew towards the male gun from a long distance. After preparing to land, she fired an AQ, the ultimate explosion. Don't give people heads. Take it to whoever can take it. so as not to have long nights and dreams. The factory director never forgot to remind. However, the moment the leopard girl was about to pounce on the male gunman's face, a fat figure rushed out from the wild area shrouded in the fog of war behind the male gunner. The plump belly pushed forward. This is obviously the casting action of the meat. Egg and green onion chicken. But judging from the distance, it is a little bit insufficient. Buzz. Wine barrel. Candy is here. Wow. This E-Flash knocked down leopard girl. Miller shouted excitedly. The heart-wrenching situation on the field made him almost shout out loud. The priority of leopard girl's W is not high, and basically normal control skills can interrupt it. Mainly, Candy is very decisive this time. The E-Flash directly knocked the leopard girl down from midair. Not only did the leopard girl fail to deal W damage, she didn't even get close to the man's gun. The man's gun, which had long been released from control, backhanded a Q and then W. There was no wall behind the leopard girl. The damage of the man's second Q was not triggered immediately. But the control of the wine barrel's E combined with the smoke bomb of the man's W blocked the field of vision. And the deceleration effect made it impossible for leopard girl to get out of it immediately. The male gunman even moved forward to face the leopard girl directly. He pushed the barrel of the gun directly into the leopard girl's mouth and fired, instantly triggering the explosion of thunder. The wine barrel's Q detonated, and the flat A with W percentage damage fell. The explosion of two people in one attack knocked the leopard girl to a low level of health. The most important thing is, online male gun continued, Pure Man, the passive time is very simple. When leopard girl came, he had already stacked a layer of Pure Man. And now he used E, Quick Draw, again, which had the effect of 2 layers of Pure Man. His double resistance directly exceeded 50. The crocodile fought for a long time, but failed to lower his blood volume. Hack! The director's face changed suddenly. His vision was blocked by smoke bombs, and he was unable to follow the output immediately. After seeing his blood volume drop, he chose to flash back and try to distance himself. But the male gunman also dodged decisively, and while still close to the face, fired another flat A shot, and then started to reload. Leopard girl also backhanded AQ to lower the health of the male gun, then immediately switched to the adult form, used E to give herself a mouthful, and then used A to lower the male gun's health. But the deceleration of the wine barrel's Q skill was still there, and the male gun kept sticking to him, unable to distance himself at all. I could only watch helplessly as the man changed the bullets from his gun. Boom! Another shot to the face further reduced leopard girl's health. The crocodile behind him quickly made 2 E shifts to catch up, trying to physically help leopard girl block the bullet. The male gun hero is quite easy to show off, because the male gun's basic attack is to deal AoE damage to the fan-shaped area in front of him, and the bullets will not follow the target targeted by the attack command. Li Hanxing's attack command targets leopard girl, but as long as there are soldiers, defensive towers, or enemy hero units in front of leopard girl, the damage can be blocked. This is one of the more embarrassing aspects of the male gun hero. But the problem was too late, and the distance was not enough. When the crocodile moved to the side of the male gun had already raised his hand for the second basic attack. First blood. Leopard girl's health bar was cleared, and her double buffs turned into a green light and poured into the male gun's body. Double buff transfer method. What's even more terrible is that after killing the leopard girl, the dangerous game effect selected in the male gun talent is triggered, and the health and mana are increased by 5%. The crocodile, which has no skills, can only rely on basic attacks to cause damage. But the wine barrel has already come over, and with a flat A, he uses the buff to slow down. The male gun pulls away while reloading, not giving the crocodile a chance to continue his basic attack. Pulling, also commonly known as dog walking. Now Koro 1 is facing such an embarrassing situation. Even crocodile's Q with the shortest CD requires 8 seconds of cooldown, and the cooldown time for E and W is as high as 10 seconds, giving him no chance to use his second set of skills. The crocodile also died while the male gun and wine barrel were chasing him. Double kill. Double kill. The top fans at the scene let out bursts of exclamations to celebrate the teams opening up the field and gaining a huge advantage. Oh my god! Miller also exclaimed. Candy arrived just in time. If you were half a second late, the outcome might have been different. Indeed. The doll nodded and said, if the leopard girl completes a set of explosive barrels and then supports us, it will be impossible to fight back, and even Noob will be forcibly killed. Jiogong used E-Flash to interrupt the leopard girl, buying the male gun a precious 1 second, and preventing the male gun from being hit by the burst of damage and lowering his bloodline. unable to counterattack. It is said that behind every carry top laner, there is a jungler who works silently. There is no doubt. Candy is the man behind Noob, who is dedicated to him. Maybe Candy is not as dazzling as Triple C, but top success is absolutely we cannot do without his dedication. It can even be said that he may not be the strongest domestic jungler, but he is definitely the most suitable jungler for top. No. Candy, can give up all the jungle areas. So I'm asking you who can? That is, although the factory director is known as the adoptive father, who in the EDG team dares to touch F4? If Xiangwa were in top, I guess there would be a fight within the top team. Wow. So touching. Finally, someone noticed Candy's silent dedication. The atmosphere has reached this point. It makes me cry. And the public screen is so moved. In the voice of the top team, Li Hanqing also kept praising. Xiang Renjie, you came at a damn time. I need you so damn much. Looking sideways, it turned out that Candy's appearance was indeed a crooked melon and cracked juju. But now Li Hanqing used his own filter to see him. And no matter how he looked at him, he felt that he had a handsome face. Don't be too close. Don't think you can escape from this big meal by just saying a few nice words. You can't justify not treating me to a good meal. Candy laughed. Please, even if you bankrupt your family and fortune, you have to ask. Li Hanqing also laughed. Such a timely countercrouching was equivalent to directly resulting EDG's killer move on the top lane at the beginning. Li Hanqing, who was still a little uncomfortable, immediately took the initiative in the lane again. The hero Leopard Girl is essentially very similar to heroes such as Draven, Spider, and Pantheon. That is, it must snowball from the beginning. The slightest disadvantage is unacceptable, let alone death. Losing both buffs and dying in battle caused Leopard Girl to miss her first perfect moment to establish the jungle area. MD Xiang Renjie became too soon. Didn't he? Is he his father on the road? The factory director looked extremely ugly. But there is nothing to be done. Who is to blame for this wave? Blame Koro 1? Koro 1 didn't make any mistakes. Even flashing Red Fury W, as the first mover, was very decisive. This is purely a crime other than war. They are operating normally. I can only say that Top's operation is better. It just happened to be such a coincidence that the wine barrel support was in place. 1 second earlier, 1 second later, the situation will be different. The factory director also understood why Candy was able to arrive in time. Top bottom lane deliberately made 2 more A's when helping to clear the jungle. And the factory director also spent some time when he took a detour into the bushes on the lane. In this way, the lead brought by the Leopard Girl's super fast jungle speed was wiped out. Just when everyone thought that the factory director would clean up the remaining wild monsters, the factory director surprised everyone and came directly to the bottom lane. Oh my god! The factory director really stopped farming? He kept ganking. Miller was really surprised. Thresh flashed his E first and swept Braum directly. Then he directly predicted his Q and hooked Braum out of midair as he tried to jump to Lucian with W. The green hook penetrated Braum's body and pulled him in the direction of Thresh. Seeing this scene, the audience was in an uproar. Mako! Accurate prediction. This time he didn't make any mistakes again. In the direction of the river grass, Leopard Girl's javelin had accurately hit Braun. And then she switched forms and immediately flew over. Just when the control time was about to end, Jin's fatal brilliance once again left Braum behind. Although Braum raised the security door, EDG said a burst had been completed, and he also turned into blood. Leopard Girl killed his head with a flat A, min, without waiting for the commentator to summarize the situation on the bottom lane. The director immediately cut the camera directly to the center. The early rhythm of both sides was too tight. Wasn't it? Baby yelled exaggeratedly. Candy also ganked again. The Ice Girl uses E to summon Crampons and glide forward. Gao Dui has also studied the hero Ice Girl very deeply. After all, Ice Girl was one of the top 3 heroes he selected in the spring split. Gao Dui himself also likes to study the skills of commonly used heroes. He used Ice Girl's delayed effect this time. Ice Girl's E has many skills. For example, the wall blocking E can move over a long distance, and the delayed E can hit an unexpected target. Rise instinctively took a step back, but the moment he saw the Crampons disappear, the Ice Girl did not come over, and turned back forward. Who knows? After the Crampons disappear, the Ice Girl can still move over in 2 stages. Sheepa! Pawn actually knew this technique, but he didn't expect Gao Dui to actually do it. The Ring of Frost locked Rise in place, and the wine barrel immediately walked out from the side. Another serving of chicken with meat. egg and onion. Push rise into the air. But Pawn was very calm. He knew that the damage of the wine barrel and the ice girl was not very high, so he did not hand over skills rashly. Instead, he hit the ice girl with a weak backhand, which directly triggered Storm Knight's surge to gain movement speed. The bonus quickly pulls back. This one is due to the fact that the top lineup generally has short hands, and the top mid laner is Ice Girl. Therefore, he chose Flash plus TP and changed his talent from Power of Time to Wind Rider. The selection of talents and runes is inherently diverse, and there is no single optimal solution. The only way to choose a reasonable combination is based on the opponent's lineup and different situations. Seeing Ryze's safe escape, the top fans at the scene let out a sigh. In contrast, EDG fans cheered for Pawn's smooth escape. Although the Pawn escaped successfully, he still suffered all the damage from the Ice Girl and the wine barrel. He was in a bad state and was forced to go home to replenish his health and then turn in TP to replenish the line. After Jiogong helped the Ice Girl push the line, the two went home together. Miller saw this scene and suddenly realized something was wrong. There is a TP difference in the middle of both sides. That's right. The TP gap occurs not only in the middle lane, but also in the top lane. Previously, Wine Barrel's anti-crouching success on the top lane allowed Li Hansheng to score a double kill and easily push his troops into the defense tower, in order to quickly replenish the line without losing experience. Crocodile immediately handed over TP back to the top lane after resurrecting, while Li Hansheng walked directly back to the top lane. Online. After going home and updating a round of equipment, Wine Barrel bought a green jungle knife and a relay, and immediately went straight to the bottom lane. He first inserted a relay at the entrance of Xiaolong's pit to ensure that there was no vision to detect him, then walk into the Xiaolong pit and use E to enter the lower half of EDG's wild area, because the factory director had gone to the bottom lane to gank first. After he killed Brown, he helped his bottom lane clear the lane, then went back to clean up the stone men that were not cleared at the beginning, and then went straight to the upper half of the jungle to clean up the uneaten ones, Demon Swamp Frog, and because the clear troops entered the tower before the bottom lane. The bottom lane is EDG's pushback line at this time. Logically speaking, EDG's bottom lane is now the dominant side, and pushing back the lane will make them very comfortable. But what if we face a gank? Wine Barrel made a large circle in the opponent's jungle area and came to the Blue Stone Man camp in the bottom lane. Lucian and Braum had already started pushing the line in front. Mako also noticed something was wrong. On the main map, the Ice Girl and the male gun disappeared at the same time. No way! Mako frowned and said quickly, Director, Pawn, come here. Help me. They are going to jump over the tower. In a state of excitement, Mako rapped directly in Chinese and English. But it's too late. Jiogong inserted the free reconnaissance guard given by the green jungle knife, and Li Hansheng and Gao Dui, who retreated early, both handed over TP. Suddenly, Top completed the assembly of 5 people in the bottom lane. Oh my god! Miller's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief. I didn't expect Top's counterattack to come so quickly. If you dare to touch my bottom lane, then we will attack with 5 people. They saw the male gun, the wine barrel, and the Ice Girl all walking out of the grass next to the stone man, completely cutting off their retreat. Mako and Death were in complete despair. Even if teammates have TP at this time, they can't be saved. With 5 people in charge, the 4-second chanting and casting time is enough to top them twice. Braun stood on the edge of the defense tower and hit Thresh with Q from a long distance, attracting the hatred of the defense tower before the other 4 took action. Although Thresh beautifully used his E to interrupt the barrel's E, he even hit the Ice Girl with his Q so that he could not output immediately. But it's still of no use. Having surrendered all their skills, they had no power to fight back. Li Hansheng and Imp each gained 1 head. Hee! Li Hansheng said with a gloating smile. The person on the other side is probably stupid. Hey, if you like to pay TP to make up the line, you have to pay this price. Li Hansheng sighed. This kind of TP capture regardless of cost can only be played in the version without Tap E. If there is Tap E, such a 5-person capture may not be profitable. But in this version, it must be earned with blood. Gao Dui immediately returned to the middle lane to defend the tower, while the other 4 people stayed in the bottom lane to demolish the tower. On the road, a crocodile uses its head to demolish the tower. Top directly demolished the opponent's bottom tower, and also took advantage of the situation to control the first dragon. Although EDG made proactive adjustments and played proactively, it was not enough. If they want to beat Top, they need to be more proactive and cautious. Li Hansheng was dueling with Koro-1 on the wing. He said it was a duel. But in fact, he was beating the crocodile unilaterally. The male gun hero basically didn't have any too flashy combos. He just chased the crocodile and kept drawing a. Just watch. The crocodile's blood volume drops. Koro-1 didn't even think about fighting back. The green cross. The dance of death. And a damn big storm sword in his hand. How could he fight Li Hansheng with his head? It stands to reason that long-handed heroes should be afraid of close combat with short-handed warriors. And their fragile bodies cannot withstand the torment at all. But the male gun is such an outlier. Although he has long hands, he has a stronger body than a warrior. The ultra-high panel double resistance provided by Pure Man, plus the high damage reduction provided by Green Cross plus Dance of Death, makes it even more painful to get a flat A close to the face. After suppressing the crocodile's health, the male gun raised his shotgun and fired his ultimate move, directly forcing the crocodile to flash, and then stop the subsequent pursuit. Wow! EDG can't handle this guy on the wing at all. Miller glanced at the economic panel. In 19 minutes, the male gun already had 2.5 pieces of such luxurious equipment. If this continues, Li Hansheng's male gun will have to recreate the famous scene of 1v5. The economic gap between the two sides has once again widened to more than 5,000, with most of the economic advantages concentrated on Li Hansheng alone. And Li Hansheng started to eat wild monsters in his own wild area very early. Although EDG has been looking for opportunities, they have never been able to change the disadvantageous situation. Although they can always catch 1 or 2 people, they cannot control the rhythm of the game in their own hands. Instead, Top was forced to maintain such a development rhythm, taking into account the lack of output in his own lineup. Li Hansheng did not rush to make bloody hands and demon-drinking swords to make himself more fleshy. Instead, he planned to play endless and play himself as the second ADC. Grow up a little, and when I'm inexhaustible, let's go directly to the dragon to force the group. And don't delay with them in the later stage, Li Hansheng commanded. Those who lead the line should be careful. Top showed strict discipline and good execution, and did not give EDG a chance to break through. And Li Hansheng also started the rhythm of the wild area that I want everything. Candy and Lu Mao are like his bodyguards, always behind him to ensure that he will not be caught. Li Hansheng eats up the online jungle area, eats up EDG's jungle area, and eats his own jungle area. After a lot of swiping, at 24 minutes, he finally took out the Infinity Blade, and then a small armor-piercing bow, becoming the fattest person in the audience. At this time, when the C positions of both sides had just taken out 2 sets or 2.5 pieces of equipment, Li Hansheng already had 3.5 pieces in hand. Ding ding ding. Top began to frequently send signals to the barren area. Nozick and his team went to the barren area first and began to arrange their vision to ensure the team's vision advantage in the barren area. Just control the field of view and get enough visual field information. You can make decisions ahead of time. EDG also noticed that Top began to frequently move around the barren area. They also came here in groups to compete for the view. Unlike Top, who only had Nozick. Except for Rise, who was far away in the bottom lane and fighting Ice Girl. The other 4 people on EDG all came to the Dragon Pit as a group, just to get enough vision, after completing a circle of I positions. Just as they were about to retreat back to the wild area, Mako suddenly spoke. Is this guy's position a little too arrogant? Do you have a chance to hack him? Mako pinned wildly. The people from EDG also discovered that even though they were inserting wards in Daolong Pit, the male gunner was clearing troops on the top lane like a normal person. Who do you look down on? Go! 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 The 4 of them immediately rushed towards the upper road as a group, and all got into the grass in the river on the upper road. They all decided to play it safe and see if Top had set up an ambush on the top lane in advance. After all, Li Hansheng's position is really problematic. Either there was an ambush, or Li Hansheng was really inflated and didn't regard them as human beings at all. But after waiting for a moment, the male gunman shot twice to clear out the soldiers, and then walked towards the grass without any precautions. Mako is ecstatic. If a man's gun has no bullets in it, isn't that a muzzle? This time he bet that the man's gun has no bullets. Mako decisively attacked with Q death sentence, hoping to control the male spear by surprise. If they could kill the male spear in seconds, they would be able to take down the Baron and reverse the situation on the field in one fell swoop. However, the next second, the seemingly defenseless man directly raised the shotgun in his hand and pointed the black barrel at the grass. The ultimate bomb, along with the explosive bombs, rushing towards the grass where all EDG members were, was the male gun himself. And the male gun's cue, end of the road? At this moment, the male gun's ultimate move seemed to have no recoil. As the golden light flashed, Graves did not move back, but sideways to avoid Thresh's cue, and rushed into the faces of everyone in EDG. Oh my god! What is going on? Miller's exclamation echoed in the venue. The audience had not yet reacted, looking at the broadcast screen in astonishment. It seems like a complicated set of operations, but it actually only takes 1 second. Li Hansheng pressed the 4 REQ buttons to dodge, and his silky combos made EDG unable to dodge. The current version of the male gun RE will not retreat when it is empty. Instead, it will be overwritten by the E, quickly draw command. Moreover, since the empty bomb EQ saves the process of raising your hand, it actually makes the combo appear smoother. It is equivalent to the male gun firing out his full set of bursts in the shortest time, and at the same time a bolt of lightning strikes from the sky. This is the Thunder Lord's decree being triggered. The male gunman rushed into the middle of EDG's formation alone, as if he was going to put the barrel of the gun into the opponent's mouth and output. Li Hansheng happens to be Jin from Death next to him, without giving the opponent any chance to react. Just raise your hand and hit a flat ace. Noob's operation is extremely smooth, and the damage is terrifying. Level A? Oh my god! Death is dead. Jin with full health died like this? Li Hansheng's operation knocked out the baby's passiveness, and he screamed at the top of his voice. What kind of harm is this? Jin, who was full of health, was instantly killed by Li Hansheng's male gun in just 1 second. And he was killed instantly while standing in a group at the back of the crowd. Death looked at the screen that turned into black and white in astonishment. He couldn't believe it. Several question marks popped up in my head. Who I am? Where am I? How did I die? Ale? Is this a gunman or an assassin? Gia, unfair. 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 Why can a long-handed warrior be more powerful than my assassin? Who can tell me? How does this TM work? Sheng Bao is so handsome. Designer? Look at him. It is unforgivable that the male gun cannot be weakened. Jin was directly killed, and the other 3 members of EDG were not much better, except for the more solid Crocodile, Leopard Girl and Thresh. Their health levels were not very healthy in the face of the terrifying AoE damage. But Braun arrived in time, flashed W directly in front of the male gunman, raised his shield, and then used a big backhand move to knock everyone away. No one can escape. However, what's even worse is that Ryza's TP came down, and he just used his ultimate move to do some damage. Ice Girl also followed her TP down, and directly locked her in place with her ultimate move. The male gun walked to the face, and hit the A with 2 shots. In conjunction with Lucian's burst, Green Cross plus Endless allowed the male gun to hit 2 consecutive critical hits. What is the concept of 2 critical hits with a man's gun in a divine costume? Ace. The system's female voice prompt sounded throughout the Summoner's Rift, and the cheers from the fans at the scene can be heard in the player's headphones. This game is about to end. Miller still hasn't recovered from the terrifying scene of the male gunman's explosion. The director quickly comes up with a replay to let us see what happened. This is not only a confusion for the 2 commentators, but also a confusion for the audience on site and in front of the computer. In the end, what happened? The director hurriedly played it back, but the action was too fast, and he still couldn't see it clearly. They had no choice but to replay the scene again at 0.5x speed. And then, they could see Li Hansheng's combos clearly. This once again aroused the exclamation of the commentators. Noob must have pressed 4 to 5 more keys in this second. Right. Is this the hand speed of a young man? Miller kept shaking his head in wonder. Ha ha. Just take a look at this kind of operation. I don't think most people can learn it. The doll also exclaimed. This is the charm of Noob. He can always create all kinds of surprises for us on the field. The entire EDG team's voice was completely silent. They haven't come back to their senses yet, and they don't know what happened. The factory director looked at the computer screen with a straight face, and a trace of confusion flashed in his heart. How can we win? Obviously more than a month ago, they defeated Top 2-0. At that time, Top seemed to be at a loss when facing the lane change. But now, a lane change can't stop Top at all. Is it the evolution of the team, or the evolution of the players? How could this kid Li Hansheng achieve such huge progress in such a short period of time? This is unscientific. He even wanted to invite the Into Science Colin team to observe how Li Hansheng had changed so much in such a short period of time. This is no longer a problem of their mistakes in operation or decision-making. He was simply crushed by Li Hansheng's personal actions. Any idea? Ha 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 ha! After the initial confusion and astonishment in the background, Guihao let out a burst of proud laughter. He put his hands on his hips and showed off his pride. Look! I picked up such a strong top laner. Brother Hao, you want some shame? Bai Yueyao rolled his eyes. Didn't you say at that time that you wanted to learn EDG's team building ideas? Hanqing's hero pool couldn't satisfy us? It's obviously me who strongly requested to have him try out. Oh? Guihao pretended to be stupid. Is there any? How do I remember that I was the one who defied everyone's opinions? Asking for Han Sheng to be given this opportunity. Gone. Go Ba and Huahu looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled. You two are shameless things. Ashui and Ming also looked at each other. Gui, you win Ba. Is this the thigh of our team? Logically speaking, Ming should have been numb. Li Hanqing has played many famous scenes. Every time he uses different heroes to play famous scenes. He really can't stand it. Hee. You guys are so lucky. Ashui was a little excited. Fortunately, I didn't go to IG at that time. Following Brother Han Sheng is really the most fun. Old Song Dynasty can't compare to Han Brother Sheng. Back on stage, after the 5 people on top easily took down the big dragon buff, they returned to the city again to update their equipment. After getting the bounty of human heads and dragons, Li Hanqing deliberately went out to eat half of the wild monsters in the wild area, and then went home to upgrade his armor-piercing bow into a large armor-piercing bow, which is the giant killer, to further strengthen his output ability. Facing the 5 people in the top middle lane, they push forward as a team. EDG can only defend passively, and Gao Dui's Ice Girl directly flashed E+ to force the tower to start a team fight. Faced with the terrifying damage from the male gun, no one in EDG could resist this crushing damage. EDG's entire formation was shattered in one hit. Finally, the game time is fixed at 26 minutes. Top wins again. Chapter 122 League Championship. Hold the cup. 2-0. Top wins another victory. EDG has been forced into a desperate situation. Will Top win 3 games in a row, allowing us to finally witness the crowning of the new king of the LPL League? Or will EDG fight back and create a matchup that makes 2 chase 3? Miracle! The answer will be revealed in the next episode. You must not miss it. Watanabe's deep accent created a tense atmosphere. On the stage, Li Hanqing and the team members all had unstoppable smiles on their faces. Just the last step left. You can finally reach the top and be crowned king. When you take off your headphones, you can hear the enthusiastic cheers of the fans at the venue. The high-power air conditioner in the venue is obviously running continuously, but it makes people feel that there is an inexplicable heat in the body. Ha. Lao Li. Only the last one left. Candy couldn't wait to win the championship trophy, and he looked very excited. Xiang Renjie, can you calm down? Li Hanqing looked contemptuous. Look at how hopeless you are. Go away. Candy scolded with a smile. Do you think you are poo-pooing away? They have won championships and can still pretend to be serious. What kind of championship are you? Hey, Li Hanqing glared. You little black guy. I'll let you know what kind of champion Dad is later. Gao Dui and Imp are indeed relatively calm. They entered the LPL finals twice in S5, and finally successfully won the trophy in the S5 summer split. For them, such experiences have long been accustomed to it. As soon as the group returned to the aisle backstage, they saw Guihao already standing at the door waiting for them. White Crescent Moon is also very happy. Although LGD won the championship last year, it happened in the summer split. He had already left the team at that time. And even if he was still in the team at the time, he would not admit that the honor belonged to him. After all, it was no secret within the circle that VG and LGD shared the same coaching position last year. And after Chris exposed this matter, even ordinary viewers knew about it. Leading the top this year can truly be considered an honor that can be written into his personal career resume. In an environment where the entire LPL is superstitious about Korean coaches, Bai Yueyao also has to fight for the Chinese coaches. Brother Gui Hanqing, you are so handsome with that male gun. Ashui came over immediately and praised him with a red face. Brother, I was dumbfounded. I guess Def must have been shocked at that time. Professional players' attention is absolutely concentrated in top events, which is commonly known as immersive gaming. It is really possible to be frightened when encountering such a ghost story. Hee. Brother Han Sheng is so strong. Everyone is so strong. Ming also walked over with a smile on his face. Everyone knows the little Jojo in their hearts. They just have the words, I want to play, engraved on their faces. Although it's great to win a championship while lying down, who doesn't want to have a sense of participation at this point? Especially Ah Shui and Ming don't have that kind of bastard mentality. They both have that stubbornness and arrogance in their bones. Han Sheng. Bai Yueyao winked at Li Hanxing, and then looked very embarrassed. Do you think EDG will fight us desperately? Will the substitution at this time cause us to lose the game? Li Hanxing immediately understood. He also pretended to be distressed and nodded. It is true that the other side will definitely fight us desperately. If Shi Siming and Yuanbao go up, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand such a huge pressure. Or else we won't change. Human right? Do not. We can withstand the pressure. We can definitely withstand it. The two of them were anxious at that time and said quickly, Brother Han Sheng, you promised us before. Why don't you keep your word? That's right. I didn't expect you to be such a Han Sheng brother. Ha ha ha. The reaction of the two people immediately caused everyone in the room to laugh. Candy smiled and patted Ah Shui on the shoulder. Don't you see that these two people are deliberately teasing you? Ah Shui and Ming were stunned for a while before they realized that Li Hanxing and Bai Yueyao were smiling the most happily. They also reacted and complained dissatisfiedly. Brother Han Sheng, just wait for the headline news of the UC Shock department tomorrow. Shock. Top He is actually the team leader and bullies the substitutes arbitrarily. Really? Li Hanxing glared. Brother Sheng, I think you should be careful about substitutions. No. Brother Han Sheng, I was wrong. Ah Shui and Ming showed what is called professional level reaction speed. Sichuan Opera face changing max. Okay. I've asked Goba to report to the staff. In the end, it was Guihao who came out to stop the farce. But joking aside, he told the two of them very carefully. It's okay to let you go up. But you have to be prepared in advance. If you go up and lose the game, I will immediately change imp and green hair. And there are tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. This experience is completely different from facing hundreds of audiences at the Hongqiao Performing Arts Center. The pressure I'm under is not at the same level. Don't worry. Brother Hao. Ah Shui didn't care at all. He waved his hand indifferently. Although I can't do poo-poo, it's still okay for a mere alpaca. Besides, isn't this Brother Han Sheng? Does an alpaca have thick legs like Brother Han Sheng to hold it? Not bad. Not bad. Don't be afraid. Jiaqua. Hikui's level is indeed not as good as mine. Imp was obviously very impressed by what Ah Shui said. He smiled and nodded in encouragement. Hack him! Then let's work out the tactics for the final game. Bai Yueyao called everyone over and prepared to lay out the tactics for the final battle. The other side. The atmosphere in EDG's lounge was rather depressing. 0-2 has almost declared that their spring split journey is over. Is it difficult for 2 to chase 3? It's hard. Didn't happen? Happened before. Is EDG confident in itself? Judging from everyone's expressions. The factory director, Pawn, and Deft all looked confused. The first two games had almost revealed all the routines and tactics EDG had carefully prepared for the finals. There is no such thing as the so-called bottom line. So how can we make a comeback? In this case, it is impossible for the so-called tactical arrangements to take effect. Who still has the heart to listen to the coach forcing him to do nothing? The house leaked and it rained all night. Pawn, who was sitting on the sofa in the corner, suddenly clutched his waist with a painful look on his face and slowly lay down, with painful sobs coming from his throat. What's going on? Abu and others hurriedly sat around. Pawn can be said to be the only light of the EDG team in adversity. If he falls, wouldn't the only light be extinguished? The translator quickly responded. His back injury seems to have recurred, and he needs to be sent to the hospital immediately. Translated. It was no less than a bolt from the blue, directly making the entire EDG backstage lounge even more depressing. Abu was stunned for a long time, then waved his hand. You should find someone to take him to the hospital. Beam can only take the lead in the next game. When the spring split just started, Pawn was unable to play due to a back injury. EDG asked two Korean mid laners, Athena and Beam, to take turns playing in an attempt to find an optimal solution. But the results are obvious. Neither Athena nor Beam can take the place of Pawn. Now Athena has been transferred to ED, the second team competing in the LSPL, while Beam still plays an emergency substitute role with the team. Tell the officials to make a substitution, Abu warned, and then left the lounge. Watching the translator help Pawn leave, he became more determined. We still have to find a strong mid laner. There is a high probability that Pawn will not be able to do it. EDG is actually quite unkind to Pawns. Obviously, it is Pawn who helps EDG come back from adversity every time. And it is always Deft who pulls the crotch at critical moments. But EDG just prefers Deft. If Deft was injured in this situation, I guess Abu would definitely accompany him to the hospital in person. But Pawn only asked someone to accompany him. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL Spring Finals. The baby's voice sounded again. And the finals progressed extremely smoothly. It is very likely that Top will win 3-0 directly, which will undoubtedly greatly reduce the workload of the commentators. Top holds 3 match points, and is only 1 step away from the final victory. As long as they can stay calm, they can finally reach the top. Miller on the side exclaimed. Have the two teams discussed this? They actually made substitution adjustments at the same time. Top's Jackie Love and Ming will take the place of Imp and LeMayo, while EDG's heard that General Pawn's back injury has recurred and cannot be played, and Beam will take the place. These two pieces of news immediately caused an uproar on the scene. Top fans didn't think anything of it, but anyone who paid attention to the Top club knew that Ah Shui was the designated successor to Imp in the future. Currently there is only one Korean player Imp in the Top lineup. If Ah Shui can eventually replace Imp, Top will become a truly all-Chinese class. There is really no shortage of fans of Huazi in the LPL division. Mainly, Ming and Ah Shui are both young, and LV Mao and Imp are of similar age. So fans understand the club's desire to cultivate new players. But EDG fans felt like the sky was falling instantly. Unlike the club, there are still many EDG fans who know that Pawn is the most reliable person in the team. Now that the most reliable person is injured, isn't EDG completely finished? Haha. Pawn's father's waist was broken by the trash Ming Kai again? I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Expect Winba to get his hands on Draven? Beat the pilot. Laughing to death. Without Pawn's support in the middle, what can EDG do to fight against Top? Woohoo! Brother, you can look forward to 3-0. The fake fans are still waiting for 3-0. But the real fans have already begun to look forward to the interview and cup loading session after the game. General Pawn retired from injury, which is not good news for EDG. Miller shook his head regretfully. At least there is currently no one who can fill Pawn's role in the team's tactics. That's right. Watanabe nodded. I originally thought that Top's training of newcomers would give EDG a chance. Looking at it now, EDG may not have much hope. Beam didn't perform well in the regular season. Otherwise EDG wouldn't have allowed Pawn, who had just recovered from his back injury, to return to the main mid-lane position. Although the two commentators did not immediately declare EDG's defeat. But judging from the tone and attitude of the two people, they really are not optimistic about EDG. And even EDG fans have lost their energy. When the players from both sides came back on stage, they were still able to compete. But this time their momentum was completely crushed by the Top fans. Humph. No matter whether Pawn is injured or not, it will not affect Top's victory. The audience members had proud expressions on their faces. Girls in the fandom are like this. They feel a sense of participation when their favorite idols receive honors. This honor may even become the basis for them to bully others online. You said when he was injured, but he got injured at this time. It's unlucky. Now the bastard can make excuses again. Xin, that Pawn can't play. Will it have a big impact? Wenxin looked curious. She couldn't understand that there were two people in Top, and only one person in EDG. Why are they not optimistic about EDG? Huang Xian thought for a moment and gave a rough explanation. The substitution on Top's side does not affect the overall situation, because the two substitutes are both strong and not much worse than the main force. But the substitution on EDG's side does not affect the overall situation. The person who was replaced is the backbone of their team, and the person who was replaced is obviously not very good. That's it. When Xian nodded, and then his eyes widened. Then Top will surely win the championship. Yes. Huang Xian smiled and nodded. Hey, I'm going to take a closer look later. What does Noob look like in person? Looking through the lens, it always feels unreal. When Xian teased. Let's see who can beat Xin, who will stay at home until the end of the world and won't be willing to go out. I am willing to go to the scene to watch the game. It's not as exaggerated as you said. Huang Xian retorted shyly. The two talk so skillfully that the BP between the two parties has come to an end. After losing Pawn, the C position that can support the team, EDG can only play 4 guarantees and 1. And they can only believe that Deft can create miracles. If you don't believe in Deft, should you trust Koro 1 or Beam? Or the factory director? Teammates can trust the factory director. But will the factory director stand up in such a critical game? Therefore, the final lineup of both sides is EDG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Dashu versus Raven. Jungler, Male Gun versus Excavator. Middle lane, Ice Girl vs Czar. Bottom lane, Policewoman plus Morgana vs Karma plus Easy. When the shooter was overhauled at the beginning of the season, the Policewoman experienced a small enhancement. In the past, the most criticized thing about female police officers was that they were only strong at levels 1 and 18, and had no midterm skills at all. The strength curves of other heroes are either an upward line. For example, Kassadin becomes more powerful in the later stages. Once Kassadin reaches level 16, the opponent's base automatically explodes. Or it is just an underline, such as Pantheon and Spider, whose combat effectiveness will continue to decline as time goes by. And eventually they can only be used as super soldiers in the later stages. The Policewoman has a unique V-shaped curve. It is at its peak in the beginning and late stage, but it is a shit in the middle stage. In order to improve this, Riot has made targeted enhancements for the female police officer. The current version of the female police officers E and W can trigger passive enhanced basic attacks, Headshot. In the past, the Policewoman had to perform 6 basic attacks before she could get a headshot. But now E and W can also trigger it if they hit the enemy. This will undoubtedly further enhance the Policewoman's suppression during the landing phase. With the assistance of Morgana, Morgana can control the opponent first, and the Policewoman can supplement Weka, allowing the Policewoman to gain valuable instantaneous explosive ability. And in the midterm team battle, it won't be scraped. In addition, this version of Hurricane can also match the passiveness of the Policewoman. The strength of this hero is quite good, which is why it has not become a regular in the arena. It's not because the hero is not strong enough. It's just that the current version's rhythm is not suitable for female police officers. This also shows that EDG is indeed forced to a dead end, and can only fight for its life in this way. After all, for guarantees has been proven by the royal family, as early as the S3 period. It is a very good tactic for the weak to defeat the strong. A weak team can fight against a strong team by using 4 guarantees. If they fight normally, they will definitely be crushed. The game begins. EDG didn't deliberately change lanes. Maybe they wanted to take advantage of Ashui and Ming's inexperience, and focus on the bottom lane. Top also knows this very well. The 3 of them all want to help the 2 younger brothers in the bottom lane. They can't really let them play and lose the game. That will easily make people suffer. The 2 sides started a fierce battle around the bottom lane. In the end, EDG is more experienced. The factory director is the man who spends his days planning the capture route. Why should you, Candy, compete with the factory director to capture him? Moreover, it is nonsense that Ashui and Ming are not nervous at all. And both of them want to express themselves on such a stage. The more they want to do something, the easier it is for them to make mistakes and be seized by the other party. The experienced combination of Deft and Mako taught the young Ashui and Ming a lesson. But when everyone's attention is on the bottom lane, both sides have become orphans that no one pays attention to on the road. Li Hansheng wishes that every game would be like this. Relying on his outstanding personal ability, he first took advantage of the opportunity of grabbing 6 to complete a solo kill under the tower. After the first solo kill came, Koro 1 became completely desperate. Raven has E to provide a shield. And there are a lot of small movements, especially after the CD stack is full. And there is no damage to the blood exchange under various towers. The whole Koro 1 is miserable, even though he is the tree with the strongest online recovery ability among the 3 fantasy gods. Can't stand such consumption. Li Hansheng's grasp of the kill line was extremely good, and the snowball started to roll on the road. It stands to reason that the big tree has the damage reduction effect of the ultimate move, and the kill line will be very high. But it cannot be resisted by the jungler to help. After 2 consecutive waves of tower jumps, Koro 1 was completely unable to play on the top lane. The 2 sides are fighting near the Baron. Top, who has Easy and Czar, undoubtedly has the upper hand. They only need to slowly consume Poke to drive EDG away. Yes, this is how EDG's state will be slowly consumed. When the time comes, EDG will definitely be unable to withstand it, and will return to replenish its state. Then Top will be able to win the game. Jackie Love actually took the initiative to make an E-phase, and was hit by Morgana's backhand. The sudden change of situation on the field made Miller look very stunned. Easy and Czar hit the opponent's Ice Girl with their skills at the same time, reducing her health. No one expected that Easy would actually take the initiative to E in order to further weaken the Ice Girl's health. As a result, Morgana's eyesight and hands were quick, and she fired Q to freeze Easy in place. Up! 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 Watch out, Raven! This seemed to be a rare opportunity to counterattack. EDG's overall formation immediately pushed forward, But they also paid attention to Raven, who was cruising on the edge of the battlefield and was ready to move. The magic weapon Raven was too much of a deterrent to their back row. Once Ruewen was Letwin found an excellent opportunity to cut in. Even if they could kill Easy first, they would not win this key team battle. But right now, the Tsar directly rushed into the crowd with a beautiful WEQ. Used R to perform a roundabout push, and then directly activated the golden body on the spot to avoid being focused on himself in the crowd. EDG's formation suddenly became chaotic. But the policewoman still did not forget to kill Easy with a single shot in the chaos, leaving Top in a state of attrition. Hack! Ashue looked annoyed, but he couldn't care about it at this time. Brother Han Chung, come on! I'm gone! Seeing that the other policewoman flashed back because Morgana's magic immunity shield was broken, Morgana immediately fired R on the spot to prevent Top from following up. The male gun also threw a smoke bomb, and the ultimate move directly reduces everyone's health. After the golden body of the Tsar ended, the Ice Girl backhanded an R to freeze the Tsar in place. It's over! The Tsar is also in danger. Dashu and Morgana are blocking the front, making it impossible for Top to follow up. Are both C's going to die? EDG may win this wave of team battles. Baby spoke quickly. The volume is not too high consciously. Flash! Entering! Raven enters! Miller shouted excitedly. Seeing the right moment, Li Hanxing has been waiting for this moment. No one can stop him from entering. ER flashed and directly rushed into the crowd with super long distance displacement. W, soul suppressing roar, stunned all the people around him. Level A followed by Greedy Hydra. Followed by second stage R, draw the sword and throw out the shock wave. And then followed with Q again. The policewoman, who was almost full of health, was instantly killed. And the Ice Girl, who had already lost her health, was also killed instantly. If the male gunman hadn't triggered a thick shield with a bloody hand, he would have been killed. But at this time it was already. It's residual blood. The factory director immediately ran back to his jungle area without looking back, almost throwing away the gun in his hand. Li Hanxing did not pursue, but turned back to cooperate with his teammates to deal with Dashu and Morgana. Noob! Noob again! Miller shouted. Noob personally destroyed EDG's hope of a comeback. Top refused to work overtime. He just wanted to take away 3-0. Noob's Raven is simply a joy to enjoy. He enjoys silky smooth combos. You will never find another Raven player like him. The Top fans at the scene roared excitedly, as if they had already seen the moment when the team members won the cup. After winning the key team battle, Top took the Baron buff and pushed directly into the middle, facing the consumption of Easy and Tsar. EDG was unable to defend and could only retreat. In the end, the game time was fixed at 29 minutes, and the crystal health bar of EDG's base was cleared and turned into a pile of ruins after an explosion. The scene freezes, and the words, "Victory," appear on the computer screens of the Top team members. Actually, when the EDG base crystal still had half health and was not pushed away, Ashue couldn't help but took off his headphones and jumped up. This is obviously not in compliance with the regulations. According to the regulations of the professional league, players must take off their headphones after the game is officially over. But who would care about this at this time? Even the referee will not stop the players at this time, but will acquiesce in this situation. Li Hanxing had just taken off his headphones, without the expensive sound isolating headphones. The noisy cheers of the audience, the muffled sound of the cheering sticks, and the excited shouting and screaming of his teammates around him. All kinds of sounds irritated his eardrums. Before he could come to his senses, Ashue had already rushed towards him with an overwhelming swoop. Ha ha! Brother Han Chung! We are the champions! Candy on the side also looked excited, patting Li Hanxing on the back hard and laughing. Old Li, I am not dreaming. Am I? We are actually the champions! Ming and Gao Dui also rushed over. After a while, the white crescent moon, imp, and green hair in the background also rushed to the top of the stage and joined the celebration queue. Woohoo! Lao Li! We are the champions! We actually won the championship! The nest is the champion! Drink! Celebrate! Ha ha! Han Sheng! You really did it! Directly above the stage, the dome spotlight flashed, and countless lights finally converged on the top contestant seats. At the same time, dry ice mist rose upward from the edge of the stage, and colorful ribbons fell from above, some of which even landed on Li Hanxing's head. Li Hanxing, who was pinned down on the esports chair by his teammates and unable to get up, could only raise his head and look at the ceiling absent-mindedly. The experiences of the past few months flew through his mind like movie clips. The experiences of the past few months were indeed too dreamy and unreal. 3-0. The doll on the commentary table let go completely and shouted at the top of his voice. Top swept EDG and finally won the 2016 Spring Split Championship. Miller echoed loudly from the side. We are very lucky to witness the crowning of the new king. The LPL Silver Dragon Cup will have its 5th owner. Top. A Silver Dragon Cup was erected on the funnel-shaped screen directly above the stage used to broadcast the game. And the team logos of the teams that had won the championship since the establishment of the LPL slowly flashed on it. OMG. P. EDG. LGD. Among them. From the 2014 to 2015 Spring Split, EDG achieved 3 consecutive league championships. The team logos of the 4 teams dimmed in turn. And finally the top team logo lit up and was immediately embedded in the base of the Silver Dragon Cup. After a burst of gorgeous special effects, Top's group makeup photo taken before the game appeared on the screen. The 7 team members wore uniform red and white slim-fitting uniforms with different looks and looks. Li Hansheng stood in the C position. Wow! So cool! Wen in the audience subconsciously stood up with her best friend and boyfriend beside her. And she turned her head to look. Only then did she realize that Huang Xian had already taken out her mobile phone, turned on her camera, and kept taking pictures in the direction of the stage. Xin, aren't these makeup photos available online? Why did you take them? Well, Huang Xian tilted her head, tapped her lips with her index finger, and smiled. You and your boyfriend still see each other every day? Then why do you want to have a 30-day anniversary or a 100-day anniversary? Wen opened her mouth, not knowing how to refute. I always feel like something is wrong. She is in love. In the eyes of girls, the sense of ritual is very important in the process of love. This is an important way to keep the relationship between the two parties indifferent. But isn't Huang Xian just watching a game? Do you deserve to be so serious? Even took photos specially. This is like your favorite idol debuting on stage for the first time. This is the first time my favorite idol has officially won an honor. Of course, it is a moment worth recording. Huang Xian once again gave a slightly appropriate metaphor. This kind of metaphor makes Wen immediately understandable. She turned her head to look at her boyfriend again. He was obviously a big man, but he was on par with the female fans next to him. He was screaming excitedly and waving the support stick in his hand, completely ignoring the people around him. Oh, forget it. Forget it. When Xian kept telling herself in her heart, comforting herself. This is the boyfriend I chose. You have to understand. You have to understand. The 2 commentators in the commentary box were still expressing their opinions impassionedly. Top was able to advance from a brand new team all the way to the finals and win the championship. Their success must be inseparable from Noob's dazzling performance, Wawa said with great praise. I even think that dazzling can no longer be described as Noob's dazzling performance. Performance in the spring split so far. That's right. Miller nodded and spoke like an old dog boy. I have been standing in the commentary box since the LPL was not established. From S2 to the present. I have never seen a domestic player who can play in the LPL, showing such extraordinary dominance as Noob in a single position. Although, when facing EDG in the regular season, he showed discomfort and even lost the game. But he quickly proved to everyone that no one can beat him for the second time. In the finals, he even used 3-0. The score was a counterattack against EDG, which beat me 2-0 at that time. Last year, it was the darkest year for our LPL. We grew and lost. But now, we have new hope. We have every reason to believe that Noob and the top team led by him will eventually be our LPL. The region has avenged its shame. Let's prove it for our LPL region in the World Championship. We can also win the championship. MSI in 1 month will be a good test. Top will compete with players from all over the world and major leagues. And Noob will also be tested by top laners from other regions. Let's wait and see. On the player bench, Li Hansheng struggled to free himself, looking at Candy with a silly smile on his face. He pinched Candy's arm hard. Hack! Loudly, what are you doing? Candy immediately changed his face, frowned, and complained in pain. It's true. Didn't I dream? Li Hansheng laughed. Ha ha. We did win the championship. You? Candy was angry and funny. Seeing you so calm, I thought you had enough mental capacity to react to your feelings? Ha! Only at this moment do I feel that Brother Hansheng is indeed a newcomer like us. Ashui sighed with a smile. On weekdays, Li Hansheng behaves too maturely. So mature that he doesn't look like a person who is entering the professional arena for the first time, but more like an old man who has seen through everything. But your first reaction after winning the championship? Only then did the teammates realize that Li Hansheng was a new guy too. Without giving the team members any time to continue laughing and joking, Bai Yueya urged, "Hurry up and shake hands with the other side. It's been a long time." All top members lined up to come to EDG. This was not the first time that the EDG players experienced failure, and they did not show any signs of losing their composure. It was just that the disappointed expressions on their faces were incompatible with the festive atmosphere at the scene. 2. You can't let someone laugh after losing the game or the championship. Right? Isn't that a disturbing mentality? It can only be said that human beings' joys and sorrows are not the same. When Li Hansheng passed by the factory director, the two shook hands again, and the factory director gave him encouragement without losing his grace. "You played very well today, and you will work hard at MSI next time." Li Hansheng didn't know the other EDG guys very well, so they just shook hands politely. But everyone else in the team knows them. Imp immediately went to Deft, just like when S4 defeated Deft. Counting the summer split of S5, Imp had won 3 duels with Deft. He smiled and patted Deft on the shoulder. "Hey, this time I'm walking in front again. Don't cry after you step off the stage. Otherwise, I will be very troubled." Deft was just chewing gum with an expressionless face. It wasn't the first time he lost to Imp. How could he cry after losing a game like he did the first time? I just looked at Imp's leading figure and his teammates around him, chatting and laughing with each other. Deft couldn't help but reflect. When you win a game, have you ever had such a happy communication with your teammates? After coming to LPL for more than a year, he still refuses to learn Chinese. Is it because of his arrogant attitude and unwillingness to integrate into the competition area that he continues to fail? Center stage. All top members gathered in front of the booth where the Silver Dragon Cup was placed. Li Hansheng was deliberately placed in the middle position, and the Silver Dragon Cup was right in front of him. This was the first time that he had observed the trophy so closely. Within reach, as the name of the trophy suggests, the entire trophy is made of silver dragon elements, with pure silver plating on the surface and engraved patterns of dragon scales and clouds intertwined on the surface. The 2 dragons are on the side. The eyes of the 2 dragons coiled around the trophy are inlaid with 4 diamonds, which is very eye-catching. Under the lighting of the scene, it is very eye-catching. The audience at the scene became quiet at this time. They all stared at the players on the field with bated breath, as if they were saving their enthusiasm, just missing a signal for them to burst out. "Lao Li, what are you waiting for? Hold the cup," Candy on the side urged. "I support you," Li Hansheng asked. "Who else could it be if it wasn't you?" Candy rolled his eyes. "In everyone's eyes, you are the core and signature of the team." In fact, the championship trophy is very heavy. It is said that it is nearly 30 kilograms. It will be very difficult for esports players like these who lack exercise to lift it alone. But Li Hansheng can actually do it. But he didn't do that. Instead, he looked at Gao Dui and Imp beside him. "Come on! Poo-poo in all way! Oh, why are you giving in at this time?" Gao Dui rolled his eyes. "We all know what you think, and no one will argue with you about this. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" Imp just kept cheering. "That's right. Hansheng, just hold the cup." Bai Yueya also spoke. Li Hansheng looked around, a sense of pride welling up in his chest. He chuckled. "Then let's hold the cup together." Li Hansheng took a step forward and put his hand on the Silver Dragon Cup. His teammates slowly gathered around him. Everyone put their hands on the trophy. And then, 3, 2, 1 inch. Everyone shouted together, "We are the champions!" The moment the Silver Dragon Cup was held high, the fans at the scene seemed to get that signal. The enthusiasm accumulated in the chest burst out at this moment. Countless fans chose to take out their mobile phones at this moment and record the expressions of the team members on the stage. Flashing lights came and went, and the dark auditorium instantly looked like a sea of stars. Li Hansheng looked at this scene off the court, and the heavy weight of the Silver Dragon Cup in his hand told him that all this was real. All the scenes before him stimulated his heart and made his blood swell. This feeling is really fascinating. He seems to understand why he still struggles hard on the field even though he has a system. For myself, and for the lovely people off the stage who support me. Next second, Li Hansheng was awakened from this atmosphere. "Hack! Brother Hansheng! Don't lift the trophy so high! I can't even touch it!" Ah Shui, who is less than 1.7 meters tall, curses a lot. The same is true for Gao Dui and Imp. Li Hansheng was the tallest in the team. He raised the trophy high with both hands. He was a tall man of 1.8 meters and had a long wingspan. It makes Ah Shui and the others feel very uncomfortable. They had to stand on tiptoe to ensure that they continued to touch the Silver Dragon Cup. But this would make them look a little funny. Ha ha ha! Li Hansheng teased in a playful way. He deliberately stretched his arms and raised the trophy to a higher position. The teammates could only curse and point their toes, making it easy for them to lose their balance. After Li Hansheng took a moment, he also put down the trophy. Don't let anyone fail to stand firm by then. What was originally a good celebratory atmosphere immediately turned into a stage accident. Everything on the stage was seen by the audience. And there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother Hansheng is too naughty. Laughing to death. When I saw Wenbo, I stood on tiptoes and almost missed the trophy. Brother Hansheng. It's easy for you to have no friends. Shock. The team boss is causing trouble and preventing the players from touching the championship trophy. The spring championship top may fall apart. Good guy. I'm going to call you good guy. I won't watch it without you in the UC shock department. After being surprised enough, everyone put the trophy back on top of the booth. The host Duan Xian also returned to the stage from the backstage. He raised the microphone and said, "Let us shout the name of the champion loudly." As he spoke, he raised the microphone in the direction of the audience. Tens of thousands of spectators chanted the names of the top teams in unison. The momentum was earth-shattering, as if the ceiling of the venue was about to be overturned. Congratulations again to Top for winning the 2016 LPL Spring Championship. Duan Xian continued with a smile. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Huang Linggong, the General Manager of League of Legends Xia Country, to present TO Team. A middle-aged man walked onto the stage and shook hands with the top team members one by one with a gentle smile on his face. Then he picked up the gold medal that only the champion can win from the plate held by the etiquette lady behind him and handed it to everyone, in the hands of famous players. Subsequently, then he handed a rectangular card to everyone in the top. This card was so big that it required multiple people to hold it with their hands at the same time. Li Hansheng lowered his head and glanced. The bottom picture above is the logo of the League of Legends Professional League, with the words 2016 League of Legends Professional League Spring Championship engraved in the center. And below there is a string of amount 150 WRMB for Li Hansheng, whose monthly salary is just over 10,000 yuan. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. I don't know how much I will get in the end. I hope Top can continue their efforts and represent our LPL region in the MSI next month, and help our LPL region win another World Championship trophy. Huang Linggong gave a speech that lasted about a minute, and finally took photos with the contestants. And after he left, the audience knew. The post-game interview that everyone is most looking forward to is coming. Chapter 123 What Kind of Champion Am I? The post-match interview that the audience loves to hear is here again. Mainly because Li Hansheng almost never disappoints them every time he plays. I'm coming! The audience had swollen expressions on their faces, staring directly in the direction of the stage. Huang Xian also looked at the stage with interest. She also likes to watch Li Hansheng's post-game interviews, although occasionally he is a little bit inappropriate and speaks in a pornographic tone. He does so in a moderate manner and does not express humiliation, which is within the range that she can accept. If it's moderate, it's called humor. If it's too rough, it's called vulgarity. Duan Xian handed another microphone to Li Hansheng, who took it and walked out of the crowd. Seeing that the host, who could only be seen on CCTV in the past, was now interviewing him personally on the stage, Li Hansheng was in a daze for a moment. He subconsciously wanted to pinch the host aside, only to realize that he had already walked out of the crowd. Duan Xian noticed his little movements and had an idea, and his professionalism was immediately reflected. Player noob, I saw you hesitated a moment ago. Is it because you won the championship for the first time on the final stage, so you haven't recovered yet? Huang Xian shook her head slightly and chuckled twice. Duan Xian was still in trouble and didn't understand Li Hansheng at all. Even if he was nervous, Li Hansheng would not admit it. Not to mention that the most nervous moment had passed. Really, Li Hansheng's reaction was not unexpected. He nodded first and then shook his head. Duan Xian was confused. What are you doing? Li Hansheng said immediately. It's indeed a bit unbelievable. So I originally wanted to pinch my teammates and ask them to tell me that this was not a dream. Duan Xian was a little confused and asked subconsciously. You can also pinch yourself. How can you be sure if you are dreaming? As competitive athletes, we can have such a mood at the moment of stepping on the podium. How can we understood But Li Hanqing's answer made even the battle-hardened Duan Xian freeze on the spot for a moment. Li Hanqing shook his head solemnly. Pinch yourself? How painful would that be? It would be great to pinch your teammates. They are the ones hurting, so they can still tell whether they are dreaming or not. Duan Xian was stunned for a while, and the audience burst into laughter. Behind him, Candy, who had just been beaten by Li Hanqing, also cursed in a low voice. MD! This GDX really doesn't suffer at all. When Xian also covered her mouth and laughed, she looked at Huang Xian. Xian, is this guy serious? He has no friends easily. Are you really not afraid of being beaten by your teammates? Huang Xian also had a smile on her face. She waved her hand and said, No, because he is the team leader. Ha ha ha. Brother Han Sheng is planning to laugh me to death, and then inherit my Aunt Huabei? That is. It still hurts when I pinch myself. Why can't I let my teammates bear the pain for me? I just like to see Brother Han Sheng look so shameless and confident. I can guarantee that someone at the top cliff was pinched by Brother Han Sheng just now. Seeing Candy's expression, I have reason to suspect that he was the one who was brutally murdered. The evil Shen Bao is so charming. Duan Xian looked dumbfounded. Is this the humor of young people? This small interlude was actually a warm-up for the post-match interview. After adjusting his mood, he officially started to ask, This is your first time entering the LPL playoffs. It has only been 3 months since you started your career. In just 3 months, you have won many professional players. How do you feel about the Silver Dragon Cup that you may not be able to hold in your entire career? It's a very official question, and it's not a tricky question. Presumably so. The finals are different from the regular season. From the end of the regular season to the time of being interviewed on stage, there is a short gap in between so that the host can go over the questions with the players backstage to ensure there are no mistakes. But because there was a cup-winning stage in the finals, there was no time for the players to prepare. Therefore, what is needed at this time is the players' on-the-spot reaction. But for Li Hanqing, this kind of problem is simply child's play. I'm very happy. Very excited? Li Hanqing smiled. Of course, everyone has contributed to being able to hold the Silver Dragon Cup, which symbolizes the championship, such as our coaching staff. Brother Sheng, Brother Feng, Brother Go, and Brother Hao. And of course my teammates. The success of the team cannot be separated from their outstanding performance. I was quite nervous before the game, but they kept comforting me so that I wouldn't have stage fright. This answer was high-sounding and impeccable, and Duan Xian nodded as he listened. But people who are familiar with Li Hanqing know that this guy is talking nonsense. Is he really nervous? When Xian looked suspicious, but she clearly remembered the group messages she saw on Huang Xian's phone during the time when they entered the scene. Li Hanqing was clearly there at that time. Can you please give me some erotic pictures? What nervous person would want this? Huang Xian pursed her lips and smiled. She had watched Li Hanqing's live broadcast for several months and had a general understanding of his character. Of course, she knew that Li Hanqing was just talking nonsense on the stage. Duan Xian continued to ask, Then, I want you to rate the performance of yourself and your teammates in the finals. How many points would you give each? Well, Li Hanqing thought for a moment. My teammates performed SOSO. Let's give them 6 points. What about yourself? I must be a million or so bits better than they think. Every time he said this word, Li Hanqing couldn't help but raise his hand and make the gesture that Korean men hate so much. Isn't this right? He subconsciously made this gesture. But when he thought that Imp was still behind him, he changed his fingers in a stupid way. The gesture originally consisted of thumb and index finger, but he replaced the index finger with the middle finger. Don't think that if you change your fingers, you won't get angry if you pop. Ha! Everyone, take a look at Poo Poo's expression and eyes. I can only say that you can't hide the look in someone's eyes. Brother Han Sheng, be careful. Poo Poo will shoot you in the head directly with the keyboard. Duan Xian didn't think about that. He simply felt that Li Hanqing's gesture was a bit awkward. Then how many points is it exactly? Give yourself a score of 76. Li Hanqing laughed and said the score. Duan Xian was stunned again. Huh? Is your score based on 100 points? Of course. Li Hanqing nodded. Then you mean that your teammate's performance is only a fraction of yours? Absolutely. Li Hanqing still nodded. Based on the 100-point system, my teammates and I add up to 82 points. The remaining 18 points will be scored by the audience in the form of 666. The audience burst into laughter again, and Duan Xian did not hold back his laughter. Lao Li, this GDX, I have to treat him to whatever I say tonight. Candy cursed. Hey, it seems that when it comes to filling cups, I still have to learn more from Brother Han Sheng. Ashui felt ashamed. You Wenba. Who do you think you are? How dare you compete with me? Brother Han Sheng, Ming complained. You'd better get rid of your reputation as a Navy AD first, and then talk about the cup. MD. Sure, Ming. Just wait for me. Go backstage and see how I deal with you. I want you to sing. Chrysanthemum Terrace. Dot. Anyone with a normal IQ knows this. Li Hansheng was deliberately teasing and joking. He was not trying to take credit, but just brought a little laughter to everyone in the post-match celebration atmosphere. Duan Xian asked again. This time the question went back to the game. This is the most popular question among netizens online. Many viewers said that your game style is very radical, very cruel, and suppresses and creates all the time. If you have the opportunity to kill the opponent alone, do you think the audience's evaluation of you is in line with your inner positioning of yourself? What? Li Hanqing's voice suddenly rose, and Duan Xian was startled. I seriously doubt whether these netizens are watching my game seriously, Li Hansheng said with a serious look on his face. I have to defend myself here. Your evaluation of me is simply outrageous. Obviously, I am a player who likes to develop. Rather than killing the opponent, I prefer to quietly be a CS machine on the top lane. Question mark. You are talking about Nima, ranked first in the league in the number of single kills. Does anyone believe this? While replenishing troops, you killed the opponent at the same time. Right? Awkward. As for the economy of 2 waves of soldiers, 1 head counts. Isn't killing 1 wave equivalent to 2 more waves of soldiers? Although Duan Xian didn't understand the game, he had a rough understanding of Li Hanqing's style after some cramming before the game. After all, the traditional sports he was exposed to, and the athletes in those traditional competitive events also had very different styles. Especially the stars. Each star had his own unique playing style. Various data show that Li Hansheng has a very fierce game style. Why is it not right? But your single kill rate and number of kills rank first in the league. Duan Xian asked rhetorically. Oh, these data are all false. Li Hansheng waved his hand. I just want to replenish my troops, but my opponent won't let me. They harass me every time I replenish my troops. Just like flies flying around you. It won't cause you any real damage, but it will disgust you. What's even worse is that it wants to ask the jungler to interfere with my troop replenishment. I couldn't bear this, so I chose to kill them all. This way no one can affect my stable last-hitting development. I just like Brother Han Sheng's shameless look. Laughing to death. An alternative interpretation of what it means to like development. Right? The bird eats the bird's food? Other LPL teams ask your top laner not to mess with Brother Han Sheng, and just let him quietly replenish his troops. What I admire most is Brother Han Sheng's ability to talk nonsense seriously. Just kidding. Brother Han Sheng, can obviously make a living from live streaming, but I have to suffer the hardships of a career. Duan Xian smiled and asked the last question. Do you have anything to say after winning the championship? Say something to the audience who came to support you. Li Hansheng stood on the stage, stunned for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Thank you all for traveling thousands of miles to come to the scene to support me. I am very grateful. You also have a share of the credit for winning the championship. Your support is my constant motivation on the court. Every time when I think about my wonderful performance and there are people cheering for me, I get so excited. I won't say any more pretentious words. At this time, I am going to ask a question. Can you help me answer it? As he spoke, Li Hansheng pointed the microphone at the audience. Good. The audience immediately responded like a roaring tsunami. Li Hansheng smiled and nodded, took back the hand holding the microphone, then took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Now, tell me loudly, what kind of champion am I? As he spoke, he jogged a few steps forward to the edge of the stage, stretched out his hand holding the microphone again, pointed the microphone at the audience, turned his head, and put his left hand to his ear as if listening. The fans and spectators at the scene also shouted loudly in cooperation. 2016 LPL Spring Championship. It feels like that kind of famous singer who has the whole audience humming along with the climax of the highly popular music during a concert. Li Hansheng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, closed his eyes, and felt the impact of the fans' enthusiasm on him. Really? The taste of winning the championship is really addictive. So handsome. Huang Xian looked at Li Hansheng at the front of the stage, her heart beating violently. Oops. It's a heart-pounding feeling. It is said that confident men are the most attractive. Not only her, But Gu Gugu already looked like a girl beside her. Only her eyes turned into two little stars. Even when Xian opened his eyes wide and stared at Li Hansheng. This moment, he was the focus of everyone's eyes at the scene. This kid Hansheng is born for such a big scene. Guihao behind him couldn't help but sigh. We have really found a treasure. Indeed. Bai Yuan nodded. For most people, it's pretty good if they don't have stage fright. On the contrary, he actually enjoys it. This kind of person is born for the big scene. After the fans' enthusiasm was vented, Li Hansheng walked back to his original position and bowed slightly to the audience. Thank you everyone. 1 month from now, I hope to add another honor to this honor. A month. Isn't that MSI? Such a domineering and confident statement. Once again, it attracted a burst of cheers from the audience. Ah! Confident brother Hansheng is so handsome. What will happen in 1 month? But Noob is so handsome. Brother Hansheng is really not afraid of being slapped in the face. It is very difficult to win MSI. That is, SKT led by the Big Devil is not comparable to domestic cats and dogs. I wonder if SKT is so strong. Didn't they still lose to EDG last year? Hanza Shou Wei. Brother Hansheng will definitely win the cup with top. Duan Xian smiled and nodded to Li Hansheng. It is said that esports players are the hardest hit by interview crashes. Li Hansheng completely refreshed his understanding of esports players. After scanning the other members of top, he finally fixed his gaze on Imp. Firstly, they are Korean players. And secondly, they look unruly and unruly. Players with such personalities often shine during interviews. The translator who originally came up with the team wanted to come forward with Imp, but was rejected by Imp. He insisted on answering in Chinese. Good guy. Li Hansheng was really afraid that this guy would say, Bang is a Lanzi. When he opened his mouth, it was really possible for the arrogant Gu Shengban to say such a thing. After all, in this time and space, Bang only has one champion, which is equal to the number of champions he has in S games. So he naturally looks down on Bang. Imp player performed very well in the new team. The team will participate in MSI in 1 month. Is there anything you want to say? Or do you have any goals or requirements for yourself? Due to the large number of participating teams, the LPL League has always been the last to end. And the quotas for various world competitions are also the last to be determined by the LPL. Now that the spring champions of each major region have been announced, the opponent's top will face at MSI have already been determined. Imp thought for a moment, smiled, and answered in his less than standard Mandarin. What feels that the teams that can win the league championship are all the best in their respective divisions and are very strong. Especially SKT is still very strong. Then he changed the topic. But don't worry. What and his teammates can defeat them. As long as we can play 50% of his strength in S4. He has great hope of winning the MSI championship. Poof! It changed. Not that crazy little bitch anymore. It's all those trolls' fault. So Imp doesn't even dare to say harsh words now. I miss the puff that sprayed all over the place in S4. This is probably an understatement now. You internet trolls have no heart. I kept talking sluttishly. Today's Imp is compared to him at his peak. Both his competitive status and his ability to talk nonsense have declined a lot. Joke. The reason why Imp has such a bad reputation in South Korea, and was even sent death threats and rats by viewers, isn't it because of his mouth? He is very loud and daring to speak. That is to say, the experience of last year's S5 World Championship was indeed very painful and left a deep memory for him. Otherwise, the content of this answer will definitely be more exciting than normal. Duan Xian asked a few more innocuous questions before ending the interview. Congratulations again to Top for winning the first championship trophy in team history. Duan Xian raised his voice. The 2016 League of Legends LPL Spring Finals has come to an end. We also wish the top team to represent the LPL in 1 month's time. Another great result at the MSI Mid-Season Invitational, with Top officially becoming the spring champion of the LPL division. The participation quota for the LPL division of the 2016 MSI Mid-Season Invitational has also been officially determined. Li Hansheng and his teammates carried the Silver Dragon Cup back to the backstage lounge. Everyone was looking forward to the celebration of winning the championship. Guihao walked into the backstage lounge with a glowing face, and once again, brought good news to the team members. The people from the head office just called me. They congratulated us on our achievements in the spring split and announced that the club will not take a penny from the 1.5 million championship bonus, and will pay it all to you, and it will not include taxes. The club will reimburse you all the money. The team members are very happy. Who had turned down a huge sum of money? But it's normal. Top's parent company, Tabwa, is not short of money. So it simply doesn't care about the championship bonus. Their requests have always been simple. Flow. Flow. It's still TMD traffic. Chapter 124 first. My name is not Wei. Obviously. After a spring competition, Tabwa's goal of entering the esports industry has been achieved. Top has been making rapid progress in the league, attracting a lot of attention. In addition, Li Hanxing and other players have made various advertisements during the live broadcast. Let Tabwa's popularity among esports players skyrocket. These related attributes are easy for large companies like them to check. Such large companies have specialized departments to collect and analyze various data for market research. As for the current commercial value that Top brings to the parent company, please ask these professionals to use the business models they have mastered, and you will have a rough idea. It's no exaggeration to say, from being unknown when the team was founded, Top has now won at least half of the LPL's popularity pool. Before Top, who knew what Top Power Company was doing? The company pays so much in promotion fees every year, so its small investment in Top is really nothing more than a mosquito's leg. The most important thing is that the LPL has not yet officially become a league, and the cost of investing in a team is far less exaggerated than in later generations. Let's just talk about player salaries. Star players in later generations often earn tens of millions. But what about now? There are only 2 players in the top team with an annual salary of 1 million. Gaodui's salary is 300W. Imp's is 500W. Candy's annual salary is 60W. While the annual salary of Li Hanxing, Shui, Lu Mao, Ming and others is less than 20W, including the salary of other staff of the entire team, the leasing of the team base, and the base network bandwidth costs, etc. Adding up all the miscellaneous things, Top's annual operating expenses are just over 1000W. In the S12 era, it may not even be enough to earn Shui's salary for a year. Therefore, the huge success of the League of Legends division is a promotional channel that is sure to make money without losing money in the eyes of Tabwa Company. Hee hee. Small money. Ming smiled happily. His salary is lower than Li Hanxing, so he will be happy to receive a huge bonus. Li Hanxing is also very happy. Who can't get along with money? He looked at Candy, who was holding a mobile phone with a silly smile on his face and exuding the aura of a canine boy all over his body. Xiang Renjie, what are you doing? Ha ha ha, Candy said proudly. My stinky baby is coming to Magic City in a few days. She said she wants to give me a big surprise. If there happens to be a bonus, I can also give her something. Li Hanxing rolled his eyes. You are so happy licking it. Candy snorted and curled his lips disdainfully. You single guy doesn't understand my happiness. Only people like you who don't understand love talk about dog licking at all times. People like us who are in love only people understand. I call this affection. I don't want to experience the joy of being a dog licker either. Li Hanxing replied angrily. Also, it's affectionate to go in both directions. Like a way. You? No matter how you look at it, you are the face of a dog boy. Ah. Yes. Yes. Bachelor Li is right. Candy couldn't talk to him, and didn't want to say more to him, so he could only respond to him with one of Li Hanxing's favorite tricks. Li Hanxing rolled his eyes, and didn't bother to talk to him. He just reminded him, I'm too lazy to care about you. Anyway, don't let these nonsense affect your game state. There will be MSI next month. As a time traveler, Li Hanxing knows better than anyone at Candy, who was originally on par with MLXG, and was the best domestic jungler, was ruined because he couldn't control himself. He just made a mistake that every man would make. I wanted to challenge my weakness, but I fell into it all of a sudden. Of course, he will not rely on his foresight to dictate the lives of his teammates. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. All he can do is give kind reminders and a little guidance. Just like he would never try to correct Shui's game style when he was not so mature, so that he could learn to be prudent and become a stable and fierce output machine like Bang. Isn't Shui still Shui who won't go up and die suddenly just to do harm? What do you say tonight? Imp looked very excited and couldn't wait to have a full meal. Drink! Party! Drink! Party! It's crazy! Guahao shook his head. Many of them called their parents and family members to come over. Let's disperse tonight and reunite with our families. I'll pick a good place tomorrow night and take everyone to have a good meal. Done! You can bring your relatives and family members with you when the time comes. Look at how heroic Guahao is now, and compare it to 2 months ago, when he was forced to say a few words even for wasting a bottle of happy water. It's clear. How much money has the parent company allocated? His pockets are bulging. And his words and deeds look like those of a nouveau riche. Li Hansheng also remembered that before the game, Ah Shui and Ming both asked Gua Hao for family tickets. No wonder they couldn't wait to go on stage and show off. It would be a pity that I specially invited my family members to come. But I couldn't even attend. After all, this is the first time. And the first experience is the easiest thing to remember. For example, every girl will clearly remember. Brother Han Sheng, if you have nowhere to go, come with me. Ah Shui came over and actively extended an invitation. My parents really want to meet you. After all, you take such good care of me. And I want to thank you. Hey you Wenba, why are you stealing my lines? Ming also came over and invited. Not to be outdone. Brother Han Sheng, my parents also want to meet you. Li Hansheng was quite moved. The two boys probably knew that Li Hansheng did not return to his hometown during the Spring Festival, and thought he had a conflict with his family. So his parents did not come to the scene. Otherwise, Ah Shui has a high emotional intelligence. The road is widening. Young man. But why does this sound weird? Meet the parents? Why do you act like you're getting married? Li Hansheng's mind once again resurfaced in the mind of the fans' malicious photos of sex-changing Bing Bing and sex-changing Shi Siming. There is a picture. Why should I join in the fun when your family is reunited? Li Hansheng waved his hand and refused. I'm leaving with Poo Poo. And his parents didn't come either. Seeing that the two of them were still trying to persuade, Li Hansheng immediately stopped them. Okay, I'm not a child. At this time, you should reunite with your parents. That's okay. When the two of them saw Li Hansheng's persistence, they said nothing more. Then let's go first. Brother Hansheng. Waving their hands, the two packed up their things and happily went to find their parents. Li Hansheng also walked up to him. Let's go to work later. Goodbye. Goodbye. Imp was worried that no one would accompany him, and he was about to pull Li Hansheng away, mainly to play the game. They have been fasting from noon to now, and they are very hungry. Why are you so anxious? Li Hansheng shook his head. Wait until the people outside have left a little before going out. Otherwise you might be surrounded by fans if you go out now. That's okay. I won't be in a hurry for a while anyway. Imp didn't call his parents, who were far away in South Korea. He and Li Hansheng were alone. Although Gao Dui didn't call him his parents. He had to be kid. Xin, I really admire your slow-tempered nature. Why do you have to wait until the end before going out? The auditorium that used to be crowded with people is now almost empty. And it doesn't look like a game has just been held. Huang Xian stood up calmly. She walked to Wenqin with a smile and explained, apologetically. The main thing is that if there are too many people, it will be crowded, which will only waste a little time. Humph! That's you. Wenqin raised her chin and hummed softly. She glanced at her boyfriend from the corner of her eye. She immediately took Huang Xian's arm and pulled her forward. Xiaoxin, you really don't care about Luo Feng? Huang Xian turned her head slightly and glanced back. Luo Feng was Wenqin's boyfriend, who was also nearly 1.8 meters tall. He was very passionate when watching the game just now. But now he followed the two of them cautiously, and kept winking at Huang Xian, gesturing for her to say something nice for him. The three of them walked out of the venue. At this time, the sky was already dark. And when you looked up, you could see the starry sky and the crescent moon. Walking out of the north gate of the tennis center, you are facing a riverside green belt. This should be a tributary of the Huangpu River, which was artificially diverted to this side. Standing by the guardrail of the river, a gust of evening breeze blows. Luo Feng, who was originally just following the two of them, was now standing next to Huang Xian. Huang Xian wasn't angry at first, but she just wanted to get a little revenge in this way. Who made Luo Feng be so focused on watching the game just now, as if he completely ignored his girlfriend beside him. Hey, Xiaoxin, come on, come on, put on your coat to avoid catching a cold. Luo Feng flattered him by taking off his thin coat and covering it on his girlfriend. The dressing styles of Huang Xian and Wenqin are completely different. Huang Xian wears a very simple pink JK skirt and a Korean college-style sweater. She looks like a female college student who has not yet taken off her childishness and has not officially entered the society. On the contrary, Warmth is a pure black summer suspender dress with a thin white tulle jacket outside. The hot summer has not yet officially arrived. At this time, the temperature difference between day and night in the Magic City is huge. If it is still hot during the day, you may just want to wear short sleeves, but you will need to wear a jacket at night. standing by the river with the night breeze constantly blowing. It is indeed easy to catch a cold. Huang Xian on the side looked at the two people showing off their affection again, with a faint auntie smile on her lips. The two of them got tired of each other for a while. And then when remembered that her best friend was still standing beside her, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. But she was a little shy to show affection to her boyfriend in front of her best friend. She blushed and glared at her boyfriend with shame and anger. I blame this guy for letting myself show such a gaffe in front of my best friend. Luo Feng was not afraid of boiling water. He smiled and suggested, "How about we go find a place to eat nearby first? And then we go for a walk before returning to the hotel?" "No." When Xian shook his head. "It looks pretty good here. You can take some photos of me and Xian first. We are already here, so we have to take some photos to prove that we have been here." Okay. Luo Feng agreed quickly, took out his mobile phone, and took a few steps back, squatting down to find the best shooting angle. This should be a skill that boys in the new era master after finding a girlfriend. And Wenxin pulled Huang Xian to pose for the camera and took several pictures in a row. Wenxin was not satisfied enough and signaled that he would take a few more pictures. She pulled Huang Xian back a few steps, wanting to take a photo with her back against a street lamp pole. Result: she took 2 steps back and suddenly stepped on someone else's foot. Then she felt the impact of someone else's chest on her back, which almost startled her. "Beauty, although I am very handsome and very charming, you can't blatantly throw yourself at me on the street. Can you? This is not a hooligan thing." A slightly teasing voice sounded from behind. When Xian suddenly turned around like a frightened little rabbit and took a few steps back, looking at the other person warily, they saw a tall boy, about 1.8 meters tall, with a perverse smile on his face. His face was covered by oversized sunglasses. Since the man's back was facing the streetlight, they could only see the outline of his body. The face is not very clear. I'm sorry. Huang Xian quickly apologized. "We were taking pictures and didn't notice." Luo Feng, who was not far away, also came quickly. "Brother, I'm sorry. My girlfriend didn't see you. I'm sorry." Fortunately, this person didn't care and just smiled and said, "It's okay. Just be more careful next time. After all, not everyone is as reasonable and easy to talk to as I am." With that said, he turned and left. Both Luo Feng and Huang Xian felt that the voice was a bit familiar, but they did not think about it carefully, but looked at Wen Xian aside. "Xiaoxin, are you okay?" they asked worriedly. But Wenxin pointed at the man's back and shouted excitedly, Hey, stop! Isn't he that person?" The man immediately stopped, turned around, took off his sunglasses slightly, and retorted seriously, "First, my name is not Wei. Second, what can I do for you?" Now Huang Xian and Luo Feng could see clearly what this man looked like. Was it actually Li Hansheng? Hack! Luo Feng was immediately dumbfounded and looked at Li Hansheng in front of him in disbelief. "Brother Hansheng! Hey, brother! Don't yell! Don't yell!" Li Hansheng quickly motioned for him to be quiet. He purposely came out late and put on his sunglasses, just not wanting to be discovered by fans lingering near the venue. It's not that he has any idle baggage. It's just that he is afraid of trouble, especially if he is recognized by too many people. He will not be able to leave for a while, and he is anxious to go to dinner with Imp. "It's really you, Brother Hansheng!" Luo Feng was so excited that he was at a loss when he saw the idol he had longed for. He was also a tall man of about 1.8 meters, but he showed such a coquettish posture, which looked a little funny. "Brother Hansheng, can we take a photo together?" Luo Feng asked proactively. "No problem." Li Hansheng agreed readily. Seeing that the audience came all the way to watch the game, he had no reason to refuse such a small request. Immediately, he and Luo Feng held up their mobile phones to take a few group photos, then exchanged the mobile phones to Luo Feng, then patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go first, brother." Watching Li Hansheng slowly walk away, Wen gently pushed his best friend. "Xiao Xian, aren't you also a fan of his? Why don't you ask for a photo or something? Just go up and say a few words." "It's not necessary." Huang Xian shook his head slightly. "I like to watch him play games and watch his live broadcasts, but it doesn't mean that I have to have any interaction with him." The warm little head is a little confused. If her idol appears in front of her, she will chat with him for a while, take a few photos, and even gossip a bit. Isn't Huang Xian too rational? In fact, when one understands the truth, it is appropriate for idols and fans to keep a certain distance. so that fans see the best side of the idol. Too much contact with reality will destroy the mystery brought by the identity of the idol. Although Li Hansheng is not an idol, but just an esports player, fans in the esports circle are not much different from those in the entertainment industry. They are both fan groups, but their focus is different. Fans in the entertainment industry focus on the appearance of idols, while fans in the esports circle focus on the performance and personal competitive status of players. Of course, she also understands that her best friend is somewhat socially awkward. Maybe she is embarrassed? As a good best friend, how can you just sit back and do nothing? How could you miss such a good opportunity? Hey! Wenqin shouted at Li Hansheng's back again. Li Hansheng was speechless. He turned around again and said, Beauty, my name is not Wei. Your boyfriend is a fan of mine. You should know my name. Right. You keep saying this. You think I am Chu Yuxuan. The three of them didn't hold back and laughed directly. When Xian rolled her eyes. I can't tell, it's quite funny in private. I'm sorry. I was just excited for the moment and just said it smoothly. I know your ID is Noob and your real name is Li Hansheng. My boyfriend and best friend are both your fans. Then what do you want to do? Li Hansheng didn't care about it because he was not that small. Wen just started to speak. But when he saw that he had to look up at Li Hansheng, his voice became a little weaker unconsciously. I just want to say that my best friend is also a fan of yours. So you can't be biased. She is a little shy and dare not speak. Why don't you take a photo with her? She is in your core fan group. You won't refuse such a small request. Right? That's no problem. Li Hansheng nodded, and he instinctively raised his hand. Then he remembered that this was a girl. But as long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment would definitely be someone else. He naturally took his hand back, and then carefully looked at the girl in front of him. He hadn't noticed the girl next to him just now. Her presence was a little low. But when he looked carefully, he found that she was quite beautiful. There is no heavy makeup. Just a little light makeup. But it is just right, and makes people feel particularly comfortable looking at it. Hello. What's your name? Li Hansheng was about to ask, but found that he didn't know the other person's name at all. So he immediately took the initiative to ask. Huang Xian. The girl smiled slightly and announced her name. Ah. Li Hansheng nodded. He found that the girl's voice was quite pleasant. So he instinctively asked, What is your name in the group? If it is a core group, I will usually have an impression. In fact, this is nonsense. His core fan base is full of people. How can he remember it? I don't talk much in the group. Huang Xian shook his head slightly. That's right. Li Hansheng did not continue to ask. He continued to smile and said, I still have to thank you for supporting me. Li Hansheng's income currently comes from two sources. The first is the team's salary, which depends on his business ability. That is, his game level. The second is the salary for live broadcasting. This depends on the support of the audience and fans. People like Huang Xian who spend money to enter the core fan base are the basic necessities of life. You're welcome. It's mainly because you are really good. Huang Xian pursed her lips and chuckled, but felt that this was not enough. She immediately added, The live broadcast is also interesting. I first watched ARG's live broadcast after you and her played in double queue that time. I gradually started to like watching your live broadcast. Oh. Li Hansheng nodded. At this time, his cell phone rang. Imp, who had originally gone backstage to get something, had already gotten it and was looking for him everywhere. Puff is looking for me. Let's take a photo quickly. At Li Hansheng's urging, Huang Xian took out her mobile phone. She did not want to stick it to herself like the enthusiastic female fans Li Hansheng had seen. Instead, she kept a subtle distance. She looked very close, but there was no physical contact. There was a click and the photo was taken. Huang Xian looked at the group photo on the phone screen and nodded with satisfaction. She originally wanted to hand the phone over to Li Hansheng for a look at the group photo, but she didn't expect that Li Hansheng also reached out. The two hands touched in midair. Huang Xian was a little shy, but Li Hansheng didn't change his expression at all. He just glanced at the photo and said, Not bad. As expected. Every girl's photography skills are at the max level. Hey. Huang Xian stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Then I'll leave first. Bye. Li Hansheng waved to the three of them, and then walked quickly towards where Imp was. Directly after Li Hansheng left, when Xian walked up to Huang Xian and said in a slightly joking tone, You are an idol after all. The number of words you just spoke broke the record. Is there any Huang Xian felt that her best friend was a bit exaggerated. Wenqin rolled his eyes. How about we ask the classmates in the class? Then it's better not to use it. Huang Xian shook her head. It's good to stay in the dormitory, play games, and watch the live broadcast. Don't tell me. Li Hansheng is really an interesting person in private. Wen Xian smiled, and then sighed with regret. You missed an opportunity. You should take the opportunity to ask him for WeChat or something like that. I watched other live broadcasts where you can send 1 or 2 rockets to add a private WeChat message. The gifts you gave him were more than that. Right. Why should I add his WeChat account? I'm not familiar with him. Hee hee. Doesn't this allow you to show off to the fan base? Wen Xian is like a little girl who has not grown up. With a somewhat immature nature. Huang Xian shook her head. She thought it was so childish. The other side. Imp was actually standing not far away. And he seemed to have just met a few fans. The two of them immediately went to find a place to eat nearby. Li Hansheng had a few drinks with Imp. After they were full, they took a taxi back to the hotel. Chapter 125. Are you wrong? As soon as Li Hansheng returned to the hotel, he laid down directly on the bed. He made a special observation before entering the room. Except for him and Imp, no one else had come back yet. Those who stayed with their parents stayed with their parents. Those who stayed with their girlfriends stayed with their girlfriends. And those who were licking dogs were acting like licking dogs. Hey, bro, you're all alone. Don't you have to find a girlfriend? Li Hansheng looked at the ceiling blankly. The biggest obstacle for a time traveler is that he has no sense of belonging to this world and always feels that he is a little out of place. Even at the beginning, he treats everyone he comes into contact with as NPCs in the game. The moment he held the cup, he felt that he had truly integrated with the world and left his own footprints. But there was still something missing. After thinking about it, Li Hansheng thought that it was probably his emotional sustenance. There is friendship, no family affection, and no love. Forget it. Forget it. I don't want this anymore. Li Hansheng turned over and took out his phone, thinking about going online to see how the silly netizens praised him. Several hours have passed since the game, but the enthusiasm for discussing this game in the Tieba forum has not diminished, and the refresh rate of posts is still extremely fast. Shuzi speaks. Just this. The regular season is indeed a lucky draw. Awkward. The factory director obviously studied MSI's opponents and felt they were too strong. So he didn't want to go. That is, if MSI fails to play well, wouldn't it be embarrassing at home? Let's give this embarrassing opportunity to Top. They can't beat the Koreans anyway. Hey, before Top was embarrassed at home, Sima Minkai was already embarrassed at home. No one will forget the S3 All-Star game. Right? It proves inversely that Insec is the best jungler in the world. Laughing to death. What happened in S3 has nothing to do with my EDG. My EDG only formed the team in S4. Brother Hansheng is so strong. But I don't know who will win against Duke. He was the solo kill king of the LCK last year. Brother Hansheng is also the solo kill king of LPL. Who is not the solo kill king? LCK is greater than LPL. So the solo kill king of LCK is greater than the solo kill king of LPL. Who is in favor, and who is against? Hanza Shou Wei. This year's LPL is different. 2016 is the peak period of activity for anti-stress bars. If you want, you can even browse in the post bar for an entire night. And the content will not be repeated. Li Hansheng kept browsing the posts. And sometimes even spoke himself. Anyway, others don't know what his Tieba ID is. As long as his early comments on Tieba are not exposed like LQS. That's fine. Almost all the viewers are full of praise for him. Even if there are 1 or 2 who are critical, they will be instantly drowned by the saliva of netizens. Win reviews are all made by oneself. Post bars and forums are essentially a turn-based system. Whoever plays well will have a loud voice. Now that Li Hansheng is gaining momentum, other fans can only behave with their tail between their legs. Especially fans of RNG and Uzi. It can only be said that those who still like Uzi are indeed true fans. There are also some guys who took screenshots of Li Hansheng's wonderful moves in the game and turned them into GIFs. The most classic one is the male Gunzari combo with empty bullets, which kills the full health deft instantly. Of course, there are also some sandbox screenshots and the text added by netizens, which makes people feel inexplicably funny. Seeing the compliments from these strangers, Li Hansheng felt very happy, even a little elated. Only after experiencing it himself could he understand why some players could not maintain their true intentions after becoming famous. And their personalities gradually deteriorated. And they even turned into giant babies. You are surrounded by voices praising you. And even the club's teammates and management are deliberately trying to please you. In such an environment, it is really difficult to keep a clear mind at all times. I don't know how long it took, but there was a knock on the door. Li Hansheng opened the door and saw Ah Shui carrying bags of various sizes. Brother Hansheng is not asleep yet? Let's play together. Okay. Li Hansheng didn't refuse. Ah Shui and Ming were arranged in a double room with a slightly larger space. When I came to the room, Imp and others were also there, and they had even eaten in advance. After a feast of wine and food, a mess was left behind, and Ah Shui and Ming were about to cry without tears. The whole room smells like barbecue. How can I sleep? I had to go to the front desk to get another room. Li Hansheng returned to his room, took a shower, and then lay on the bed to sleep. The next day, Li Hansheng didn't go out during the day and just stayed in the hotel. Although he had the energetic buff, he didn't need much rest to stay energetic. But who doesn't want to continue to be lazy when they can? He simply lay in bed and watched the video of the LCK Spring Finals on his mobile phone. It is a duel between Rockstager and SKT, compared with S5. Rockstager in S6 has been updated in the jungle position, and the veteran Hajin has been replaced by the young Peanut. Peanut and Sem form the most offensive top and jungle combination in the LCK. The two offensive players form Rockstager's sharpest spear, and together they turn the entire Rockstager into the most offensive team in the LCK. Just make a vivid metaphor. In the LCK, the team that is the best at running the game is Samsung. The team that is the most offensive is Rockstager, and SKT is the most mediocre. They can attack and run at the same time, taking care of both. Unlike the other two, it's too extreme for the team to use wingers like that. Rockstager in this year's Spring Split continues their good momentum in the S5 Spring Split, even more exaggerated than last year's Spring Split. In the LCK Spring Split, Rockstager lost a total of 2 games, one to KT and the other to the African team. However, in the playoff finals, Rockstager faced SKT again, but lost. In terms of top and jungle alone, they have a slight advantage, and the two Xian Ming in the bottom lane are not far behind when facing the top Bang plus Wolf. But the most important mid laner, Kuro, is also the Korean mid laner who is jokingly said to suffer from technophobia. In the game League of Legends, the importance of the mid lane to the team is self-evident. Top's ability to win the LPL League cannot be separated from the super personal ability of midfielder Gao Dui. Although he lacks in roaming ability, he is not inferior to other top mid laners in landing and team battles. Hey, I didn't expect that the Tigers couldn't defeat SKT's bottom beating Old Man Sure. Li Hansheng smiled. Old Man time. This hero is generally a unique skill for European and American mid laners. There are very few mid laners in Asia who play this hero. But it just so happens that this hero is also one of Faker's favorites. This dick-haired hero is still after he was weakened. The S6 version of Old Man Time has actually been weakened. The passive skill has been changed to store experience and help teammates quickly upgrade when they are about to upgrade. You know, before S6, Old Man Time's passive was to provide teammates with an additional 8% experience overall. And that was called abnormal. How do we crack the Old Man Time system? If you want to defeat SKT, you have to target Faker. And his bottom-of-the-box system of Old Man Time is the top priority. However, Li Hansheng was not given any time to think. Not long after he watched the game video, he was pulled out of the room and rushed to the restaurant where Gua Haofa was celebrating his victory. Gua Hao's pockets are indeed bulging, and he is a big spender at first glance. The restaurant is very high-end in terms of decoration and environment. It is estimated that the cost is not small. It feels a bit like the Chinese-style restaurant before Li Hansheng traveled through time. It highlights a high-end style. How does it taste? That aside, at least the style makes you feel that the money was well spent. Not as many people came as expected, and most people did not bring their family members. Nor did their family members come. They are all unfamiliar with each other, especially those uncles and aunts who are in senior grades. Even if they are socially awkward, they still have to communicate with their peers. How can they chat with a group of young juniors who are not on the same channel? On the whole, they are the staff of the training department and other departments of the team. Hansheng, are you here? Gua Hao saw Li Hansheng looking very enthusiastic. Come on! Come on! Sit down. He deliberately asked Li Hansheng to sit next to him. What is status within the team? Although most people in the esports circle are young and don't pay attention to so many twists and turns like traditional offices. But this is something that Xia people are particular about. And the seats at the dinner table are very particular. However, he deliberately asked Li Hansheng to sit next to him. Li Hansheng felt that Guihao probably wanted to tell him something. After everyone has almost arrived, Guihao raised his wine glass and stood up. Let me say a few words first. The private room gradually became quiet, and everyone looked at him. We are gathered here today to celebrate our final victory in the spring split and our qualification for the MSI Mid-Season Invitational. To be honest, I still find it unbelievable that our team, which was formed less than half a year ago, can actually compete in the MSI Mid-Season Invitational. Win the spring split. Thank you to the training department, operations department, and other staff for their hard work for the club. I also want to thank the players who work hard on the field and train hard on weekdays. Especially Han Sheng. You are the treasure of our entire club. The club's success is absolutely inseparable from your brilliance on the field. Guihao did not mean it as a pure compliment, but sincerely expressed his true feelings. Even other players in the team would not feel uncomfortable hearing this, and even agreed with it from the bottom of their hearts. Throughout the spring split, Li Hansheng was not only the most dazzling player on the top, but also the most dazzling player in the entire LPL region. He was almost going against the meta, in a meta where tanks and phantom gods were rampant on the top lane. He just used the carry top laner to kill a lane. Bloody way to come. As he said that, Guihao put down the wine glass in his hand and couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laugh. Brother Hao, it's been a whole day since I heard the story of how you discovered Brother Han Sheng with your discerning eye. Let me tell you again. Ashui from the other table shouted. Ha ha ha. Guihao let out a burst of hearty laughter. That's necessary. I remember at the beginning, I strongly urged Han Sheng to come to the team for a trial training. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes helplessly. He had heard these words so many times that his ears almost felt like calluses. Okay. Guihao picked up the wine glass again. Although we won the spring championship, we can't relax yet. I hope everyone can work harder for the MSI in 1 month. This year's MSI is held at our doorstep, and it has received a lot of attention. The attention is far higher than last year. So everyone, please work hard. The crisp sound of wine glasses clinking could be heard in the private room. As Guihao took his seat, everyone's lively discussion began to rise in the private room. Guihao took Li Hansheng and talked in a low voice. Han Sheng, I know that as your performance gets better and better, many teams will definitely contact you privately. Brother Hao, don't worry. I won't leave the team. Li Hansheng directly interrupted Guihao's next words. There are indeed many people from the team who have added his WeChat account through various channels. He gave him various hints, both overt and covert, and offered him a high salary, and promised him a core position in the team. But Li Hansheng didn't want to leave. Very simple. Changing teams will face a problem of readjustment. He has finally established a good chemical reaction with the top teammates, and finally created a team with the ability to win championships. Why should he change teams? Changing teams means starting over, and starting over. Not to mention, no matter what the personalities of the people in other teams are like, and it takes a lot of effort to deal with interpersonal relationships, they may not be able to play with them like the top group. Secondly, be honest when you have a contract. And it's not like you have learned lessons from past mistakes. A former teammate of Gao Dui, the rookie ADC player STYZ who shined in LGD during the S4 era, signed private contracts with other clubs as soon as he became famous. The result is a direct 1-year suspension. He didn't come back until this year. But as a result, he could never regain his peak form, and eventually disappeared from everyone's mind. As for the treatment, Li Hansheng is not in a hurry. As long as he continues to perform so brilliantly, Top will ask him to renew his contract at a high price. Guihao is not a fool. He is capable, able to work well, and has outstanding appearance. All the conditions that Li Hansheng possesses are worthy of Top spending a huge price to keep him. I'm just talking about this matter with you. Guihao smiled. I know you have mature plans for your career, and I won't play the emotional card with you in terms of interests. I won't treat you badly. Now at this stage, you just need to prepare for the game with peace of mind, and I will take the initiative to find the parent company to help you fight for other things. Taobao Company is definitely considered a big capital in the esports circle, and Li Hansheng is not worried about remuneration at all. As for status within the team, does it require commitment? His status in the top team basically means that he has the power to interfere in the tactical arrangements of the entire coaching staff. Why change teams? I know all this. Brother Hao. Li Hansheng also smiled and waved his hand. Do you think I look like a fool? That's fine. Guihao explained with relief. I'm mainly afraid that you will be deceived by some people with ulterior motives. That's not the case. Li Hansheng shook his head. After drinking and eating, Guo also announced in public. In the next week, you can move around freely and make your own arrangements. But after 1 week you have to gather to prepare for MSI. I will call the finance team when I get the championship bonus. It will be credited to your account. Everyone was immediately happy. Vacation plus bonus. It's the perfect combination. Said it was a holiday. In fact, everyone still stays in the Magic City and lives in the team base. It's just that daily training is not as hard as before. Li Hansheng and others used this time to make up for the live broadcast time that was delayed in preparation for the finals. No one wanted to have their wages deducted. Brother Ming, let's try to play more games in the group stage. In the knockout stage, it depends on whether Brother Hansheng and the others can do their best. Shui was broadcasting on the live broadcast to brag about the barrage. If Brother Hansheng and the others can do their best, maybe we can get some playing opportunities. But if they don't do their best, I guess I'll have to watch the show from the backstage in the knockout rounds. Zibazizi, *U and %. Imp seemed to have an argument with someone in the rank. He blurted out a Chinese-Korean bilingual rap. And the computer desk's HP dropped to -1 again. Brother Hansheng. Shui on the side pushed his arm. They want me to ask you when the live broadcast will start. Right away. After watching the latest episode, Li Hansheng, who was originally watching the drama, closed the website and opened OBS skillfully to start the live broadcast. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps in the corridor. And then the door of the training room was pushed open, and Candy came behind Li Hansheng with an excited expression on his face. He almost put his hands on his hips proudly. Hey! 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 Laoli! My brother is officially single today. I want you to call me a dog boy again! Li Hansheng looked at Candy in astonishment, completely dumbfounded. Officially divorced? It had been a few months since this happened, and he thought Candy was seizing this opportunity to meet the girl. And the two of them went to the hotel to have a chat. Is this the result? Idiot! Candy said proudly, beaming and dancing. I'm so jealous! Li Hansheng rolled his eyes, but he didn't say much. Since the relationship is confirmed, let's have a good talk. I still have to remind you that MSI is about to start. Don't worry. Will I delay training because of my love affair? Candy sternly denied. Don't look down on people. Okay, but I can go to the factory director and ask him what to pay attention to in love. Puff. Li Hansheng, who was drinking water, almost choked himself and asked with wide eyes. Are you serious? Besides teaching him A Midsummer Night's Dream, what else can the factory director teach him? The factory director himself was manipulated emotionally by a bad woman. That's right. Candy then remembered. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked down at him. Old Li, can you give me some advice? Don't you have a lot of theoretical knowledge? Okay. Li Hansheng nodded, and immediately asked in a questioning tone. Apologize. Huh? Candy was a little confused. Apologize. Li Hansheng emphasized his tone of voice. I was wrong. Candy was still a little confused, but the dog boy's nature made him subconsciously apologize. Insincere attitude. Li Hansheng shook his head. Sorry. I was wrong. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Just say you were right. I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? Li Hansheng returned to the previous question again. Candy obviously learned the first lesson. I was wrong everywhere. Li Hansheng nodded with satisfaction. Okay. It's good to be with him. You have mastered the basics of dating. Shui and Ming, who were watching from the sidelines, were dumbfounded. Chapter 126 Li Hansheng is a licker? Shui and Ming looked at Li Hansheng in astonishment, thinking, doesn't Li Hansheng usually despise Candy's dog-like boy style? Why did you change your tune now and teach Candy these things yourself? On the contrary, Candy nodded in agreement and grabbed Li Hansheng's arm excitedly. Old Li, so you understand me so well. It seems that I wrongly blamed you before. Ha ha ha. I am not alone in my ways. Li Hansheng looked like a fool. Could this guy have misunderstood? How could he tell that they were from the same group? With Candy's severe symptoms of a canine boy. Even if Li Hansheng taught him some serious tricks on how to get along between boys and girls, he probably wouldn't be able to listen. Simply, Li Hansheng taught him this set of rhetoric based on his characteristics as a dog-type boy. After all, there are no routines in love. As long as it's a two-way journey, there's no need for any routine. Hey hey hey. Candy gave Li Hansheng a thumbs up and showed Mike K's signature smile. Master, I understand. Now prepare a gift for my stinky baby. Li Hansheng was also completely dumbfounded and could only say, Faced with this group of bad women with ulterior motives, the professional players in the esports circle are too pure to defeat them. After Candy walked away, Ashui came over and said, "Brother Han Sheng, don't you despise licking dogs the most? Why do you teach Lao Xian to be a licking dog?" "That's right." Ming nodded. "You should let him be more careful or stronger. He is the main jungler of the championship team. There is no need to be so humble. That girl is just an ordinary person." Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. "Things like relationships don't even work for parents, let alone teammates." "Sure, Siming. Your kid's thoughts are very dangerous. What happened to the main jungler of the championship team? Both parties are equal in the relationship. It is not advisable to lick a dog, but it is also not advisable to fall in love with a giant baby. Don't be too humble. Don't be too narcissistic. Just have a moderate attitude." He also did not forget to warn the two little brothers. After you become famous, someone will definitely approach you with a purpose. So be careful. He. Ming didn't take it seriously and said out of the blue, "Women will only affect the speed of my sword draw." Ashui strongly agrees with Li Hansheng's view. Even so, I also feel that I must stay away from women who cannot be my wives. Ashui is very mature both in his behavior and in his emotions. You can't tell that this is what an underage kid can say. However, the three of them were talking to themselves. Li Hansheng inadvertently glanced at Ashui's computer screen out of the corner of his eye. They were dumbfounded. "What the hell? You Wenba. You damn didn't turn off the live broadcast?" Ashui was also stunned. "Oh shit. Brothers, don't talk nonsense everywhere." The barrage started flying, and no one cared about Ashui at all. One thing to say, Brother Han Sheng and Ashui's views on love are so mature. Brother Han Sheng's speech really made me laugh. There is a buddy next to me. His girlfriend wants him to apologize for nothing, but he still doesn't know where he is wrong every time. "Oh, women are not like that. You are wrong. They have loud voices." "You are right. They have louder voices." Actually, it doesn't matter that Candy's relationship was exposed, and Gao Dui's relationship was not far away from being exposed. Some of his diehard fans discovered some clues through his and Bizai's Weibo. Imp also fell in love with a female anchor. Esports players are different from idol stars. The exposure of their relationship will not have any impact. They are a group of energetic young men themselves. Nowadays, the traffic and attention in the esports circle are getting higher and higher, and their fame is also getting bigger and bigger. Li Hansheng, a time traveler, knows this all too well. You can't beat the girlfriends of esports players to death with a stick, but 90% of them come because of the player's fame. A man chases a woman across a mountain, and a woman chases a man across a veil. Faced with the active embrace of various internet celebrities, there are also many professional players who are lost in the gentle land. If only we could just talk about it in the live broadcast room. But I don't know who recorded the live broadcast clip. Forget about the screen recording. They cut off the beginning and the end and took the whole thing out of context. Just cut out the conversation between Li Hansheng and Candy. It was also titled, "LPL's Strongest Newcomer Teaches You the Ultimate Secret of Getting Along with Your Girlfriend." To know, there are quite a few female fans in Li Hansheng's fan base, and the proportion of female fans is terrifying. Let this group of female fans see this conversation, and it will naturally trigger discussion. Weibo is still dominated by female users, and topics between men and women have always become hot topics. In just half a day, #Noob teaches you how to coax your girlfriend, and it was directly ranked in the top 10 hot searches on Weibo. Become a hot topic of the day. The words top, noob, and Li Hansheng are immediately out of the circle. Many people outside the esports circle know such a number one figure. I really should let my stupid-headed boyfriend come over and take a closer look. They both like to play games. So why are there such big differences in attitudes toward girls? That's right. My boyfriend is not as handsome as anyone else. He is not as good at gaming as anyone else. And his attitude towards girls is not as good as anyone else's. It makes me angry just thinking about it. When I come to visit my aunt, he will only say drink more hot water. Jimei, I feel the same way. You just want me to drink more hot water. What do you think? The hot water in his house is obtained from Guanyin Bodhisattva. Can it cure all diseases? Really annoying. Jimais, thank you for complimenting my husband. Shengmao can love people like this. Don't stay in this barber shop. Shou Wei. Sheng Bao is obviously my husband. Wow. I really hope Sheng Bao is from shuaxian.com. so that he can check my academic qualifications QWQ. I must go to bed early at no more late night snacks to offend the Jaimis. I found a treasured esports boy. I must give it to you. Although the traffic and popularity in the esports circle are high now, it is not to the point where it is casually searched on Weibo. Can only say, Li Hansheng does have many fans. Especially female fans who are active on Weibo. And this topic is also very interesting. By chance, Li Hansheng made his debut in the esports industry for the first time, allowing people outside the esports circle to recognize him. Xin, have you read Weibo? Wenxin trotted all the way back to her dormitory. She didn't even bother to drink water and walked to Huang Xian's side. Look! Huang Xian looked up and saw her best friend panting and sweating profusely. He took out a few tissues from the side and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Why are you making such a fuss? Can't you tell? When Xian recalled a brief contact with Li Hansheng that day in her mind, she frowned. Can't you tell that Li Hansheng still has a tendency to lick dogs? Even though I occasionally wish my boyfriend was like that when joking. But if that's really the case, wouldn't it feel weird? Although Wenwen occasionally shows a little temper towards Luo Feng, it is more of a coquettish tone. It's not like what is said on the internet. I wish my boyfriend was a yes man and said the right thing. That's right. Huang Xian also nodded. In the early stages of dating, boys rely on their own charm to attract girls. I don't understand why some girls want their boyfriends to abandon themselves. Do some people really do this? She smiled again and shook her head. Judging from my watching the live broadcast and occasionally seeing him chatting with group friends in the group, he shouldn't be that kind of person. He is probably doing some kind of program effect. Right. That's right. When Xian nodded. Based on his conditions, it would be outrageous to be a licker. If that's the case, I won't like him no matter how good his game is. You have Luo Feng, and you still like someone else. Huang Xian caught the loophole in her best friend's words and teased with a chuckle. Ah! You're going to die! Wenwen was so embarrassed and angry that he started to tickle her. After a while of laughing and playing, the two of them sat down again. After unscrewing the bottle cap and taking a sip of water, Wenwen looked at his best friend curiously. Xin, there are a lot of people chasing you. Do you really like none of them? It would be a pity in life if you don't have a relationship in college. Alright. In fact, the university is already a small society. But at least it is still on campus. Once you leave campus, it is almost impossible to experience that kind of pure love. After entering society, everything will be tainted with the atmosphere of society. Even love will become less pure. It's okay. Why are you in such a hurry? Huang Xian rolled her eyes. The main reason is that I can't feel sincerity from this group of people. For them, pursuing me is more about showing off. Right. Showing off their ability to pick up girls. Are their girlfriends pretty enough to show off their skills? But they don't really like me. They don't even want to spend a little more time understanding who I am. Why should I accept this unclear relationship? It's better to be cautious about things like feelings. When Xian nodded in understanding, then curled her lips. I don't understand you Taurus very well. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being alone. Huang Xian chuckled. When Xian stared at her and suddenly laughed evilly. What if Li Hansheng pursues you? Huh? Huang Xian was stunned for a while. She stood there for a moment, then shook her head. This kind of thing is impossible. Don't make such assumptions that it doesn't exist. When Xian smirked. You hesitated. You hesitated for a few seconds. You rejected these boys in school without even thinking. Ah! Warmth! Huang Xian reached out to gag her in shame and anger. When Xian was dodging left and right, smiling strangely. After this matter slowly fermented, the benefit Li Hansheng got was that the number of his female fans increased again, and even many girls in the fandom were attracted by Amway. So they followed and became fans of him. Even though Li Hansheng was clearly single, fans were confused by the image of him as a good man who dotes on his wife and girlfriend. Fortunately, Li Hansheng himself did not respond positively to this stuff and did not give female fans much room for imagination. The 1 week break has passed by in a blink of an eye, and all top members have once again assembled to prepare for the upcoming MSI Championship. MSI is a new competition event established by Riot officials last year. The entire process is organized by Riot officials. It is also the third official event organized by Riot after the S-Game and the All-Star Game. It is mainly used to fill the gap between the Spring Split and the Summer Split, due to Riot's withdrawal of the right to host the game. Only Riot officials can host large-scale League of Legends events. In addition to the league, players can only wait for the S-Game and the All-Star Game. But both of these are at the end of the year, and the All-Star Game is usually after the S Game. It perfectly fills the vacancy at the end of the year, and each major region will also have its own cup competition at the end of the year, such as the Demacia Cup of the LPL, the Kespa Cup of the LCK, etc. Thus, there is only a gap of more than 2 months between the spring split and the summer split in the middle of the year. So the official launched the MSI Championship to fill it. Last year was the first time that EDG defeated SKT with a score of 3-2. It's no wonder that SKT's Faker is so popular in Korea. His experience is indeed legendary. After debuting as a talented boy, he killed everyone in the first year and finally reached the top. S4 was suppressed by the Samsung duo in China and failed to obtain a place in the World Championship. S5 chose to stick to it when a large number of well-known Korean players left the competition area. The reason why LPL fans expanded in the S5 season is that if you look at the league, the LPL at that time was indeed at a very high level of competition. First, we, who were at the bottom of the league, went abroad to win against Rockstager, who was the top player in the LCK at the time. Then EDG defeated SKT at MSI. Even the audience in South Korea felt that the LCK division was not going to work. Under such circumstances, Faker led SKT to win the championship in S5, and then resisted the pressure of the championship debuff in S6 and won again. If you look at Faker's entire career, you can understand why he is regarded as a symbol of LCK. How valuable is MSI? In fact, judging from the competitive level alone, the MSI participating teams are full of gold. Only the champion teams in their respective divisions can qualify. Winning the championship at least proves that this team is the team in their respective divisions in the current version, at the current time, in the best condition, and whose play style best suits the version. However, the championship team does not have an exclusive championship skin, so it is much weaker than the S game in terms of competition. But after all, it is an international event officially organized by Riot. As long as you participate, you are representing the entire competition area and carrying the hope of the entire competition area. For LPL viewers, as long as you participate, if you don't win, you will be a failure. Especially considering that in last year's S5, EDG defeated SKT to win the first championship. Now Top is riding on EDG's corpse to reach the top of the league, so it must win. Once they lose the game, the pressure of public opinion will immediately come to Top. White Crescent and the entire coaching staff have been under a lot of pressure recently. They need to watch the game videos of other participating teams in their respective leagues day and night every day, in order to summarize the opponent's play style and preferences in the current version. The hero thinks of countermeasures before the two sides officially play against each other. The test is how much detailed information the coaching staff of both sides can prepare for their players before the game. Today I will briefly tell you about the opponents we need to pay attention to. In the conference room, Bayueya made a serious summary of the information collected recently. Our MSI opponents are CLG in the North American Division, G2 in the European Division, SKT in the LCK Division, Flash Wolves in the LMS Division, and SUP in the Wild Card Division. Leave aside the Wild Cards and the North American Division. Bayueya used a conference pin to highlight the 3 teams on the blackboard. They are SKT, FW, and G2 respectively. SKT won't go into detail. Last year's world champions had Faker in the middle, and their bottom lane combination performed even better this year than last year. But we are not completely without advantages. White Crescent Moon talked eloquently. First of all, as last year's S Championship, Riot mainly targeted them to weaken them. And then, their top and jungle were not stable enough. Although Duke was the solo kill of last year's LCK, Wang Dan didn't do a good job integrating into the team, and he was always somewhat out of touch with the entire SKT team. As for Flash Wolves and G2, their abilities are also very good. We cannot take them lightly, and need to take them seriously. The White Crescent Moon is still emphasizing the importance of this MSI. The disastrous defeat in last year's World Championship made the audience in the entire region urgently need a World Championship champion to revive morale and confidence. We carry the hope of the entire region. In fact, there was another meaning that he didn't say. That is, if they lose the game, the domestic audience will probably lead the charge. Many top fans on the internet rely on their excellent performance in the top league to criticize other teams. When top plays well, this group of people won't say anything. But once top loses a game, and the public opinion environment is bad, they don't mind beating up the loser. Li Hansheng remains silent. He also basically agrees with these points raised by Bayueya. It's just that FW and G2 are not as exaggerated as they said. To know, EDG, FW and G2 are known as the three fantasy gods of the Civil War. However, FW is slightly better than G2. Under the leadership of Wolf King Karsa, it can still have the title of anti-Korean hero. They can't beat the Korean team in BO5, but they can always create certain surprises in BO1. And, if Lee Han-shung remembered correctly, in the 2016 MSI group stage, SKT's state seemed to be extremely poor. If it weren't for the wild card and G2's poor performance, there was a possibility that SKT would be eliminated in the group stage. In the end, SKT played more and more smoothly, slowly adjusted its state, and then fought all the way back, finally successfully winning the championship. Teacher Defei? Lee Han-shung muttered quietly. Wrong. Faker in the S6 era can definitely bear the title of Big Devil. Professional players all over the world are proud to kill him alone. Killing Faker alone can be regarded as an honor, which shows how terrifying Faker's popularity and recognition are all over the world during this period. Brother Han-shung. Oshue saw him laughing inexplicably and asked curiously, have you imagined the scene of killing Faker alone in your mind? Lee Han-shung's eyes widened with a look of astonishment on his face. Hey, this guy can read minds? Chapter 127 The Ceiling of Operational Top Order. The content of the discussion between the two aroused the curiosity of others. Gao Dui had a cold expression on his face and said lightly, what's so difficult about killing Faker alone? I often killed him alone in training matches last year. Just like that. I don't think SKT has anything to hate about it. Although Bang is not Lanzi, he seems to be like that. I only need to use his 7 successful power to defeat him. Imp also came over. There is actually no personal grudge between him and Faker. But he has grudges with SKT or Faker's personal fans. Not to mention how crazy he was when he first debuted. There was nothing he didn't dare to do to the world. Korean trolls also play it real with him. Internet keyboard warrior? That's too much to underestimate the Korean trolls. They are really sending rats and blades to death. They can play offline for real and never hide on the internet. They almost make him autistic. He has always remembered this grudge. Last year in S5, he wanted to defeat SKT in the World Championship. Unfortunately, LGD failed to even qualify for the group stage and was promoted to the top 16 of the World Championship. Now that there is finally a chance for a head-on confrontation, Imp will not miss it. Only then did Bayuao realize that these people hadn't listened to a word he had been stressing for a long time regarding the current overall situation of the team. He really doesn't know whether to be happy or worried. At least it proves that the team went to the World Championships without any stage fright and their self-confidence was not damaged. But there's a thin line between confidence and arrogance. With the lessons learned from LGD last year, he is really afraid that the team will make the same mistakes again. He had to hit the table hard again and emphasize sternly. Can you guys be more serious? This is the World Championship. We represent the LPL. This is not a joke. Away. Gu Shenbin. Do you two want to experience the experience again when you return to China after Season 5? Also, Han-shung, you Wenba and Shi Sinming. Are I too gentle? Or have you reached your rebellious stage? Do you have this kind of joking attitude when playing games? Bayuao showed the majesty of the head coach and tried to scare the laughing team members. Lee Han-shung also knew his worries and took the initiative to speak. Brother Sheng, I know what you are worried about. But do you think there are still domestic teams or teams that dare to expand based on LGD's mistakes? Hack, why are you trying to drag us down? Gao Dui and Imp were very dissatisfied. There is no way. Who asked you to mention the top 16? Lee Han-shung joked with a smile. Look, Alway doesn't even play Heavenly Sword anymore. He probably has forgotten all the skills of the Tang sect. Right. As long as Alway doesn't continue if we think about being the #1 mid laner in the Tang sect, we will never be inflated. Besides, MSI doesn't have championship skins for us to choose from. Don't you think so? Away! Damn it! Lee Han-shung. You GDX. Don't bark like a dog. Gao Dui cursed angrily. But he could only be so helpless and furious that he couldn't even refute. This is an indelible stain on his career. And anyone who mentions him will talk about these things. The only way to clear yourself is to stand up from where you fell. Win that damn S championship trophy. Fortunately for Gao Dui, he is currently in a good team, giving him hope of winning the championship. Boy! Bayuao sighed helplessly. Go to training. After completing the shooting task tomorrow, we will go to SKT to make an appointment for a training match to find out what's going on. Okay. After the meeting, Lee Han-shung returned to the training room with his teammates, still fighting alone until 4 to 5 in the morning. because many teams in the LCK and LPL were on vacation. It was impossible to take pictures at such a late time. Man, Li Hansheng just gave up. He ran back to his room. Li Hansheng once again opened the system attribute panel that he had not opened for a long time. The last time he strengthened his attributes was before the semifinals against RNG. Nearly a month has passed, and he has accumulated nearly 3,000 points. These are all secondary. The main reason is that he has successfully won the LPL Spring Split Championship. According to what the system said, after the value of each attribute reaches 95, you can no longer use points to continue to improve it. Instead, you must obtain personal honor awards in the league or be champions of various events in order to obtain special honor values, and use special honor values to improve your own follow-up personal abilities. Now Li Hansheng's system properties panel is Host, Li Hansheng enjoying the energetic buff. Host properties. Version understanding, 100. Operational capacity, 95. Development ability, 80. Response speed, 90. Average hand speed, 90. Team fighting ability, 84. He can further enhance his reaction speed and average hand speed, raising either of them to 95 points. You can also choose to improve the two shortcomings of development ability and team fighting ability. Become a real hexagon warrior. How should I add more? Li Hansheng fell into deep thought. Facing the powerful enemy SKT, Li Hansheng knew very well that he would definitely not be able to beat SKT if he played top operations. SKT is the leader in the Korean operational tactical system, and their tactical framework is very stable. They play like that every year. Competing with SKT in terms of operational capabilities is undoubtedly asking for death. The best way to beat SKT is to use your personal ability to break through at a single point during the landing phase, without giving SKT a chance to play with yourself. Think about it this way. Li Hansheng also knew how to points. Increase the average hand speed to 95 points. Increase the team fighting ability to 85 points. And then consume a special honor point to improve the operation ability. After a short wait, his system panel changed. Host, Li Hansheng enjoying the energetic buff. Host properties. Version understanding, 100. Operational capacity, 96. Development ability, 80. Response speed, 90. Average hand speed, 95. Team fighting ability, 85. Comprehensive evaluation, S-. You are already the ceiling of operational top laners in the world. And you are not very far away from becoming the world's #1 top laner. Hey! That is to say, there is no chance now. Otherwise Li Hansheng would have to go up and feel the real improvement in his strength after adding points. Hey! It will be difficult to improve next time. Li Hansheng sighed. Why doesn't LPL have so many awards at this stage? If he wants to improve significantly in the future, he must win various honors. If he wants to increase his operational ability to 100 points, he must complete the Grand Slam this year, win the Spring and Summer Splits, win the MSI Championship, win the S Championship, plus the annual MVP of the LPL League. Here are the 5-point honors. Maybe, for example, the Rookie of the Year award will definitely be his. And then the solo championship in the All-Star game? It's just that he doesn't know whether these will be regarded by the system as awards that can provide special honor points. But Li Hansheng was not in a hurry. It is estimated that when his attributes are fully improved to 95 points, he will become the world's #1 top laner by virtue of the fact that his attributes will be digitized and his performance on the court will not fluctuate. Xiao Li's skin condition is really good. Compliments rang in Li Hansheng's ears again. The makeup artist applied makeup on him while praising. Many celebrities' skin conditions are not as good as yours. Don't you esports players often have irregular schedules and stay up late? How do you do that? Every time a group of makeup artists changes, Li Hansheng has to go through similar experiences. Fortunately, he was used to it and said with a chuckle, "You must be a natural beauty. God will chase me and feed you." People like Xiang Renjie are the kind of people who are asking for food from God, but God is not willing to give it to them. Lao Li, you GDX, can't you say something humane? Candy was very hurt. He looked around and finally settled on Gao Dui. In terms of appearance, he and Gao Dui are the only two people in the team who can be said to be like a crouching dragon and a phoenix. I don't know if it's the nourishment of love or B-Boy who specially taught Gao Dui some knowledge about skin care. Although Gao Dui is not said to have become more handsome, his skin condition is much better than at the beginning. At least his face is not full of acne. Hey, Lao Xiang, you don't have a long memory either. Ah Shui gloated. Why do you have to sit next to Brother Hansheng when you're putting on makeup? How smart are you guys? Even if you're handsome, stay away from brother Han Sheng. Go. 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 Candy cursed, lowered his head and took out his cell phone, wanting to beg his stinky baby to comfort him. He lowered his head and kept giggling. As a result, Li Hansheng came over to take a look. Good guy. Xiang Renjie. I would like to call you the ancestor of dog boys. Li Hansheng gave a thumbs up. The conversation between the two is, how dare you question your own appearance? Are you questioning my vision? I'll give you 5,200 as a penalty. Don't be so unconfident in the future. Did Candy really change his position? Your girlfriend could obviously steal her directly, but she chose to give you a punishment of love. I think she can be selected into the top 10 people who move Xia Kingdom. Go! 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 Candy didn't feel anything, but enjoyed it. She was encouraging me to be confident and using punishment to leave a deep memory in me. Li Hansheng has also seen photos of Candy's girlfriend. Can only say, if the internet celebrity circle is completely destroyed, anyone you pick up will be no worse than her. I don't know why Candy is so addicted. This is no longer a dog-type boy. He is just a brain-brainer from being PA'd. Right? As a teammate and a good brother, Li Hansheng is still teasing. But he really doesn't want anything to happen to Candy. After putting on makeup, he came to the shooting location, and Li Hansheng also met people from other teams. It was clear that he was the center of attention. There may be relatively few viewers around the world who know him, but the teams that are about to compete with Top must know that Li Hansheng is the real core of Top. Looking at the SKT people standing in front of the camera, not far away, and posing in various poses, Li Hansheng picked up the ice water on the side and poured it down his throat. He immediately laughed and said, you guys think, if I sprint from behind and then make a sliding tackle on the melon skin, does it count as the achievement of killing Faker alone? Hey, Lao Li, do you want to try it? Gao Dui teased. Oh wait, do you think I look like a fool? It doesn't look like it, but you can try to be a fool. After all, not every fool will have the words I am a fool carved on their face. Roll. Li Hansheng cursed. I'm going to tell the boy later that you were chatting with female fans on WeChat and ask her to deal with you. It is impossible to suffer a loss. After taking the makeup photos, the next step is to record some trash talk. However, the contestants who were filming on the spot actually didn't know what the others said. First, there was a language barrier. Second, the other party was not at the scene when they were filming, so they had no idea at all. Everyone is anxious to go back and schedule a training match. Who is willing to stay and gossip? Naturally, Top and SKT are the ones most invited to training matches. Before the start of MSI, the latest official team strength rankings, Top relied on its better league results to overtake SKT and rank first, while SKT was second. But no one will really recognize this list in the eyes of the public. And in the next few days, the entire Top team has been in training mode, mainly training matches with SKT. Wildcard teams like SUP and North American fishbowls like CLG. Even if they send invitations, White Crescent Moon will not agree. You can't get any help from playing training matches with them. Isn't this a waste of precious time? You can consider the invitations from FW and G2. After several training games with SKT, overall the two sides had wins and losses. I always feel that there is something wrong with SKT's recent state. Bai Yueya frowned. Are they hiding their tactics or are they acting out? I don't know. Gao Du shook his head. But I also feel that something is wrong with SKT's recent state. Isn't that a good thing? Ming said with a smile. If SKT is in bad form and is eliminated in the group stage, wouldn't it be easier for us to win the championship? Sure, Ming. Can you have some potential? Shui immediately retorted. If you want to do it, you have to do it with the strongest. SKT is coming, so you have to step on them to win the championship. I hope others can help kill SKT, so you can make more money. I'm just talking. Ming rolled his eyes. Anyway, Brother Han Sheng is here, and he can beat Duke steadily. In the few training matches that Top won, Duke was indeed beaten by Li Hansheng during the landing phase. It can only be said that the difference between the values of 95 and 96 seems to be only 1 point. But the actual effect is very different. Li Hansheng's most intuitive feeling is this. If he had 95 points, Duke might not collapse so quickly. But now that he has 96 points of operational ability, Duke would have a hard time coping. In other words, every time SKT loses to Top, they lose in the way they are best at. That is, for point putt, unable to handle the huge pressure from winger Li Hansheng. However, there are still only a few training games that actually reach the later stage. In many cases, SKT is not willing to expose too much. Every time there is a slight collapse in the top lane, they will play GG. Who knows? Li Hansheng waved his hand. No matter whether they are in good condition or hiding something, we just need to ensure that we perform well. Hansheng is right. Guihao walked in from the outside. Play our own game, and don't worry about our opponents. You all have to have a good rest today to ensure that you are in a full mental state to face MSI tomorrow. The team members were deliberately not asked to stay up late. Even Li Hansheng was kicked out of the training room by Guihao. Everything is just for the MSI championship that will kick off tomorrow. Chapter 128 The War Song begins. Jump along! Shanghai Oriental Sports Center, also known as Sea Crown. This is a comprehensive stadium, similar in size to the Qizhong Forest Tennis Center that previously hosted the spring finals. It can also accommodate about 15,000 spectators. Today is Riot's return to Xia Kingdom to host a world event after 3 years. The last world event held in China dates back to the All-Star Game in S3 that year. That All-Star Game was also a memorable one, with so many jokes. For PTDs in one shot, I want to prove who is the best jungler in the world. Insect Roundhouse Kick. Thresh Q Flash. It was also that All-Star Game that allowed the whole world to witness the rise of the Korean League of Legends, and also allowed domestic players to see for the first time how fiercely Koreans, who have a national policy of esports, are catching up in the field of esports. You must know that in the early days of S3 or even before, the domestic LOL always felt that it was the more leading side. Why did we still come back after being offline for 5 minutes? IG swept the Korean heroes in the end of the Dragon Cup and successfully defended the championship for 5 consecutive weeks, including Smile easily topped the Korean server. At that time, very few domestic professional players would play in the Korean server because they thought the Korean server was too good. Until the S3 All-Star Game, there was nothing we could do against South Korea's poke system. After that, the gap between the two divisions became wider and wider. The rise of top in this year's spring split has once again given the UPL audience hope in the darkness. Therefore, the enthusiasm for coming to watch the game is even greater than before. The price of live tickets has also gone up, and many people are looking for scalpers. Still, a vote is hard to come by. Backstage. Hey. Did you see it just now? It seems to be Terra. Candy looked very excited. The guest performer at today's opening ceremony is the Korean girl group Terra. There are a group of anchors who play the Korean girl group's MV on all major platforms, and Terra is undoubtedly the most popular among the girl groups. Although their popularity in South Korea has plummeted due to Lu Huaying's backstabbing incident, it does not prevent them from having many fans in China. Who would reject a girl group that takes a sexy route and also has good looks and long legs? Number 9 is even regarded as a war song. Terra is also one of the signed artists of Principal Wong's Banana Project. Candy's internet-famous girlfriend looks exactly like Park Hyomin in Terra. I can't say she is exactly like her. I can only say that she was made in Park Hyomin's direction. Didn't you know that Terra would perform on stage before you came here? Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. It's different. There's a difference between knowing and seeing yourself. Okay? Candy glared at him angrily, and then asked curiously, Who do you like? I like Saw Min. Maybe he was a little too excited, and his voice was a little loud. Candy immediately covered his mouth. What are you afraid of? If you call her sexy in front of her, they won't understand. Li Hansheng teased. Ming also came over. I like Madam. This nickname reveals his identity as a fan. Madam is Li Julie's nickname, because it sounds like Madame Curie. She is called Madam by her fans. Yes, this kind of young man likes this kind of mature big sister. I actually like Terra a lot. Terra debuted very early, and was already famous in Korea even before Imp started playing professionally. It's normal for Imp to like her. I like Madam too. Lu Mao also came over and chimed in. Don't ask me. I like Hanma Mako now. Gao Dui said that he was old in 2 dimensions as soon as he opened his mouth. He now uses this character as his avatar on Weibo and in the live broadcast room, when his teammates focused their attention on him. Oshui Alexander said, Look at what I'm doing. I'm not a starstruck guy. Really? Li Hansheng teased with a smile. I thought you would like Bao An. After all, you two can at least exchange experiences about short legs. Get out of here, Brother Hansheng. I'm telling you, if you talk like this, you'll get beaten easily over there. Oshui was hit in a painful spot, and his hair suddenly exploded. I'm not an adult yet. I'm still in the developmental stage. I will definitely grow taller. Everyone burst into laughter. By the way, where are you? Laoli? Candy asked curiously. It stands to reason that with Li Hansheng's popularity and good looks, as long as he wanted to, he could not be the Canadian Gun King. But he would be more than enough to be the Star City Gun King. However, no one in top found that Li Hansheng had been close to any girls. And even the live interaction was pure. For program effects. How can a person who sits in front of the computer and plays games every day and rarely uses his mobile phone to read news interact with girls? Brainwave connection? Well, Li Hansheng chuckled, stretched out his right hand, and then slowly tightened his 5 fingers into a fist. Children only make choices. I wanted them all. He too. Candy expressed disdain. Scumbag. Wow. Don't you see? Brother Hansheng. You like this tune? Ah Shui also teased. Li Hansheng was too lazy to explain. Sometimes he thought, why not travel through time and become a Korean chaebol? He also wanted to experience the happiness of a Korean chaebol. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the last rehearsal was held here, and then the ticket gates were opened to allow the audience to enter. Because of the presence of foreign teams, many foreign audiences also came to the scene to watch the game. Of course, the ones who occupy the theme must be the audience from the local LPL competition. 3 o'clock sharp. The lights suddenly dimmed, and the entire stage had a boxy shape. Directly above the stage was a huge screen facing 4 directions, facing the audience seat. The first thing played was a short video of the MSI Championship game carefully produced by Riot. Then Tara came on stage to perform, number 9. And countless male fans at the scene cheered excitedly. The performance of the professional girl group cannot be overemphasized. Not to mention that Crown is known as the face group in the entertainment industry where there are many Korean girl groups, which proves that their looks are really good. In addition, today's costumes are deliberately highlighting their perfect figures and long legs. Can only say, Principal Wang really understands men. After all, he is also a man and knows what the audience likes to watch. Hearing this familiar BGM, Li Hansheng couldn't help but shake his legs along with it. And it seemed like he was back to the scene where he roared along and shouted together for the first time in Master 7's live broadcast room. A wonderful performance gradually pushed the atmosphere to a climax. In fact, during Tara's performance, Li Hansheng, his teammates, and players from other participating teams had already come to the edge of the stage and were preparing to appear. The stage lights dimmed again, but when they lit up again, a group of actors wearing hanfu and holding huge brushes were still performing hard on it. When the tip of the brush strokes across the ground, it will leave corresponding traces. This is the ground screen technology used in the finals before. This time, Riot combined the characteristics of each participating team with the characteristics of the competition area and then combined it with the totem culture of China to design an exclusive totem for each participating team. An exciting commentary audio from an English commentary suddenly appeared on the screen. And the picture showed G2's wonderful operations in their own division league. And their totem symbol is King of Wolves. The European division is the wolf. There will be some very iconic players in this division, especially those lone wolf mid laners. G2, who stands out from the wolves in Europe, is undoubtedly the king of the wolves. At the same time, the G2 players came to the edge, and the lights were above their heads. The moment they appeared, the audience immediately gave the warmest applause and cheers to welcome the team to the domestic competition. This is the structure of a big country, which is exactly the same as the Busan Library. This evaluation is quite correct. Li Hansheng smiled. The European Dharma King style of play is indeed a lone wolf style. To put it more simply, it is a rank play. I don't care whether my teammates live or die. Anyway, I have to make sure I gain weight and then operate it in team battles. The European Dharma King's mid laner is in the team battle. The ability to cause damage is truly outstanding. Behind them is the Flash Wolves of the LMS division. Their totem symbol is the Charging Cheetah. Since LMS won the S2 championship, the overall performance of the division has been mediocre and lacks the competitiveness to win the championship. They are like cheetahs on the American savanna. They are not as big a threat as lions and tigers, but they are still a threat. If you ignore him, they will chew off a piece of your flesh. This is actually in line with the performance of the LMS division in the World Championship in recent years. It cannot reach the end, but it can always create some surprises in the BL1 of the group stage, such as defeating the South Korean team. Then, there is the CLG team in the North American division. Their totem symbol is the resolute and unyielding warrior. Li Hansheng felt that perseverance was inappropriate to describe the North American region. After all, this region has nothing to do with perseverance. World Warriors were more suitable. This region attracts outstanding players from all major regions. North American teams often have 5 players. These are not the case for locals. Next is the SUP team in the wild card division. Their totem symbol is Giant Archer. It can only be said that this totem logo is Riot's official expectation for them in MSI. Riot has been committed to promoting League of Legends on a global scale, paying special attention to the wild card region, because they know that more flowers can maintain the League of Legends professional competition around the world. Influence and appeal. How to increase the ratings of the wild card division? Defeating the weak against the strong, and defeating teams that are considered giants in the eyes of the wild card teams, are all breaking points. Then, there is the SKT team in the LCK division. Their totem is Hunting Tiger. The Taichi Tiger is a mythical beast in the eyes of the Korean people. The image of the tiger perfectly fits their competition area, and they are like a hunting tiger. They have won the S competition for the past 3 consecutive years. Even so, this hunting tiger still does not stop. Step down. When all SKT members appeared, the crowd immediately gave huge cheers. Faker's popularity is second to none all over the world, even in Seoul Kingdom. In the minds of many domestic players, Faker is the best template for all esports players. The only shortcoming is simply because he is Korean. Ghost. There is murderous intent in Guapi's eyes. Do you still need to watch MSI? The champion must belong to the Volute. Han Zashu. Let's collect the taste. Times have changed. Now is the era of top. Laughing to death. What kind of champion is top? What champion is SKT? Why do you want to touch porcelain? Ask Li Hansheng. Does he dare to compete with Guapi? Do you really think that if you win the league championship and give a so-called official ranking, you will really be number 1 in the world? The barrage in the live broadcast room was very lively, and the two sides started to fight each other, which was called lively. Although top represents the LPL, there is no one-sided support for top within the LPL. Some are heartbroken by the poor performance of the LPL losing to the LCK in previous years, and some are pure championship fans who will praise whoever is strong. After all, the logic of this fandom thinking is that if the idol I follow has better grades than the idol you follow, then I can despise you. Faker is currently the person with the best performance in the entire League of Legends professional circle. If you follow him, you can become invincible by arguing with others in the forum. If you really can't argue, you can just say something. What champion do you idolize? What kind of champion is Faker? Also worthy of touching porcelain? Not only in the esports circle, but also in the basketball and football circles. Many fans have this mentality. They are red-faced and furious in order to compete for the so-called historical status. The last one to appear is naturally the top team playing at home. Before the promotional video was finished, the audience could not wait to cheer and shout to welcome the contestants on stage. The totem logo of the LPL division is also displayed on the screen, the Soaring Dragon. Dragons have a very high status in the traditional culture of Seoul Kingdom. After all, we all call ourselves descendants of Yen and Huang, and the descendants of dragons are just like the legendary dragons. The scale of the LPL competition area itself is huge. Whether it is players or teams, the base or audience base is very huge. It also fits an idiom, dragon and tiger fighting, implying the struggle between the two divisions of LPL and LCK. But Li Hansheng feels that LPL has not been able to achieve good results in the past few years. Soaring in the sky is not appropriate. It should be described as waking up. The dragon in the east is slowly opening its eyes and preparing to soar into the sky. The last 6 totems of the picture appeared on the screen together, surrounding the huge trophy. Dragons and tigers fight. Wolves and leopards surround them. Archers and warriors are ready to go. Who will be the winner of this year's mid-season? Hello to all the viewers and friends who are watching the live broadcast. Chong Mao's loud voice resounded throughout the audience. I am Chong Mao, and today I will be in the commentary box with you to witness the exciting duel that is about to begin. I'm not the only one in the commentary box. Besides me, there's also the Joker you're familiar with and 2 other special guests. The camera panned to the side, and the audience realized it. EDG's Abramovich and director Clear Love were sitting on the sofa in the commentary box. They waved and said hello to the camera with smiles on their faces. Naturally, it once again attracted cheers from the audience. Anyway, the popularity of Factory Director in China is very scary. And EDG, as a team that has dominated the LPL division in the past few years, will not lose its accumulated popularity just because of a loss in the spring finals. The two sides of the opening match have also arrived on the stage. They are top in the LPL division and CLG in the North American division. Chapter 129 Labor and Management are fighting for the signature system. The schedule of the League of Legends World Championship is no different from traditional sports. The opening matches are played by the host nation against opponents from abroad. Therefore, today's opening match is between the host top team and the CLG team from North America. This schedule is also carefully considered. If you lose the opening game, it will greatly dampen the enthusiasm of the host country's audience, especially in the traditional culture of Xia country. A good start is very important. Winning the opening game often heralds a good sign, and a weaker opponent needs to be arranged in the game arrangement. But you can't just bully the teams in the wild card division right from the start. It's a bit too bullying, and it's too uncharacteristic of the host. To put it bluntly, the teams in the wild card division during the S6 era may not be able to successfully upgrade if they are placed in the LSPL. The overall strength gap is quite obvious. Therefore, when it comes to the selection of opponents, a compromise should be made, and the remaining opponents should be ranked according to their strength. SKT is the strongest, followed by G2 and FW. North America is a recognized competition region. So choose CLG, the second to last team. The last game of the day is Top versus SUP from the wild card division, which can ensure a finish. This is the advantage of playing at home. Not only are the fans cheering on, the environment is familiar, but the schedule will also take care of you. Being able to start with consecutive wins is a great help for the team and players to accumulate confidence and adapt to the rhythm of the game. Defeat two less strong opponents first, and then face the strong enemies. From weak to strong. Slowly increase in intensity. These are all conveniences allowed by the rules, and are not considered a foul. If this MSI is held in South Korea, they will also arrange this for SKT in the schedule. Who is the coach more optimistic about? Can Top get off to a good start? Chaomao asked with a smile. The coach, also known as Joker, laughed. There is not much pressure on Top to win the game today, and the version is still the 6.8 version of the playoffs, which everyone is familiar with. What we need to see more is the state of the top players. What do the factory director and Abu think? Chaomao looked at the two special guests. The special guests are usually selected from active and retired players or coaches of teams like Abu, and analyze them from a professional perspective. I also feel that the overall strength of the opponent is not very strong, and the version has not been updated. It depends more on the players on the spot state, Abu said eloquently. I have ranked top people in the ranking before, and I feel that their overall condition is not bad, and the problem is not big. The factory director also has the same view. Facing two weak opponents, you insist on talking about other things, which is obviously a bit self-deceiving. In the final analysis, today's two games are equivalent to warm-up games before facing strong opponents. On the stage, Li Hansheng was debugging the equipment. He knew early in the morning the opponent he would face in today's first game. Hey, the officials really made a mistake. The weak persimmon this time is not CLG, but G2. Li Hansheng smiled. But it doesn't matter whether it's G2 or CLG. He will definitely win in the end anyway. As for the version issue, Li Hansheng remembers that the version of the Mage's major overhaul was version 6.9. But the version used in the mid-season is still version 6.8. This is what Riot himself promised. After experiencing the S5 World Championship, Riot promised that there would be no major version changes before any World Championship. 6.9 hasn't come yet. The vampires haven't been reworked, and the mage equipment hasn't been reworked. It's uncomfortable. Li Hansheng shook the mouse and tested his keyboard and mouse in the custom room. He originally wanted to let SKT experience the vampire's terrifying explosive ability after the redesign. At this time, the screen is on the commentary side. Sitting in the commentary box were old acquaintances Wawa and Miller. In addition, there was PDD, who was also a special guest. The LPL's commentary arrangement for such large-scale events in recent years has basically been official commentators paired with professional players. This combination is also very good. The group stage is a double round robin, which means the two teams will meet each other twice in the group. So there is no side selection. Anyway, the red side and the blue side play once each. In this hand, Top is on the blue side, and CLG is on the red side. A close-up shot was shown of the top players, and Wawa chuckled. It seems that the expressions on the faces of the top players are very relaxed. The opponents in this group are not particularly strong, and the pressure is not great. Immediately afterwards, Wawa began to introduce the members of CLG. CLG has almost no star players that we are particularly familiar with, except for the veteran support Afrinma. The other four are all newcomers. The CLG team does not have any star players. Their only star player has been transferred. which is Double Life, who transferred to TSM this season. Everyone thought they had lost their core and needed to start rebuilding. But as a result, they boldly used new players and achieved quite good results this season. Top laner Darshan is now recognized as the #1 top laner in North America. He has a steady style, uses TP very well, and can always provide immediate support to his opponents. The jungler Smithy plays very fiercely and is extremely good at attacking. He can be regarded as the son of the version. He just happened to encounter a jungle version where the offensive jungler is king. The mid laner Hui is Hui, not Uni. When Li Hanshan watched the MSI of S6 for the first time before time travel, he was stunned for a long time when he saw this ID. He thought that Uni, who was a blockbuster in S5, actually ran to play the mid laner. Hui is the new generation Dharma king in North America. The hero pool is very deep, and Li Hanshan also knows that this brother is the Dragon King with unique skills. I only logged into the canyon in version 6.6. It has only been 2 months since the appearance of Dragon King, and this guy is already very proficient in Dragon King. Stixxay in the bottom lane is regarded as the successor of the big brother in the North American division, and she is a very smooth policewoman. Overall, this is a young and promising team with a promising future. It's just like what the factory director in Abu said. PDD chuckled. Let's pay more attention to the status of the top team. Not too much BB. Accompanied by a clang. Both parties directly entered the BP link. The bans on both sides are also very fast, because the two sides have played very few training games, and they don't know each other very well. They can only selectively target each other based on their previous performance in the playoffs. Finally, Top sent Bard, Dashu and Wet Nurse to the ban position. CLG backhandedly banned Raven, Rise and Kindred. White Crescent deliberately did not ban the opponent's signature system. The opponent's overall strength is already weak. You also ban the opponent's best system. Then this game does not even have a training effect for top. What's the point? The idea behind White Crescent is simple. Let CLG give top more strength and confrontation. And after one round of selection, people came down. The final lineups of both sides are: top is on the blue side, and CLG is on the red side. Top road, Jess versus Bobby. Jungler, Leopard Girl versus Male Gun. Middle lane, Ice Girl versus Dragon King. Bottom lane, Easy plus Braun versus Policewoman plus Nutal. Chapter 130, the perfect opening match. Top's lineup is a very standard 3-poke system. Seeing Noob's Jess, I believe everyone should have already judged the outcome of this game. Wawa laughed. It is true that we can see CLG taking out the Dragon King. This hero is not popular in our LPL region, but this is Hui's signature. We can see what unique style he has in understanding and using this hero. Milu added, what do you think about prostitution? Teacher? Look at the lane. PDD let out his iconic saucy smile. The most important thing about the poke system is that the lane cannot collapse in the early stage, as long as top can develop normally for more than 10 minutes. The opponent will not have to fight, especially in the bottom lane, as long as the policewoman is not given a chance to start the rhythm of pushing towers. The opponent will not be able to complete the team battle with just a bullhead. The top Ice Girl and Brown can cut the battlefield very well, and separate the 3 protect yourself with the 4 behind you. After all, PDD is a professional player, and he obviously sees things in a longer term than ordinary people. He accurately pointed out the significance of Brown and Ice Girl to top, which are mainly protection and counterattack. The audience in the LPL division has already begun to cheer for top, taking full advantage of the home game. Soon, the full view of Summoner's Rift was presented to the audience. Players from both sides immediately bought equipment and rushed out of the spring, and the in-game signals frequently sounded from the live speakers. Top obviously wants to line up normally, but CLG will definitely find a way to change lanes. PDD could see the intentions of the CLG players on the field at a glance. The policewoman is a hero with its own system, and it is the kind of hero that you have to focus on when you take it out. Speed promotion is the only way for female police officers to play. In this version, changing lanes is the optimal solution for the female police officer. By quickly pushing the tower, the female police officer can accumulate the economic advantage, as long as the policewoman can quickly make a 3-piece set of Endless, Hurricane, and Artillery. In this version where the Hurricane can also stack passive layers, the policewoman only needs a 3-piece set to take over the team battle. Poppy's ability to withstand pressure is also far better than Jace's. CLG also knows that Li Hansheng is an important carry point for top. The lane change game is a famous tactic that limits the development of the top laner. Whether it is to fatten up their own core or restrict the opponent's core. Changing lanes is their optimal solution. But do they dare to enter the top jungle area? Miller was surprised. You must know that Top's lineup is Braum, the king of the first level team. And there is not much difference in the combat effectiveness of the other 4 heroes on the 2 sides in the first level team. CLG is so smart, Wawa exclaimed. From God's perspective, the CLG on the red side still chose to invade as a group. But instead of going to the lower half of the top jungle area, they rushed into the top half of the jungle area collectively. The top people were all guarding the lower half, and they couldn't get through it all. It turns out that as long as the other party wants to switch lines with you, it's really hard to prevent it. PDD shook his head, not waiting for him to finish his words. Miller on the side exclaimed again. Noob is on his way. Will the 2 sides meet? I saw that after Li Hanqing's Jace bought the equipment. He walked straight up. However, the CLG people who invaded the upper half of the wild area still followed the usual practice of running to the blue side and placing a line change between the high ground tower and the second tower. And then evacuated. It stands to reason, when arranging this side position, the field of view can be completely blocked, because the field of view provided by the 2 defense towers is limited. CLG's assistant Afrinma accidentally exposed his whereabouts to the defense tower site. A seemingly insignificant mistake can have a huge impact. The North American team is still rough. I can't say rough, but there is a problem with the tactical execution. Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. If the opponent did not take the initiative to expose their vision, Top would not know the information about their invasion of the upper half of the jungle at all. It's really possible that they could trick him into successfully changing the line. This time, you can take advantage of this. Li Hansheng suddenly had a good idea in his mind. Xiang Renjie, drive from the upper half of the area. Poo, Lu Mao, you 2 pretend to be on the road, and then go back to the city through the grass. Okay. The teammates immediately followed his instructions, and Leopard Girl ran directly onto the road to prepare for a solo drive. After returning home, Top's duo deliberately went all the way up and past CLG's field of vision, creating an illusion for the CLG team that Top had switched the duo lane to the top lane. As expected, CLG frantically sent signals to the top lane. The CLG duo, who were waiting behind the tower in the middle lane, immediately chose to go to the bottom lane, while Poppy went to the top lane. But in fact, the top duo walked back to the city in the closed grass in front of the second tower on the top road, and then went straight to the bottom road. Although they went back and forth, it did not affect them from reaching the line with the soldiers. When CLG's bottom lane duo saw Easy and Braum appear, they were dumbfounded. Although they were professional players, they could probably guess what was going on. Shit! Afrinma cursed in a low voice. Oh my! I accidentally exposed my vision just now, and they probably discovered it. In fact, it does not affect their bottom lane. Nyoto and Braum are both melee assistants, so who can take the lead in the bottom lane depends on the shooter. Easy obviously cannot compete with a policewoman in pushing the lane, and the range of both sides is also limited. Not on the same level. They can still line up comfortably in the bottom lane, but the rhythm of the policewoman's tower pushing will be delayed indefinitely, and they cannot quickly develop the policewoman to a 3-piece set as they envisioned. But Darshan, who was on the road, was dumbfounded. The audience in the North American division doesn't know how powerful Li Hansheng is, but they have been studying Top's game videos during this period. They know how terrifying Li Hansheng is, especially Li Hanqing's Jace. Looking at the landing alone, Poppy can barely counter Jace. After all, W can block Jace's Q in the form of a Warhammer, so Jace can't get close, and it is impossible to pose a fatal threat to Poppy. But it only makes it more difficult for Jace to kill alone, and he will still be suppressed when he should. Hey man, don't worry. I'll help you gank later, Jungler Smithy said to comfort. Noob plays very fiercely, and his stance will be very aggressive. I'll help you catch him. Okay. Darshan sighed, and could only accept the normal landing situation. He carefully followed the army line to the top lane. But Li Hansheng, who had been lurking in the grass for a long time, was hit by an AQ in the face, directly forcing Bobby back, and then crossed the army line to suppress it. His intention was obvious. Replenish troops? No way. Smell experience? Dream. Ha! Let the brothers in the North American region feel the pain of our LPL top laner. Seeing this familiar scene on the court, Wawa couldn't help but laugh proudly. This time MSI wants the whole world to see how confrontational our LPL top lane is. I think Darshan has never seen an opponent who plays games like Noob in the North American division. Miller also gloated. Darshan was indeed a little dizzy. The North American region did not perform well in the World Championship. The main problem is that the competitiveness within their region is too low. Even talented players will find it difficult to perform well in this environment. Darshan's ability to win the championship with CLG proves that he is one of the best top laners in North America. However, when faced with Li Hanqing's unreasonable gameplay, he would be pushed out of the experience zone at level 1. He has never seen it before. Laughing. Everyone in North America is probably dizzy. Sir, times have changed. Brother Han Sheng is not one of those gangster top laners who only knows how to play gangsters. Brother Han Sheng wants to single-handedly improve the reputation of the LPL top lane. Kill. 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 Kill the North American lobby. Good thing. Darshan's reaction was quite quick. He knew that Poppy didn't need to replenish his troops when beating Jace. But he had to learn from experience. Otherwise, once the level falls behind, Jace will only make trouble for himself even more. Seeing that the 3 melee soldiers were reduced to residual health, he immediately controlled Poppy's heroic charge to push forward with Jace as the target. And with the help of Jace's displacement, Poppy could be pulled into the follow-up line. Distance, success, and experience. Then he hit the passive round shield with a backhand shot. Then picked it up to obtain the shield and force the distance back, using a certain amount of blood in exchange for experience. This young man's ability to withstand pressure is enough to apply for EDG's top lane job. Li Hansheng chuckled and praised. But you were fooled. Darshan's operation of forcibly gaining experience was completely within Li Hanqing's expectation. You can guess by simply exchanging the roles of the two parties. The online game is to assume the role of the other party, and guess in advance all the operations that the other party may make. But what Li Hansheng wants is for Bobby to force himself forward and gain experience. He just chased Poppy for a flat A consumption, attracting the hatred of CLG's 3 long-range soldiers. However, the hatred of his own 3 long-range soldiers was not disturbed, and was still dealing out the opponent's minions. Thus, the top's military line can occupy a dominant position, and a wave of slow push lanes will be formed on the top lane. Such a military line will definitely arouse the vigilance of the opponent's top laner, especially when the opponent's top laner is still at a disadvantage in the lane. Hack! Darshan seemed to be a bit belated. He was stunned for a while before he realized that something was wrong with the military line. But now it was irreversible. This kind of slow lane push is an absolute nightmare for the top laner, because it is often accompanied by a wave of low-level tower jumping behaviors. Brother! Help! Help! Darshan hurriedly called for help. There is something wrong with my army line. You must come to the road later and counter-crouch. Otherwise, I will most likely be killed by the tower. Okay. Smithy nodded. He cut the screen and took a look, and also discovered the problem with the top lane troops. But in reality, the commentators from God's perspective have enough information to see Top's intentions at a glance. Here, PDD touched his plump head and looked surprised. Top is playing a big game. Oh? What? The doll asked curiously. Top's target is actually the bottom lane. PDD gave his own guess. Noob's attack on the top lane is actually a feint to attract the opponent's attention, and at the same time reduce the opponent's vigilance in the bottom lane. The information that CLG's entire team currently has on the court is that there is a wave of slow push lanes on the top lane. Based on their understanding of Top through the video, they speculate that Leopard Girl will most likely go on the road to perform a wave of tower crossing ganks. No jungler in the top lane will give up a gank wave. Even if you can't get over the tower, you still have to force the opponent's top laner back and let your own top laner start snowballing. This is the conclusion drawn from the perspective of CLG. But they never imagined that Top was playing a counter-logic game with them. The root cause of everything was that their assistant accidentally exposed his position when deploying the replacement eye, and was plotted by Li Hansheng. CLG still has no idea about the bottom lane. This time, Candy's Leopard Girl didn't even have a speed 4, but went straight to speed 3, and then ran wildly towards the bottom lane. This way down the road, the policewoman seized the moment when Easy stepped forward to replenish his troops, and took advantage of her long hands to consume them through level A. Imp isn't that great, Stixay chuckled. Is this the level of Lanning? Samsung White's other positions were indeed too strong back then, and ADC could just follow and win the championship. In his opinion, Imp's basic Lanning skills are too poor. How could he make such a mistake in his positioning and give himself a chance to waste? However, this also reflects the general low competitiveness of the North American region and their lack of understanding of Top. If this were a slightly stronger team in the LPL, Imp's poor acting skills could be seen through at a glance. Seeing the policewoman using Q Peacemaker, on the spot to continue pushing the line. The green hair moved. Unless they are heroes like Clockwork and Syndra who can move and cast spells. Any hero is essentially controlling himself when using skills. Because there is a casting action to be done. Braun directly led the minion to complete a certain displacement. The bullhead on the side reacted very quickly, and directly made a backhand W. But there was a buzz. Braun made a beautiful Q flash. Landed himself in the face of the policewoman. And ensured that his Q skill accurately hit the policewoman to slow him down and apply a layer of passive. Then he leveled A, and directly applied 2 layers of passive. Beautiful! Green hair's perfect first move. CLG didn't notice Leopard Girl coming to the bottom lane at all. Wawa suddenly raised his voice, and shouted excitedly. Can kill! Can kill! The policewoman didn't learn E. Miller also looked very excited. CLG assumes that Leopard Girl is going to hit the road and jump over the tower. So the female police officer learns W at level 2. This is not difficult to understand. Generally, if the policewoman has an advantage in the lane, she will learn W to block the opponent's movement. After pushing the opponent under the defense tower, she can also use the wall model to place an invisible clip. There is a certain amount of pressure on the lane. For example, when faced with strong open type assists such as Japanese women in Yodo, you will learn E to allow yourself more movement to increase your fault tolerance and life-saving ability. Before the 2 CLG people could react, Leopard Girl's figure had already appeared in the direction of the river. Hack? Easy behind him has also directly handed E to follow up to make up for a flat A. And Imp has been ready to cooperate with his teammates at level 2 from the beginning. The passive layer has been maintained at 5 layers. And the attack speed is directly maxed out. Nyoto hurriedly stand in front of Easy. Prevent Easy from using Q to output. And use Q to knock Easy away. Interfering with Imp's output rhythm. But Braun had already made a second move with A. And the 4th level of passive was filled with A. And the policewoman was immediately stunned on the spot. Leopard Girl immediately used her Q skill and threw the javelin. Buzz. Nyoto flashed decisively to help block the javelin. And would rather die than let the policewoman die. Sell me and run away! But Candy is very detailed. He took his time and placed the W clamp at the feet of the policewoman. Because the policewoman was stunned in place. She suffered damage from the clamp and was put in the passive position of Leopard Girl. Leopard Girl immediately switched forms and flew over with W from a long distance. As soon as the policewoman released the control, she immediately flashed and handed over to avoid being hurt by Leopard Girl. Candy is also very decisive. Buzz. Same as Flash. Leopard Girl directly dealt damage with AQ, and at the same time used the red buff to slow down the policewoman. Easy behind him also flashed to pursue, firing a round of AQ to continuously lower the bloodline of the policewoman. The policewoman gave healing to herself to speed up. And Easy also gave healing to herself and Leopard Girl to speed up. After the Leopard Girl finished a set of skills, she immediately switched to her adult form. She gave herself a mouthful of E to increase her attack speed, and continued to use the red buff to slow down, chasing the policewoman all the way to level A. In the end, the Q skill came out again, and Easy also used Q. The Q skills of the 2 flew in 2 different orbits, and the intersection of the 2 flight orbits was where the policewoman was. There is no E, no flash, and even the ability to move when being slowed down. 2 QS hit at the same time. First blood. A blood. Imp was very lucky to get this first blood head. Kill! 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 You can kill a bullhead too! Lu Mao did not forget to remind. Behind him, Brown kept chasing the bullhead. After his teammates turned around, he immediately used Q to slow down the bullhead. Although the skills of Easy and Leopard Girl are still in the CD, they will not affect the subsequent pursuit at all. The bull's head has not moved or flashed and can take the lead. In the end, the head was taken directly by Leopard Girl. The audience immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. Cheers and applause came from all directions. Even with expensive sound isolating headphones on the ears of the CLG players, they could still hear a little bit. Damn home field advantage. Stixay pulled off his collar irritably. He was already unhappy. But hearing these noises made him even more unhappy. However, before the commentators could finish speaking, the director didn't even give a replay shot, and immediately switched the camera to the top lane again. See what's going on the road. Miller and Wawa immediately widened their eyes and shouted in disbelief. Oh my god! Noob is still showing off! Still showing off! He wants 1v2! In the screen, the male gun's jungle clearing speed is a bit slower than that of the Leopard Girl. But the idea is the same. And the speed of the 3 is to go on the road. However, Under the deliberate control of Li Hansheng, the troops on the road did not completely enter the tower, but were positioned a little in front of the defense tower. He was arrested on his own road. CLG's jungler Smithy decided to also grab a wave of Li Hansheng to stop the loss. After all, Li Hansheng's position is too tempting. But instead of leaving, Li Hansheng actually wanted to fight back. His confidence to fight back came from the fact that the two waves of soldiers beside him also had an artillery car. The people at CLG also know this. At level 2, Poppy directly handed over E to force Jace to the edge of the army line. He did not hand over W, but held W in his hand in an attempt to save Jace's Q, which interrupted Jace. The male gun also moves forward with E. Flatter then W then Q. Li Hansheng didn't panic at all. He first placed his E on the spot, and used the effect of the acceleration gate to forcefully walk toward the side of the line of soldiers, allowing him to quickly escape the area of the smoke bomb and avoid being hurt by the second stage Q of the male gun. Then he made a backhand Q, because the male gun and Bobby were not far away from him. Both of them were affected by the damage from the enhanced cannon, and the two men seemed to be fighting fiercely. But in fact they did not pose a threat to Li Hansheng, because Poppy was downgraded. Only level 2. He learned E and W, which couldn't cause much damage at all. And the male gun was equipped with Power of Time, and he couldn't hit the second burst of Q. Jace's blood volume is actually quite healthy. Use the soldiers to block the male gun's second shot to draw A. After Li Han draws to draw A, he then goes to W. Complete an extremely smooth Extreme A move. This time, Li Hansheng did not bring Storm Knight's Surge, but chose Thunder Lord's Decree, in order to enhance the damage ability in the early stage. After all, everything can be penetrated. Even if the male gun is superimposed with a layer of Pure Man, the armor will be very high. But in the face of the concentrated fire of the troops and the burst of thunder from Jace's reinforced cannon and AW combo, the male gun's health was suddenly reduced to half health. Huh? Noob is not timid at all. He even wants to fight back, Wawa shouted excitedly, which immediately caused the audience to burst into cheers again. On the field, the male spearman was already on the verge of death, especially when the troops once again concentrated fire to lower his health line. In the panic, he even hesitated to choose a way. After Jace switched forms, he chose to cross-flash directly to distance himself, and did not forget to shout, W! Poppy quickly activated W, steadfast style, not giving Jace a chance to use Q for output. But Li Hansheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and used his E to knock back Bobby. Then he flashed AQW very decisively, and continued to reduce the male gun's health. Li Hansheng was so decisive that Darshan didn't even have time to flash over to help block the Q. He watched helplessly as the male gunman was chased to death. The male gunman died. The effect of Game of Death was triggered, and the double buffs were also transferred to Jace. Jace immediately turned around and output Poppy. This is also due to Poppy learning W. After the blood volume drops below 40%, the effect of increasing double resistance will be doubled, and Jace has no follow-up skills. Otherwise Poppy will die here. But there is no doubt about it. This wave of 1v2 operations on the road with the help of soldiers is enough to ignite the enthusiasm of the fans at the scene. Cheers and applause came one after another. Top's condition is too good. Right. I knew they could win, but didn't expect it to be so smooth. Miller looked unbelievable. He doesn't even know whether to say that Top is too good or that the North American division is too rubbish. CLG is the champion of the North American division. Everyone knows about the food in the North American region, but we didn't expect it to be so delicious. The audience could even hear the annoyance coming from the commentary booth of the North American division from their own division's commentator side. It's normal for North Americans to do it. CLG's winnow is too bad. Right? Do you dare to go to this military line? This kind of team can win the championship. How good is North America? Indeed, it is recommended that they watch more LPL game videos. The junglers of any LPL team will not try to gank on the road after seeing this kind of army line. Those who dare to try will be shown off by my brother Hansheng. When the director of the analysis desk before the game saw this scene, he couldn't help but said sourly, Xiang Renjie is really comfortable. The intensity of the top 3 lanes is too high. The jungler is the most comfortable in this situation. Being both junglers, the factory director was not only envious but also envious. Whether the jungler is farming in the jungle, invading the opponent's jungle, or ganking or counter-crouching online, they actually rely on the online situation. With online advantages, the jungler has the initiative and has many choices to make. With an online disadvantage, the jungler has to be timid no matter what he chooses to do. This is the terror of noob. Abu also sighed. This guy is truly fierce and stable. Logically speaking, a player's playing style is rarely perfect. Either you are pursuing the ultimate line suppression. But if you want to suppress the line, you must push the line. Pushing the line will give the opponent a chance and make you very easy to catch. Once your own jungler does not protect you, it will be easy. Will be caught like a dog by the other side. However, Li Hansheng kept suppressing the line and would not die at the same time. The reason is simple. He has excellent control over the line of soldiers. In addition, he will also use his own operations to lower the health line of the opponent's top laner. In this way, the opponent's jungler will face an embarrassing situation. Although Li Hansheng is pressing the lane in the top lane, his top laner is not in good shape, and his army line is also not good. If he goes to gank, the success rate is extremely low. Once he is counter-crouched, both the top laner and the jungler will explode. So, in many cases, it's not that others don't want to target Li Hansheng, but that they simply can't. Backstage, the other teams who were watching the game felt the terrifying strength of Top in actual combat for the first time. Especially the strength of Li Hansheng. They understood why Li Hansheng could forcefully come up with so many carry-type top laners in the reverse version of the spring split. What a monster. Koma saw this and couldn't help but praise. It's really strange that such a monster player can appear in the LPL top lane environment. It is true that CLG's top and jungle coordination has flaws and mistakes. But even if the two of them make no mistakes at all, there is a high probability that the male gun will not die and the two of them will be beaten 1v2 by Jace. Want to catch Jace to death? Impossible. I feel like he should be able to compete with Jing Hao in operations. Benji praised with a smile. Haoqing, you are under a lot of pressure. If you want to be top, you have to work harder and show off your solo kill king style. Hearing this, Duke smiled bitterly and shook his head. The pressure is indeed a bit high. Facing him, I can be stable and withstand the pressure. It is already very good. This guy's landing ability is really terrifying. Xianhe, take a good look at his operating habits. Koma patted his proud disciple on the shoulder and warned. If you want to suppress this beast, you must work together as a team. Although it has won the S Championship twice, it is currently the most successful club in League of Legends. But neither the coaching staff led by Koma nor the players, like Faker, showed any slack, nor looked down on any opponent. Nor were they arrogant or prejudiced. Treating every opponent as a strong competitor is a good way to keep your spirits up. SKT has truly achieved the classic line of gems after the redo. They have been to the top of the mountain, and they have also been to the bottom of the valley, and they have benefited a lot from both. Only this kind of team can become the only team in history that can withstand the championship debuff and win the S Championship consecutively. I will. Faker nodded with a serious expression, and it was clear from his expression that he was not relaxed at all. In the pursuit of more honors, he is still the most diligent one. On the field, Top's design at the beginning, coupled with Li Hansheng's wonderful 1v2 counterattack, completely stunned CLG. Before the Dragon King in the middle had time to use his hero's characteristics to move to the side lanes, the two side lanes exploded, especially on the road. Originally, Poppy could still grow and develop when faced with Jace, but now facing Jace, who got ahead and double buffs, Poppy didn't even have the chance to hide under the tower and tremble. And Li Hansheng's cannons were extremely accurate, and every time the QE's second battery hit accurately. Do you understand the charm of Star City Gun King? How dare you let go of my brother Hansheng's Jace? CLG has never suffered a loss. Are we being a little too cruel to our international friends? In fact, I think it can be more cruel. Ahoy! Xiangbao can fly with peace of mind. Mother will always be with you. Three-way line optimization. Yes, three-way line optimization. In fact, the ice girl in the middle has short hands and is not very good at beating the Dragon King. This version of the Dragon King has a manual switch W to adjust whether the planet is in the inner or outer orbit. And its ability to push the line is very good. But Gao Dui did not give Hui any chance to push the lane in Rome. So the Dragon King could only choose gank at home. After Hui returned home for the first time, he chose the bottom lane as his offensive target. The Dragon King used the E skill to cross the terrain and cooperated with the Q skill to create a super large Jade Spiral pill and go straight to the bottom lane. Can it be successful? Apart from anything else, Hui is very good at twisting the Rasengan. He must have watched Naruto a lot. The doll laughed and teased. Top's huge advantage on the court means that he doesn't need to be nervous at all. And he can even make a little joke about it. Indeed. At least he is at the Jounin level. Miller replied seriously. which caused a burst of laughter from the audience. The sudden appearance of the Dragon King really shocked Top's bottom lane. But Braum raised the shield with his backhand and pushed forward actively. Easy moved back, and he opened the distance. Only Braum was frozen in place. The bullhead WQ kept up with the control. The policewoman WQ. And the Dragon King also turned on W to cause damage. The problem is that the damage is not enough. And the first wave of bursts is greatly offset by Braum's shield. Heroes like Dragon King that roam around the map have a problem. Because they naturally have one less damaging skill than other heroes. They lack early damage capabilities, and need teammates to compensate for the damage. But CLG's bottom lane is not the kind of hero with a particularly high burst in an instant. Even if the policewoman performs a perfect combo. In the end, Braum's W jumped easy to distance him. And he escaped with remaining health. The Dragon King's first attack failed to gain any kills. Instead, Leopard Girl brought Ice Girl to the top lane. And the three of them unreasonably jumped over the tower to kill Poppy. Don't give the opponent any chance to operate. Just kill directly. The head was given to Li Hansheng. Everyone, please be serious about this and finish it quickly so as not to disappoint the audience. Li Hansheng smiled. What he said was serious. That is, the battle would end as quickly as possible. Seriously, Top is not at the same level as CLG. The three lanes are excellent, allowing Candy's Leopard Girl to do crazy things in the opponent's jungle. As long as you determine the position of the opponent's jungler, the top three lanes can suppress it yourself. What Candy has to do is to act as a human being moving on the field, helping his teammates detect the position of the opponent's male gun, and counterattack the wild monsters along the way. Soon, Top forced the pace of the game to speed up. In 10 minutes, the midfielder came to the top lane again, forcibly killing Bobby and then demolishing a tower. The Dragon King of CLG also came to the bottom lane again, facing the Dragon King who made a super large Jade Rasengan. Braun interrupted with a big backhand move, Dragon King's Q, and then retreat with easy. Although the two sides exchanged one tower. Top helped Li Hansheng win the buff of Canyon Pioneer. In 12 minutes, Top demolished the opponent's bottom tower, and Li Hansheng completed a single kill, once again igniting the lively atmosphere of the audience. What really crushed the CLG players' fighting spirit was a wave of 4-in-1 captures from the wings in 17 minutes. They aimed at Jess, who was on the road to demolish the second tower. Poppy directly bypassed him with TP. The Dragon King flew out from home with E and Q, while the policewoman and the bullhead came from the side through the narrow opening next to the stone man. Gogagog! Afrenma, the only veteran in the team, knows that this is the only chance to boost the team's morale. Let me take the lead! He deliberately waited for the Dragon King and Poppy. And when the Dragon King was about to arrive, Nyoto flashed directly and WQ, the second company, tried to take the lead. The policewoman also moved forward and tried to use W to release the clip immediately. However, they underestimated Li Hansheng's decisiveness again. Facing multiple double teams, Li Hansheng's reaction was still very calm. In the flash of lightning, at the moment when the bull's head rushed over, he handed Q first and then flashed out. Buzz! The two passed each other. Jace passed directly through the bull's head, and a beautiful wave of Q flashed E, and the strengthened bombardment hit the policewoman's face. The policewoman, who was full of blood, seemed to have been hit by a cannon on the aorta. Jace immediately hit AW with thunder, faced with the policewoman's backhand E. Jess did not dodge, but used the policewoman's E to raise her hand and pause for a moment. Force a quick A to open the W 3 times to draw the A. The full-blooded policewoman directly performed a wave of blood-barred disappearing spells, and was instantly killed without even taking the damage from Jess's second set of skills. Wow! The audience was immediately in an uproar, and took a deep breath. Oh my god! What kind of exaggerated damage is this? The doll was also shocked. This is simply Jace's personal damage show. That's right. Miller also shouted loudly. Noob has regarded this game as his personal show. Double crushing of level and equipment. The policewoman itself has a fragile body. Although this version relies on the superimposed passive effect of the hurricane to make the policewoman a T1 presence in the bottom lane, it still needs to develop smoothly. This CLG has never gained any advantage from the beginning to the end. And the female police officer is being focused on. And there is no room for development at all. Not to mention, in this version, Jace's numerical value has not been weakened. And the explosion in the early and midterm is so high that it is unimaginable. Watching Jace flee towards the jungle, all members of CLG completely lost the idea of resistance. Finally, the game time is fixed at 21 minutes. Top didn't even fight the Baron, but took advantage of the poke system to advance in a crushing manner. after lowering the opponent's HP with Poke. Ice Girl directly E plus flash 2 super long distance displacements, forcing the group to start. The last wave directly flattened CLG's base crystal. Let us congratulate Top. They successfully defeated CLG and ushered in a good start at MSI with a near-perfect performance. Wawa also shouted excitedly. Top is telling us with practical actions that there is no need to worry about their status. They are always on top form. Chapter 131. Either they explode, or we explode? Are we going too far towards our big brothers in North America? Taking off his headphones, Candy said this, but his expression was not very caring at all. What's too much? We call it giving enough respect to our opponents. Li Hansheng waved his hand. Hurry up and shake hands. The audience at the scene did not hesitate in applauding and cheering, intertwined with the sound of cheering sticks slapping each other, and formed a huge sound wave that impacted the ears of the players. The home team should enjoy such treatment. The big brothers in North America have indeed been tortured quite a lot. Most European and American players are known for their good mentality. They are crazy about winning games, but they don't show off when they lose. But CLG is only 4 newcomers after all. After winning the championship in the league, they just wanted to go to the World Championship to compete with the strong teams in other regions. As a result, Top hit them head-on, allowing them to see the reality clearly and how big the gap between themselves and the top teams was. Lagging behind in all aspects: landing ability, operations, decision-making, team battles. Unfortunately, there was a language barrier between the two parties, and they were unable to communicate. When Darshan shook hands with Li Hansheng, he could only express his respect for Li Hansheng by giving a thumbs up. He is truly a Buddha. Li Hansheng, on the other hand, was directly pulled by the officials for an interview. MSI is an international event, and each division sends its own host for interviews. Not only Li Hansheng, but his teammates also had interview tasks. For example, Imp was taken away by the LCK people. Gao Dui was interviewed by the English stream, and Candy was interviewed by LMS. The official person who arranged to interview him was Yu Shuang, an old acquaintance. She was still dressed in a decent Xia Guohong Chongsam. She smiled and showed the line card to Li Hansheng first. When you come to the World Championships for the first time, do you feel any different? Li Hansheng smiled and said, It's okay. After all, we are competing in Shanghai, so I don't feel anything different. Fans are very curious. What is Top's expected performance at MSI this time? Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's the championship. Why participate in MSI if you don't want to win the championship? Then you might as well go back and raise pigs. Ha ha ha. Little B-boy. Who are you implying? If nothing else, the director of the Power Factory, who talks about sluts, can have a good time with brother Hansheng. What time is it open? Champion. Champion. Still the champion of TM. Defeat SKT? The audience on the sidelines also responded to Li Hansheng's domineering declaration with cheers and applause. Can you tell me your impression of SKT or Faker? Do you have the confidence to beat them? SKT is like that. We often beat them in training matches, and I often single kill Faker. Li Hansheng still said there were too many elements when he opened his mouth. After the interview, Li Hansheng returned to the backstage lounge. Everyone is doing very well. Keep up the good work. Bayaya clapped and cheered them up. It's indeed good, but you can't be careless. You yourself know the strength of the North American division. Their opponents on the road to winning the championship are definitely not them. Guihao reminded. I will try to perform well in the last game. I will take you there tonight. Eat a big meal. That's the benefit of playing at home. Players do not need to adapt to a new environment or adjust to jet lag. If you were competing abroad, Guihao would probably still be worrying about what to eat at night. At this time, the second game on the field has begun. The battle is between FW and G2, which can be regarded as a strong dialogue. After all, the strength of the two teams is about equal. It is impossible to say who is stronger. It depends on their overall performance. Xiang Rangjie. You can learn from Kasa's jungle planning. Li Hansheng pointed at the screen and teased. G2's current jungler is not Lamb, but Trick. After selecting Leopard Girl, he constantly tries to counter the jungle in an attempt to open up the situation in the jungle. But Karsa didn't give him any chance and could always avoid the opponent's attacks. Damn it! Why don't you have some shame when you say this? Candy immediately put on a B-face and cursed. How do labor and management plan the wild area? You 3 vampires. This one eats my F4 group, and the other one eats it conveniently a demon swamp frog, and then a stone man. The more Candy talks about it, the angrier he becomes. The jungler has no status at all under Top's current tactical framework. The junior position in the team is only higher than that of support. Right? Hee. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. We believe in you. Li Hansheng comforted him with a smile. Actually, it's not like Top has never designed tactics for junglers. However, Candy is very good at the team opening rhythm jungler. But he is really average at carry junglers in the jungle such as Leopard Girl and Male Spear. Therefore, in order to enrich tactical options, Bai Yueya and Gua Hao have been looking for a jungler who can operate in the jungle. Just imagine. All 3 lanes are lane monsters, and they always have lane rights. And then, there is a carry jungler like Peanut, who constantly invades the opponent's jungle. So the opponent can take the lead and win? It's just that there are relatively few such junglers in China. It also depends on the version. Before S6, the jungler was purely a tool player, and his role in the team was always that of a caregiver. That is, a factory director style of play. The jungle always changes the most every year, and the jungle has an increasing influence on the game. This also explains the current S6 carry jungler. If you want to find this kind of player, you must be a newcomer who has only started to contact League of Legends in the past 2 years. They cannot be players like Factory Director, because their game thinking and playing style are already fixed and difficult to change. Just as the two of them thought about it for a while, the situation on the field gradually became clear. After G2 lost to FW in a wave of encounters in the jungle, they were led by FW. In the end, the two sides had a fierce team battle in the Baron pit. FW won the team battle and took down the Baron, which also announced that they had won this game. A game won. FW seems pretty good, Li Hansheng praised. The middle field is good. Gao Dui also nodded. The strength of the midfielder pairing of Maple and Karsa in the S6 era is absolutely world-class. Coupled with an auxiliary snake, Betty in the ADC position is still okay. This is the confidence and capital for FW to dominate the LMS division. Unfortunately, the upper unit's crotch restriction restricted them from achieving better results in the World Championship. After the game between FW and G2, there is the game between SKT and SUP. There was nothing interesting about this game. The strength of the two sides was too disparate. No one would think that SUP could cause trouble for SKT. Not even the SUP players themselves. But, when the SKT players appeared on the stage, the audience in the LPL division still gave them warm cheers and applause. The current Faker is still a big devil. Not a tough-talking teacher to Faye. He has won 2 S games, which makes him extremely popular in the country. Even as popular as the factory director. The reaction of the audience. It is not an exaggeration to say that SKT came to their second home game to participate in the game. It is no wonder that the situation in the Busan library made the domestic audience so angry. But it's normal. Audiences in big countries have the magnanimity of big countries. But audiences in small countries can never escape the bad nature of being small-minded. TSK. TSK. Those who didn't know thought MSI was held in South Korea this year. Candy was quite envious. Mainly because I envy Faker's popularity. Being able to have such terrifying popularity around the world like Faker. No matter which country he goes to play games in, he can turn the away game into his home court. This kind of treatment is what all professional players dream of. What are you envious of? When we win 2S competition championships, we will also be able to enjoy such treatment. Ashui retorted unconvinced. Hey, you win Ba. How can it be so easy to win the S championship? Candy smiled and shook his head. Let's set a small goal first and win the MSI championship. Li Hansheng just smiled and said nothing. 2S game champions may not be able to surpass Faker's popularity. Faker's global popularity is so exaggerated not simply because he has 2S tournament championships. There are many other factors. During the S3 period, when the League of Legends began to slowly demonstrate its influence on a global scale, Faker's two-wave operation was known as the pinnacle of human control, and it also played a great role in the promotion of this game. Help! The title of Riot's biological father is not for nothing. However, when the game started, SKT's performance was very surprising. They did win, but they were very constipated. Something's wrong. Is there something wrong with SKT's condition? In the commentary box, Wawa and others who were in charge of the commentary pointed this out one after another. And as a special guest, PDD also pointed out from the perspective of a professional player. SKT's state is indeed problematic, and it doesn't play like them at all. This is good news for Top. They may face a less powerful SKT tomorrow. Indeed. But we cannot take it lightly. The Korean team's ability to adjust is also very scary. Top must not let down their guard because they think SKT is in poor condition. There are a total of 6 games on the first match day of MSI. After the first 3 games are played, the next 3 games enter the second half. The commentary booth has also changed from the Haya brothers to the combination of Ziyuan plus Wang Lauer plus Smile. And the second half started. CLG in North America seemed to have been opened up by Top, and they actually brutally beat FW. Hui's Dragon King and Stix's Policewoman used their signature tactical system. In the following match between G2 and SKT, European teams have always brought some trouble to Korean teams in the past. But this time G2 failed to protect the dignity of Europe. Facing SKT, which was still in average shape, G2 was suppressed throughout the game, especially Perks in the middle, who was suppressed by Faker in all directions. SKT gained the first day of the 2 leagues, temporarily leading the group with a score of 2-0, ranking first in the group. The last game is a showdown between Top and SUP. Finally, it's our turn. Lee Hansheng really wanted to die. What did the official think when they arranged the schedule? The first and last games. Aren't they just torturing us? Because Top waited backstage until the last show. During this period, he couldn't go out to eat or go back to the hotel to rest, so he could only wait backstage. Fortunately, I am finally getting through it now. After coming to the player bench and quickly debugging his peripherals, Lee Hansheng found that the other party seemed quite polite. Before entering the BP screen, the SUP team members took the initiative to say hello to the Top team members. I don't know who they learned from. The opinion of Nihao was typed. Very polite. But 20 minutes later, all members of SUP looked at the 0-20 scoreboard in the upper right corner with expressions of tears on their faces. It is said that it is a land of etiquette, that friendship comes first and competition comes second. Nihao, who co-wrote their opening, has gray hair. Right. Especially the top orderer with the ID of noob is the most ruthless. Lee Hansheng, who took out Raven, completed a wave of single kills in 4 minutes. After gaining the advantage, he directly turned the game into his own personal show. At level 6, you can directly use the tower to kill the opponent's top laner through operations. At 10 minutes, he used wonderful personal operations to complete a wave of 1v2 operations and successfully counterattack the opponent's top and jungle combination. It makes other people in SUP no longer dare to go on the road. But if you don't go on the road, Lee Hansheng will go to the jungle to find you. Anyway, Raven is flexible enough and can browse various walls to quickly find people in the jungle. The 2 top and jungle players of SUP were completely devastated by Lee Hansheng. The bottom lane isn't much better this time, considering that the opponent was the weakest in the group. Daily rotation was carried out in the bottom lane, because the competition system stipulated that only 1 substitute could be brought. After careful consideration, Guihao chose to bring Ashui, although Ming would also follow. Go to the scene. But you are destined to be a spectator. Ashui replaced him. Ashui directly took out his signature Draven and paired it with the green-haired Thresh. The 2 of them also started the rank mode in the bottom lane, because the opponent's jungler's attention was always on the top lane. They were not disturbed by any interference in the bottom lane. At 5 minutes, the green-haired Thresh hit the opponent's ADC with a beautiful wave of Prejudgment Q, and combined with Draven's explosion, he directly took to the first head. Top's highly entertaining offensive style caused the commentators in the European and American commentary booths to exclaim, "Oh my god! This Top team has shown a style of play that has never been seen before, especially their top laner Noob. As long as you give him a chance, he will definitely try to control you and then come to carry the game. Anyone who dares to fight with him, all the top laners he operates have become his losers. The showdown between him and Duke tomorrow will be very exciting." In the live broadcast room of Mouse Channel, a foreign live broadcast platform, it was also the first time for European and American audiences to see Top's game, and they were attracted by Top's wonderful operations. The most important thing is to dare to choose Raven. Draven. This kind of offensive and entertaining hero has always been incompatible with the professional arena. But if you dare to choose Top, you can win if you choose it, and you can also play beautifully and brilliantly. However, in the end, Top failed to complete Linglong Tower, because in the last wave of team battles, the 5 SUP players desperately charged against Ashui's Draven. Ashui also cooperated very well. This kid relied on his crushing equipment advantage to rush ahead of Lee Hansheng. I was stunned that I was forced to change by the opponent. Wow! The big Turkish brothers are not kind. Why did they kill me? Go kill brother Hansheng! After being killed in battle, Ashui was very upset and cursed. Who told you to take advantage of someone and rush faster than anyone else? Lee Hansheng rolled his eyes. The barrage was also a burst of ridicule. Just looking at the team battle position, I thought JackeyLove was the top laner. Indeed, if you like to rush forward so much, why should you play ADC or top lane? Is there a possibility that JackeyLove chose to bring his talent to the ADC position because he couldn't beat Brother Han Sheng in singles? Do you need to be so harsh on newcomers? I think Jack AI and Brother Han Sheng are a good match. Both of them can maximize their damage capabilities. Then circle Sister Shou Wei. The ADC needs to be stable and able to provide stable output. Jack loves to give out colored pins to the team. So it's okay if he gives it to a strong team. Wouldn't the team be GG? Anyway, Top finally lived up to expectations and successfully won against two weak opponents. 2-0. The two teams were tied for first place with the same points as SKT. This is in line with the overall pattern of the League of Legends professional circle. It has always been China and South Korea competing for hegemony, with the LMS and Europe acting as spoilers, and North America only being a little better than the wild card division, because the glory of foreign competition in North America is the C9 team. But C9 plays snake games every spring split, and only rises in the summer split. They are destined to be unable to come to MSI. But what's surprising this year is that North America's CLG is on the rise. But G2 has become Europe's foreign humiliation. With a score of 0-2. It ranks last with SUP in the wild card division. On the first day of MSI. Except for Europe's G2. The results of the rest of the games did not surprise many expectations. The second day's game is the highlight. In the European and American battle between G2 and CLG. There is no need to say much about the grievances between these two divisions. The China-South Korea war between Top and SKT is the highlight of the highlights. In the past few years, the only division that could pose some threat to the LCK division was the LPL. However, with the LPL's failure in the S5 World Championship, the LCK already felt like it was alone in defeat, winning the S5 Championship for 3 consecutive years. S5 turned the S5 finals into a Korean civil war. This was because teams such as Samsung were hollowed out by LPL waving checks. Let the whole world see the blood-forming ability and unparalleled dominance of LCK. Can Top represent the LPL division and challenge the LCK again? The game hasn't started yet. The debate online has already begun. They are both bad guys. And there is a gap in performance. SKT is at the end of its tether. That is, Riot follows the usual practice of focusing on the weakening of the previous championship. Why are you, SKT, not affected? Laughing. Top fans must have a good taste. How can you still feel superior by abusing food? Which champion is your top? Do you dare to put this into conflict with SKT? Really think that Li Hansheng can win the MSI championship by shouting 2 slogans? Have you asked about the Veloute, Hanza and Imcel? If you like kneeling down and licking your Korean father so much, why don't you go to Korea? Hee. Can you start personal attacks just because you can't say it? What's the use of your scolding? You let your fist confiscate SKT's championship. This is also a classic within a classic. It can only be said that the number of SKT fans in China is indeed exaggerated. Not only can you enjoy home court treatment on site, but you can also enjoy home court treatment when arguing on the internet. The game has not even started yet, but the atmosphere is already full of excitement. The next day, while on the bus, Li Hansheng was playing with his mobile phone boredly and saw that the fans in his group were very concerned. He looked at Candy, then smiled evilly and sent a message to the group. Brothers, don't worry. Today's game between us and SKT. Either they will explode or we will explode. The cliff will not let you down. Chapter 132. Brother Hansheng also does acrobatics. Brother Hansheng. Well said. I'm just annoyed by those people who shrink back when they hear their opponent is SKT. What's wrong with SKT? Didn't they earn their honor by themselves? We are all human beings. Why can't Top win honors on their own? That's right. If you only judge the strength of a team based on reputation, then why compete? Why don't we just give the championship to SKT? Sheng Bao. So domineering. Wow. I just like how confident Sheng Bao looks. Just hack SKT. Just hack them. I am fighting the elites. Li Hansheng's appearance immediately made his fan base extremely lively, and everyone's emotions were aroused by him. Wow! Li Hansheng is quite confident. In the dormitory, after a period of hard work, I have learned enough about some basic knowledge of the League of Legends professional circle. Naturally, we are also aware of the grievances between LPL and LCK. I also know the significance of this game to Top. This is not just an ordinary group match. It must be combined with the poor performance of the S5 World Championship. The LPL audience is all looking forward to Top representing the LPL to fight a great turnaround. He has always been so confident. Hwang Xian chuckled, looking at the laptop screen in front of her. The European and American battle between G2 and CLG is taking place, and the game has been going on for 10 minutes. Because he did not need to be the first to play, Top did not arrive at the sports center in advance, but planned to go to the venue at a stuck point. Then who do you think will win? When Xian looked at her with a smile, and then teased, my question seems a bit redundant? Hwang Xian rolled her eyes at her and gave her own opinion. Top and SKT have different styles. Top's style of play is mainly offensive. As long as a loophole is caught, Top will quickly expand its advantage. SKT is more accustomed to defensive counterattacks. Rather than taking the initiative, they prefer to wait for their opponents to make moves in a defensive posture. Then they will make moves again. Using their rich experience, excellent tactical execution, and always making fewer mistakes than their opponents. Times, defeat the opponent. It depends on whether Top can tear apart SKT's defense during the operational phase. Hwang Xian feels that the winner between the two sides lies in the operation stage. LPL teams often face Korean teams led by SKT, and they can have a huge advantage in the early stage, often leading by 4,000 to 5,000 gold in 15 minutes. But he just couldn't win. Instead, he was led by the management of the Korean team, and the economic gap was smoothed out bit by bit. She does not doubt that Top can have certain advantages in the landing phase, but if they want to defeat SKT, just being good in landing is not enough. I don't want to hear these analyses. Just tell me who can win. When Xian asked with a smirk, I hope Top wins. That's it. Hwang Xian simply broke the pot and said, I just support Li Hansheng. Yes. You should have said that earlier. When Xian chuckled, it would be better to be more honest. I always like to keep things in my heart. You tourists can't help but be so awkward. Go. 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 Hwang Xian, whose inner Xiao Jiujia was exposed, could only pretend to be disgusted and push Wenwenfu away, while complaining, if I had known earlier, I should have let you watch the game with Luo Feng. I can be quiet by myself. Watch quietly in the dormitory. But she didn't know that the more she behaved like this, the more Wen Xian couldn't help but want to tease her. What Li Hansheng said in the fan group was originally just to interact with fans and show his determination to win. Kan Nami Sushi, also known as Gugu, posted a screenshot of this conversation on Weibo. She didn't want to see his thoughts. She just wanted everyone to see Li Hansheng's determination to win. And she also wanted to use this to get back at the Han Zai who were trolling her on Weibo. Result? She obviously underestimated the confrontation between China and South Korea, and how exaggerated the excitement of this ordinary group stage match between Top and SKT was. In an instant, either they exploded, or we exploded, and were directly ranked in the top 10 of Weibo's hot search list. Before the two sides started fighting, fans in the entire domestic esports circle were already engaged in a fierce war of abuse on Weibo. It also allowed everyone to once again see the terrifying traffic in the emerging industry of esports, and also allowed those capitals who had nowhere to go to get a little bit of a whiff. By the time the Top team arrived at the scene, the European and American war between CLG and G2 had come to an end. Li Hansheng, who was letting the makeup artist apply makeup on him backstage, looked at the OB perspective with his peripheral vision. I just happened to see Perks make an extremely bad mistake, which led to the collapse of the team battle and completely caused G2 to lose hope of a comeback. CLG defended the glory of North America. It's a pity that we can't see the barrage on the Mao stage. Li Hansheng chuckled. Otherwise, I guess the scolding battle between Europe and the United States would be quite exciting. Hey, Lao Li, your mentality is really good. Candy cast an envious look. You are so heartless. This game is attracting so much attention. So you're not nervous? Is it useful to be nervous? Li Hansheng asked. Why are you cowardly? With your father protecting you. If Blank dares to enter your wild area, I will smash his head to death for you. TCH, you're a new recruit, and you're teaching me a lesson? Candy was so irritated by him that he immediately said angrily, Away! Be prepared. You're going to hack Faker today. He won't explode. It's us who explode. Huh? Lao Xiang, you actually stole my famous sayings from Brother Han Sheng? Shui immediately teased. When did I steal him? Candy was confused. He was just emotionally excited and said what he felt. Didn't you read Weibo? Shui handed him the phone to look at, and Candy was a little confused. However, he reacted quickly. It turns out that strong people all have the same thinking. Loudly also thinks the same as me. I am bearish on life and death. If you don't accept it, just do it. SKT is a hammer. I'm in great shape today. Let's bang it. Imp also followed suit. Guihao and Baiyue looked at each other, and were quite satisfied with the mental condition of the team members. They are quite afraid that the players will be timid before fighting. After all, this is SKT, the shadow of a famous tree. If the idea faker were to be used by ordinary players, they would feel a layer of invisible psychological pressure. Fortunately, the top mid laner is Gao Dui, a talented mid laner who is equally unruly and eager to prove himself again. And the other side. Before the SKT team takes the stage, Koma also begins to make some tactical arrangements and psychological incentives for the players in advance. Don't underestimate Top. Through training matches and videos, you all know that Top has a different style from the LPL teams we have encountered before. In the past few years, the LPL teams that participated in the World Championship were nothing more than two models. One is the brainless 4-guarantee-1 strategy of the royal family, and the other is a team like EDG that learns Korean operational play. Both styles of play are inherently flawed. The 4-guaranteed-1 tactic is prone to lack of stamina, and the tactical level is to play on the bright side, which can easily be targeted by the opponent. EDG's method. Korean operation is a tactic developed from South Korea. The Korean team has mastered the essence of operation. If you force yourself to compete with others in the system they are best at, it will only make sense if you can win. Can it be Top? Top line suppression, emphasis on ultimate offense, and most importantly, decisiveness. In the past, when LPL teams gained an advantage, they lacked decisiveness on the field. They clearly knew that they would win with a high probability of joining a team, but they were still too timid to join in. As a result, they were held back by Korean teams to close the gap. After a few training games, SKT used the same tactics they used against EDG against Top, only to find that it didn't work at all. Not to mention Top's advantage, even in a disadvantageous situation. As long as they seize the opportunity, they will decisively force a group start. However, the top 3 C position players all have excellent team fighting abilities. It made SKT very uncomfortable because their usual routine didn't work. This is why Koma has repeatedly emphasized that they cannot look at this top team from the original perspective, because they are really different from other LPL teams. The data collected in the training match is not that much. Koma looked very distressed. In this matchup, we will use what we are best at to compete with him. Houching, I will not let you change lanes in this match. Tactically, you can feel Top's landing intensity on the court, and then give me feedback after the game. I understand. Duke nodded in distress. Of the 3 lines, he faced the greatest pressure, but there was nothing he could do. This is also the way SKT always reaches the end in the World Championship. This is also an idea that the Korean LCK coaching staff likes to use. That is, when facing weak teams, we must attack hard to ensure that we can steadily win points. When facing strong teams, we must try new things to accumulate for the subsequent knockout rounds. LPL and LCK are exactly the opposite. The LPL likes to show off when facing weak teams, and hit hard against strong teams. Just look at the results. LCK's coaching ideas are undoubtedly more reasonable. Very normal. The weak team itself is not as strong as you. Just because you use cool stuff to beat the opponent does not mean that the tactics you are trying are effective. It may also be that you are simply crushing the opponent with sheer force. To be honest, the quality of the weak team is not enough to verify things at the tactical level. Only by facing a strong team can we test whether the new tactics are effective. Therefore, LCK may lose to some strong teams in the group stage, but because they score enough points against weak teams, it will not affect their subsequent qualifying. Instead, they have collected enough version information through confrontations with strong teams. On the contrary, because LPL teams like to come up with some cool stuff when facing weak teams, they sometimes overturn. As a result, if they lose against strong teams, they may not be able to qualify. Obviously, Koma still wants to use this system again. There are only 6 major MSI participating teams, and they only need to keep the top 4 in the group to appear. For SKT, appearing in the group is inevitable. So, it is necessary to prepare in advance for the knockout stage in the group stage. Those who do not plan for the overall situation are not enough to plan for a region. Soon, the staff came to the backstage and signaled both parties to come on stage. When the players from both teams appeared on the edge of the stage, the audience immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers and applause. The various sounds intertwined to form a huge sound that seemed to overturn the ceiling of the sports center. Wow! Today's focus battle is here. Su Xiaoyan, Umbrella Emperor, and Snake Brother Colin were sitting in the commentary box. No matter before or after the time travel, Li Hansheng felt very baffled by the appearance of this Snake Brother. Colin seems to have never played on behalf of the Snakes, but he has sneaked into the official commentary booth as the captain and team support of the Snakes. Indeed, SKT led by Faker is the big boss in the game copy in our eyes, and the top team represents our LPL division to try to challenge and overthrow this big boss. Colin warmed up with a smile. There is nothing wrong with what you say. SKT is the one sitting on the throne, and Top is the one that poses the most threat to them among the many challengers. Ha! Ryu, who is far away in Europe, is probably going to cry again. The Umbrella King's joke caused a burst of laughter from the audience when the players from both sides appeared on the stage. The screen above the stage used for broadcasting was playing some of the wonderful actions of the players from both sides in turn. Where there is a Faker, how can we miss the scene of double calamity? Ryu, why isn't this game cool yet? Oh, am I still playing professionally? Then forget it. If Ryu is given a bullet, I guess B will shoot and kill the melon without hesitation. Right? How come 3 years have passed, and you are still killing Ryu? The main reason is that the double calamity operation can be regarded as a classic in any era. Faker did indeed reach the limit of human beings at that moment, dodging all the skills he could avoid, and also used the displacement of the Shadow Clone to prevent Ryu from hitting the flat A. This game is very important for Top, because finishing first in the group will also be a better help in the subsequent knockout rounds. Su Xiaoyan said. The BP between the two sides has officially begun. This time SKT is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. SKT chose to ban Jess as soon as they came up. Li Hansheng's Jess was already difficult to deal with, but on the top side, Jess still has the swing attribute, and Gao Dui in the middle will also use it. Noob has done something that other top laners in LPL have not been able to do, the Umbrella King said with a sigh. We have always banned Jess, the Korean top laner, and now it is finally the Korean team's turn to take the initiative to ban our Jess. That's it. There is nothing to say about Top's backhand ban of Leopard Girl. Although the hero Leopard Girl has been weakened a lot, she is still very domineering in the wild. The best way to avoid this is to ban her. SKT's second-hand ban player was assigned to the bottom lane, and Lucian, who played well in Gushengmen, was sent to the ban position, and Top blocked the Enchantress with a backhand. Faker's Enchantress deserves a ban position. Ban people in the last resort. SKT chose to send Kindred to the ban position, and Top's backhand sent Poppy to the ban position. Rise has been released. Can Faker's Rise be released? Colin looked surprised. You need to know that this version of Rise shines on the field because Faker killed Pawn in one shot at the World Championship last year with infinite penalty stops. That's okay. Right. The Umbrella King had a different view. The bullhead is still out there. If SKT dares to steal Rise, then Top can grab the bullhead with a backhand. Although the strength of this version of Rise is at T1, it is not completely, there's no way to target it. That's right. Su Xiaoyan nodded. If the auxiliary position can get the bullhead, it can be accepted even if it can't get Rise. This is not the first time that Top has put Rise on the opponent. SKT has obviously noticed this. They seemed extremely entangled and hesitant when selecting people. In the end, Koma signaled Faker to lock down Rise. This can also be seen as a tactical attempt. Once Top cannot form an effective counterattack against Faker's Rise in this group stage, then Faker will become a fixed ban position like Li Hansheng's Jace. For SKT, in other words, the subsequent BP pressure will be greatly reduced. It's locked. Faker is locked. SKT confidently locked onto Rise, which caused a burst of exclamations from the audience. Top, on the other hand, was not to be outdone and locked in Wheel Mom plus Nyoto with their backhand. These two heroes are both T1 choices in their respective positions, especially Wheel Mom, since W can cause critical damage to subsequent targets. The selection rate has remained high. Moreover, Wheel Mom can be like Easy, a hero who can develop alone in the bottom lane and free up assists to roam. This transaction is not a loss. The Umbrella Emperor chuckled. I even think Top is a bit profitable. SKT's subsequent choice is Easy plus Braum. Bang Zeril is very confident in his Easy, and is confident that it can carry the game. But they will also face the same problem as EDG in the spring finals. Easy plus Rise. This double C was so weak before Tears of the Goddess took shape. The Umbrella King frowned. Is SKT so confident in its own operational capabilities? Are they really not afraid that Top will catch them in their weak period? Open up the situation? Maybe this is the big devil's confidence. Easy plus Brown are not very afraid of the combination of Wheel Mother plus Bullhead. And Top's backhand lock the Excavator plus Snake Girl. Heroes such as Snake and Clockwork are all choices to counter Rise. It's just that the latter takes advantage of her long hands. While Snake is not afraid of standing up to Rise. Both of them are also leaders in standing up magic machine guns. Snake Girl's output frequency is more exaggerated than Rise's. And her stance output ability is also more terrifying than Rise's. Wei Shen is so brave. He's going to compete with Faker. Su Xiaoyan's voice was much louder. I just want to hack Faker. What are you afraid of him doing? Go. 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 Top is for me to kill. This guy is the Wutian I know. He takes life and death lightly, and will do whatever he doesn't want. Koma thought for a moment, and then made a suggestion. The jungle position is undoubtedly the best solution for the remaining male gun. And the top order position. Without Poppy, big trees are the best choice. For now. The middle and lower double CS of top are all heroes with no displacement, and not too long hands. The big trees TP can give these heroes a great deterrent. And the big trees group AoE damage reduction effect is also very effective. The only question is, can Duke handle it? Houching. Use the big tree to resist the pressure. Can you withstand the pressure? Koma asked. In fact, Korean coaches do not just stick to their words when selecting players. They also consider the player's feelings. Duke took a deep breath and nodded slowly. I can do it. Okay. Koma signaled. Then lock it. SKT directly selected the male gun plus big tree. This is also a lineup that is very consistent with the version. And all aspects have been taken into consideration. Everyone is looking forward to what kind of hero Li Hansheng will choose to deal with the big tree. Nusha? Swordswoman? However, the next second everyone was shocked. Chapter 133 Ming, is the psychology teacher? Oh my god! The Umbrella King in the commentary box cosplayed a wave of dolls perfectly, and shouted in surprise. Top! Are you serious? Su Xiaoyan was also in disbelief. There was even a burst of unbelievable exclamations from the European, American and LCK commentary booths. Because, in the picture, the last choice in top is actually the Tsar. Which one is the Tsar mid laner or the Snake Lady mid laner? Is it possible that the Tsar is on the road? It's not like the Snake Lady is on the lane. Colin babbled for a while, but couldn't explain the reason. And you can't blame him. It was really that Top's selection was too outrageous. And it was beyond his scope of knowledge. If I really have to choose one, I think it should be the Tsar top laner. At least he has one-hand movement. The Snake Girl is so bulky. Can't the big tree plus male gun on the opposite side be used to catch it without thinking? Su Xiaoyan gave a seemingly reasonable answer. Explanation of. SKT was also so confused by Top's final selection that Koma immediately looked at the referee on the side, thinking that there might be some malfunction during Top's selection. But the referee never responded. On the contrary, after a series of substitutions on the top side, the answer was finally revealed. Huh? The Umbrella King made a long tail sound to express his inner surprise. Is she really a Snake Girl? The scene was suddenly in an uproar, and the faces of the audience were full of astonishment. Compared with Brother Hansheng, Brother Xingqiang is so normal. I think Brother Hansheng is the acrobatic brother in the top lane. Can the Snake Girl also go up? Let me tell you some popular science. What kind of trick is this? I am 20 centimeters taller. Thank you for inviting me. This is not a discussion. If you are a simple noob and want to show off, you will probably suffer a lot. Snake Girl is not as cumbersome as the displacement. Isn't hitting the big tree in vain? If I were blank, I would just live on the road. The lineup can be down to earth, but it doesn't let you go straight to the underworld. Right? What kind of underworld lineup is this? White Crescent Moon is getting sick again. Right? Can't we adjust the lineup of Yang Jian? Have to say, the lineup of top really confused everyone except them. And it undoubtedly made the topic of this focused battle sore. The lineups of both sides were officially determined. SKT is on the blue side, and top is on the red side. On the road, Dashu versus Snake Girl. Jungler, Male Gun versus Excavator. Middle lane, Rise versus Tsar. Bottom lane, Easy plus Brown versus Wheel Mom plus Bullhead. Although top's lineup has a lot of black technology, it will not have much impact on the experienced SKT people. Koma patted Faker on the shoulder and told him, just play the game at our own pace, and don't be fooled by the opponents. BP interferes with his own thinking. Bai Yuya also patted Li Hansheng on the shoulder. Don't be stressed. No matter how strong SKT is, it still has the debuff of the championship. Moreover, the top jungler has not yet adjusted well with the team. They are not that perfect. As long as we can perform stably, we can beat them. Don't get ahead of yourself. Killing Faker alone sounds good. But if you can't win the game in the end, it's all in vain. What we pursue is to win the game. After the coaches from both sides finished their instructions, they came to the center of the stage to shake hands and greet each other. After a short video, the ding-ding-ding signal sounded first, reminding the audience that the exciting confrontation between the two sides was about to begin. Is SKT going to invade? They probably want to play a lane-changing game to let the game rhythm enter their most comfortable operating rhythm. Right. Colin's thinking is based on common sense. There is no problem in the lane-changing game. The test of the lane-changing game is the team's resource replacement, as well as understanding of military lines. These can be generally attributed to operational capabilities. During this period, the operational capabilities of any Korean team were at a level unreachable by other divisions. SKT gave him a loud slap in the face with reality. Judging from the lineups of both sides, the first level team fighting ability of SKT's lineup can push top to the ground and rub it. But they have no idea of setting up a line of sight at all. They just simply leave a vision in top's blue buff area. The purpose is just to determine the excavator's clearing route. SKT wants to line up normally. Candy felt very surprised. After all, in the training matches of both sides, SKT would basically pursue lane changes. Normal. Lee Hansheng understood somewhat. They wanted to test us, so they faced us normally. SKT is actually taking the initiative to jump out of its comfort zone. SKT is naturally better at lane switching games, but they cannot guarantee that they will be able to successfully switch lanes at the beginning of every game. Once path dependence is formed in lane switching games, it is very likely that they will face normal matchups. Sometimes, there will be discomfort, and normal games can often collect more useful information. An ordinary group match is treated like this. It's no wonder that SKT can withstand the champion's debuff. Brother Houching, please hold still first, and I will find an opportunity to help you relieve the pressure on the line. Duke nodded after hearing this. Even though his jungler said so, he still felt huge pressure. After all, we have suffered enough in training matches. In terms of landing ability alone, Duke considers himself to be very strong. There are not many players who can put pressure on him during the landing phase, such as Someday, Sam, and there is also a little devil named the Shy. Even Marin is not afraid of him. If Marin had not had a group of stronger teammates in S5, Duke would not lose to Marin. But after coming to MSI, he found another person who could create huge pressure on him. And that was Lee Hansheng. The pressure was already huge, and the opponent also took out a black technology hero. Duke was already under double pressure before the match officially started. Following the soldiers to the line, Duke's position was very vigilant. He did not approach the grass rashly, but chose to stand closer to the river. But a few seconds later, the snake girl walked out of the grass in the back, making Duke's previous actions look like another battle of wits with the air. Li Hanxing did not move oppressively. Even when Dashu came forward to use Q to supplement the melee soldiers, he did not try to consume them. The sudden change in style made Duke a little uncomfortable, but it was undoubtedly good news for him. But immediately, he experienced what is called a 2-level reversal. The moment she rushed to level 2, the originally gentle snake girl style suddenly changed. Duke retreated in time, but Li Hansheng still used a little anticipation to hit the big tree with Q, pesticide explosion, at the most extreme distance. The big tree was poisoned, and he also received a significant acceleration effect. He twisted his body, and quickly chased after him. Superior. Snake can become a spell machine gun as famous as Rise because of E Twin Fangs, which has a 0.75 second cooldown reduction. It is faster than normal attack in the early stage, and as long as the enemy is in the poison state, Snake's E will cause additional magic damage and restore a certain amount of its own health. The main thing is, Snake's E has a range of 700 yards, which is 50 yards higher than the policewoman with the longest hands in League of Legends. AE. Every time Li Hansheng uses his E skill, he will follow it up with a basic attack. The rhythm is extremely smooth and he will trigger Storm Knight Surge very quickly. You must bring TP when walking on the road, and Snake Girl must bring Flash even if she does not have the displacement skill. If she cannot bring Sprint, she must choose Wind Rider as her talent to increase her ability to pull kites. It stands to reason that Snake Girl's pursuit across the soldier line will inevitably attract the concentrated fire of the soldiers. But even so, Duke didn't dare to turn around and fight back. No matter how cumbersome Snake Girl was, she was still a long-range hero. And with Li Hanqing's control, he could pull her to death repeatedly without letting him touch her by taking advantage of her range and movement speed. More importantly, the Snake Girl can really kill him. He must now concentrate on avoiding the next Q shot. As long as he is not in the poison state, Snake Girl's E damage will become very low. Therefore, Snake Girl is a hero who particularly suffers from Q skill hit rate. Snake Girl's Q is not instant and needs to be predicted. And the opponent is not just a wooden stake just standing there stupidly. But Li Hanqing's second Q hit accurately. He predicted that Duke would turn around and move away. And so did the opponent. If Duke had chosen the upright straight escape, he really wouldn't have succeeded. The second Q shot hit, and Li Hanqing continued to pursue, pushing the big tree back to the defense tower, causing the big tree to lose half of its health. And Snake Girl's own mana level is about to bottom out. Before making Tears of the Goddess, Snake Girl was still not suitable for frequent use of skills. But it's still a bloody profit. During the landing phase, exchanging mana for blood is a sure profit deal. If you have full health but no blue, you can continue to develop online. But if you have full blue but no health, you must go home. It's coming! It's coming! Classic noob-style landing suppression. The Umbrella King shouted excitedly. This is the strength of our LPL's strongest top laner. Such fierce offensive suppression aroused cheers and screams from the audience. The charm of home field advantage was fully reflected at this moment. You don't even need to kill alone. Even if it's just a simple skill hit, you can have fans cheering for you. Even in the early landing phase, Faker would habitually cut the screen to observe the situation on other lanes, and saw that the big tree on the top lane had lost most of its health. He was stunned and reminded, "Be careful where you move. As long as you twist off Snake Girl's Q, she won't pose any threat to you." Duke just smiled bitterly and said nothing. The landing in League of Legends can be summed up in one sentence. Twist away the opponent's skills and let your skills hit them at the same time. It's easy to say, but easier said than done? It is inevitable that the sword and experience will be used on the road. But for a fantasy hero like Dashu, this level of backwardness is nothing at all. And it is completely within the acceptable range. All it takes is a jungle attack to catch Snake Girl to death or drive her home. And then all the advantages Snake Girl has gained before will be wiped out. Li Hanqing did not waste every opportunity to consume his opponents. As long as he could find an opportunity, he would not hesitate to use skills to lower the tree's health line. Fortunately, Dashu has the strongest recovery ability among the three Phantom Gods. If it were other heroes who were so consumed, they would not be able to stand on the line. Excessive suppression will inevitably cause the line to be pushed. And your own position will also become forward as the position of the army line is pushed forward, which will also give the opponent jungle opportunities. Brother Houching, have you done your work on the road? After Blank reached the top half, he immediately asked Duke for feedback. I don't know. He went to the river once. Duke did not give an accurate answer, mainly because during the previous team review, Koma specifically emphasized that Li Hanqing is a player who likes to play psychological warfare. Sometimes he will choose to go to the river to pretend to have vision to deceive the opponent, such as when facing RNG in the playoffs. I use this trick. The team members are specifically told to pay attention to this. I'll give it a try later. Blank hesitated for a moment before deciding to go on the road. After getting the double buffs and reaching level 3, the male gun went straight to the road, diving into the grass on the line. The Snake Girl on the line immediately turned around. This allowed Blank and Duke to judge that there was a field of vision in the grass in the river. But then the Snake Girl immediately turned around again, and her position became extremely arrogant, taking the initiative to enter the range of the big tree's Flash W, and seemed to be completely unafraid of being attacked by the big tree. Flash W is forced to open normally. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Is it possible that the excavator is squatting in the back? Blank began to make various guesses. If he could have a god's perspective at this time, he would be surprised to find that the excavator is not in the upper part of the map at all. Because although Candy starts from the blue buff in the lower half, he goes straight to the red buff after finishing the blue buff, then goes to F4, and then returns to the lower half. The entire upper half of top is completely shorted. It's possible that the Snake Girl turned back just now, but immediately ran back, obviously trying to seduce us. The more Blank thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was very reasonable, and the logic could form a closed loop. Impeccable. Li Hanqing is the core of the top team, and he is an easy-to-catch hero like Snake. It is normal for the jungler to lean towards the top lane in the first wave and crouch for protection. Moreover, the view of SKT's invasion of the jungle layout at the beginning also shows that the excavator is brushing from bottom to top. In fact, the grass on the river on the road did have Li Hanqing's field of vision. The reason why he made the confusing operation of turning around and looking back was to give Blank the illusion that someone was squatting behind him. Why did he dare to do this? Because he knows the player Blank. Blank is a typical Korean jungler, focusing on brushing the jungle and controlling vision. To put it nicely, he always makes the optimal solution based on the vision information he has obtained on the field. To put it badly, he is a formula jungler with rigid thinking. He will not do anything extraordinary. That is, he will not make risky operations. As for this wave of ganks on the road, with Blank's vision information, he has to bear the risk of being counter-crouched. So Blank will not attack. Psychological games are also a type of landing skills. This is a game based on the understanding of the enemy player's personality and game thinking. The more Li Hanqing pretends to be like him, the more afraid he will be. Out of fear, he will give up this wave of ganks and choose to return to the jungle to develop more safely. In fact, Li Hanqing also depends on others. If the opponent is someone like MLXG or Peanut, he will definitely not take this risk. Because these two people don't care whether you do reverse squats or not. Just an iron-headed boy. Just gank you. Or you'll get counter-crouched in the worst case. So we'll fight for control. As a time traveler, Li Hanqing not only has an understanding of the game version that transcends the timeline, but also an understanding of opponents who have never met before. Just like playing EDG. If you have the advantage, even if the factory manager is standing next to him, Li Hanqing will dare to dance in his face and make crazy remarks. Because the factory manager will most likely not dare to start a group. The factory director is good at killing. And it is also because of frequent matches in the league that he has a good understanding of the game habits of domestic opponents, so that he can make wise choices. But in the international arena, there are opponents who have never met before, and everyone has different playing habits. Simply watching videos cannot give you a thorough understanding of a player's gaming style and habits. So, when it comes to international competitions, the factory manager's usual practice of killing him off doesn't work anymore. The scene of the male gunman crouching in the bushes, battling wits, with the air caused a burst of laughter in the audience. "What is Blank doing?" Colin gloated. "Does he think someone is squatting behind him? Wow, Noob is really bold." Su Xiaoyan secretly smacked her tongue. "Is he really not afraid of Duke's big tree flashing to strike first? If you weren't bold, you wouldn't be a noob." The Umbrella Emperor sighed. "If it really doesn't work, please invite Chicken Master back. Is Xiaohei pulling his hips like this? Didn't stupid Chicken tell Xiaohei that the middle laner is his father, and he has to catch the middle laner? MD, everyone in the Silver Division knows that this situation must be caught. What is this Blank thinking? So when it comes to saying that a fool defeats a master, Blank simply thinks too much." However, Li Hanqing's goal was not simply to force back Blank's wave. If you just want Blank to waste some time on the road, there is no need for him to put so much thought into it. His real purpose has another one. That is to cooperate with Candy, to create the illusion that the excavator is on the road. While Blank retreated to the jungle, he also fed back a message to his teammates. "The excavator is most likely on the top, and the bottom lane can arrange its vision in the early 4 minutes. Okay." Wolf nodded. The wards of the ADC and auxiliary in the bottom lane should be staggered. The auxiliary is placed at the beginning to prevent the excavator from brushing the 3 groups of wild monsters in the lower half of the area, and the ADC is placed later to prevent the excavator from brushing the first group of wild monsters. After the monster returns home, go directly to the bottom lane. After all, the excavator starts from the lower half of the area, and the second group of wild monsters also start from the lower half of the area. This is also the reason why it is becoming more and more difficult for junglers to do things after everyone's understanding of the game has improved. Because anyone with some understanding of the game can control the high probability activities of the opponent's jungler through the refresh rules of wild monsters in the jungle area. In this situation, being surprised can greatly improve your gank success rate. Because of Blank's error message, SKT's bottom lane failed to go to the river to lay out its vision immediately. Link after link. Candy gets a valuable opportunity. Candy came to the bottom lane, and we can see that SKT's bottom lane does not have any vision. Bang and Wolf still don't know it at this time. The Umbrella King's voice dropped a little, as if he was afraid that speaking too loudly would cause harm. Candy's whereabouts are exposed. However, SKT's bottom lane is completely unknown. The acting skills of Imp and Lu Mao were very good, and they didn't make Bang and Wolf alert enough at all. The cow is on its head. When Lu Mao started to act, The Umbrella Emperor's volume suddenly increased. Chapter 134 Reverse or Flash. Stop the game! The cow is on its head! Following the Umbrella Emperor's shout, Lu Mao did indeed get on. In order to cooperate with the excavator's gank, Top's bottom lane did not deliberately push the lane, and the troop lane was always maintained slightly close to the midline. Imp deliberately used a flaw to lure Bang forward to draw A and connect W to consume himself, just giving him the distance to the bullhead W. Seeing the bullheaded W rushing towards him, Bang showed extraordinary concentration and reaction ability. Hand over E Arcane Leap to circumvent the control of the bullhead. Can. Buzz. Lu Mao predicted that he was going to cross E from behind to gain distance. So Lu Mao did not just do a simple WQ double combo, but a WQ flash. The bull's head came to the easy that was handing over the displacement like a gangrene attached to the bone. And the bull's hooves hit hard slam the ground to send the little yellow hair flying into the air, and immediately set it on fire. And a black hole appeared under Easy's feet, which was the tunnel of the excavator. Buzz. Due to the distance between Easy and E, Brown was unable to get close immediately. Wolf could only flash plus W and move in front of Easy to raise his shield in an attempt to confiscate the damage from Wheel Mom. However, Zhu Shengmin was not in a hurry to deal damage. He just chased forward quickly, facing the Q thrown by Brown with his shield raised. He used his E magic shield to offset it to avoid being slowed down. He only started to close the distance on foot, drawing A. But Braun confiscated all drawing A. The excavator used E to get to Easy's feet, and then used W, Earth Break, to knock Easy into the air. After opening Q, he quickly hit the triple claw attack to accumulate red rage, and then turned to E to deal huge real damage. Although he was weak, influence, but still combined with the damage and ignition of the bullhead, the two of them reduced Easy's health to less than half health. The output seems a bit insufficient. The Umbrella King frowned. Wolf's reaction was too fast. Brown raised his shield to offset all the damage from Wheel Mom, and also weaken the excavator. Bang flashed directly to open the distance. Imp followed by Flash. AW followed by Q. Zhu Shengmin showed the strength of the S-Game champion ADC. His thinking was very clear. The source of damage in the early stage of Wheel Mom was relying on Q's back and forth damage. If you want to kill Easy in this wave, his Q must deal full damage. But Brown will definitely raise his shield to block the skill if he stands in front of him. So he didn't rush to throw away skills, but waited until Braun's shield raising ended. Immediately follow with a flash of AW to level it with 2 quick shots. And then use Q. There is no other target unit to block the two. The 2 stages of damage from Wheel Mother's Q are terrifying. Bang no longer had any room to move and dodge, so he could only hit the wheel with 2 QS, which did just enough damage to kill him. First Blood. The first blood was collected by Imp. Nice! First blood is born. Top takes the lead in opening up the situation. The Umbrella King shouted excitedly. Wow! Candy's rhythm is so clever! Colin also praised. Actually, this also comes from Noob on the road. I'm not exaggerating. Noob created a kind of digging for SKT through his superb acting skills. The illusion that the machine was squatting on the top lane caused SKT to misjudge the position of the excavator. The fans watching the game immediately screamed with excitement. In the official domestic live broadcast room, the barrage also flooded the screen. Xingbao's acting skills are so good. I owe you an Oscar. I'm coming. Top's move is so hard to try. Candy's opportunity search was also very good. And Poo Poo's thinking was also very clear. I want to praise Lu Mao. This wave of prejudged WQ flashes. Xia Shui. Killing Easy means you have given up all your skills. Even if Brown is surrounded by the crowd. Top has no extra skills to kill him, and can only watch Brown run back to the tower. Looking at Xiao Huang Mao's body at his feet, Lu Mao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he made the prejudgment operation of flashing, he was also worried that if he failed and lost all his skills, he would inevitably suffer in such a focused battle. Disgraced. Fortunately, Bang was killed and Bang did not escape their grasp. The hanging heart finally subsided. For players who have never experienced a big scene, this experience is growth. It's like after experiencing this thing for the first time, you will become more and more skilled when encountering similar situations again in the future. As soon as you raise your hand, you will know whether the other party wants to change posture or something. Brothers, what? This wave of predictions is so handsome! Li Hansheng, who was far away on the top lane, saw everything happening on the bottom lane through the screen cut, and immediately praised him. Being a teammate with so many operating monsters, you have to learn both skills. Right. Lu Mao laughed with relief. I can't keep dragging you back. You're handsome. Imp also encouraged his partner with louder voices. I think your skills are no worse than Mata's. Gu Xiaobin is obviously changing the concept secretly. Mata has never been good at operations. In the early years at Ojian, he was even known as South Korea's Sun Yeo because he often went short. But such compliments made Lu Mao very happy. He immediately laughed and said, Then hack them! SKT has nothing to be afraid of. Hack SKT! The top team that got first blood is full of morale. On SKT's side, Bang didn't say anything after he was killed. Instead, his partner Wolf said, It's okay. We just need to hold on. The opponent's AD and support didn't flash. Faker remained expressionless and spoke calmly. This disadvantage is nothing. Don't let it disturb your mentality. Even if a blood is given, they won't feel anything. This level of disadvantage is nothing to SKT. And they have even become accustomed to this kind of disadvantage start, which is nothing more than a slight resistance to pressure in the early stage. By the time the lane changes and team battles begin in the middle of the game, they are confident that they will be able to even out their disadvantage or even overtake them. That being said, Blank can't have a stable mentality like some big brothers. After all, as a jungler, if the team starts at a disadvantage, he will definitely take the blame. And he was caught in the bottom lane. A large part of the reason is that he fed back wrong information to his teammates, causing them to make wrong judgments. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous and unbalanced. This was also his biggest problem. His slightly fragile psychological endurance made him unable to cope with the huge pressure brought by such a focused battle. Anxious to do something, he set his sights on the bottom lane, and happened to go out to brush the second group of wild monsters and gank along the way. After all, neither Wheel Mom nor Bullhead is flashed, so his gank success rate will be greatly improved. Brothers Iwan, if you capture the bottom lane, can you keep someone? Blank communicated with Wolf in advance while brushing the stone men. You can keep it, but don't be greedy. Mother Wheel may not be able to kill it, so just kill the cow head. Wolf thought for a moment and then gave a signal to the cow head. Okay, I'm here. Because he just came out of the house. Wolf also added a round of vision, especially placing a real eye in the triangular grass of his house to ensure that the male gunman would not be discovered when he came over. The position of the army line is still okay, and it is a golden opportunity. The new wave of army lines has artillery soldiers. The bullhead is a sacred object when going out. I deliberately left a bead just to eat the artillery soldiers. After all, this is one of the biggest sources of income during the auxiliary landing phase. Blank came to the bottom lane, and they seemed to be planning to attack Will Mom and Yodo, who didn't flash. The Umbrella King's tone became nervous when he spoke. Almeo seems to be repairing the artillery truck. It's dangerous. The moment he saw the bull's head coming forward, the wolf moved. Brown jumped directly in front of his artillery soldier with W. The moment Yodo made a flat A motion and paused on the spot, he directly Q shot and slowed down while adding a layer of passive. Easy came up to AWAQ immediately, and the male gun also came out from the direction of the river. Yodo was knocked unconscious immediately. The male gun didn't want to have long nights and dreams, and even flashed over to deal damage at the first time, trying to kill Yodo. However, this time the wolf chose weakness. Braum itself is a hero that mainly focuses on protection and counter-opening. His strong opening ability in the landing phase is also insufficient, which is incompatible with Ignite, a summoner skill used for offense. The Mother of the Wheel directly gave the treatment to raise the bloodline of the bullhead, helping the bullhead to accelerate and distance itself, and then used herself as a human wall to help the bullhead block Easy's Q and the male gun's flat A, and also used magic to avoid details. The shield blocked Braum's second Q. The two of them barely escaped death. Wow! What a show by him! Umbrella King was also a professional ADC, and he knows this kind of bottom lane coordination all too well. SKT's damage and control are not enough to kill Yodo. The audience did not hesitate in their cheers and applause. Bang is just a Lanzi. Who knew you when Poo-Poo became famous? I can only say that there is also a gap between champion AD. At this time, the unattended top lane has silently widened the CS gap to 10 knives. The gank on the bottom lane failed, and Xiaohei ran back to the jungle. He knew that after his whereabouts were exposed, Top would definitely fight back. He quickly reminded, Brother Xianhe, Brother Haoqing, be careful. The faker in the middle doesn't really care. Rise has a hard time fighting the Tsar in the early stage, and will be pushed out of the lane all the time. The worst he can do is double Q with the defense tower. The Tsar plus Excavator really can't forcefully jump over the tower to kill Rise in the early stage. Duke on the road was not at all uncomfortable. He had long been forced to flash by Li Hansheng. After Li Hansheng hit 850. He immediately went home to buy Tears of the Goddess, and then TP came back to continue suppressing. With Tears of the Goddess, Li Hansheng can finally use his skills without worrying about his blue bar bottoming out after completing a set of skills. The big tree can indeed withstand pressure. All basic values are very solid. And the super high panel attack power and attack speed allow the big tree to be very calm when the tower is under the tower. But the question is, will Li Hansheng sit back and watch his steady tower development? There is everything in the dream. Dashu's bulky body can often become the team's most solid front row in team battles, allowing the C position in the team to find a comfortable position under his own crotch to do crazy output. But now in the landing phase, it has become a burden. Whether it is a basic attack to hit the target or a skill to hit the target, Li Hansheng will stand still and pause for a moment. Li Hansheng can always cleverly seize the second when Duke pauses and directly attack with Q, Plague Explosion. First holding the poison, and then using E, Twin Fangs, shows what the power of the magic machine gun is. That is to say, Big Tree's passive, element-absorbing secret technique is too buggy. It is charged in a similar way to Kassadin's E skill. Every time the enemy uses the skill, it can provide 1 layer. After 5 layers, Big Tree's the next flat A will restore a percentage of health. Snake Girl is a hero who uses skills very frequently, but it actually makes it easier for Big Tree to trigger her passive. But even so, Dashu could still barely maintain half of his health under the tower. Seeing that the supplies were about to be used up, Duke felt very sad. He has already used TP once, and there is no second TP to call him back at this time. Moreover, if your own male gun shows up in the bottom lane, the opponent's jungler will most likely come to cause trouble. Fortunately, Duke remembers that the excavator started in the lower half. So at this time, the excavator has most likely just finished dealing with the monsters in the lower half and is on its way to the upper half. The jungle routes of both sides should be the same. But actually, Candy's jungle clearing route is blue buff, red buff, F4, and then runs back to the bottom lane for a wave of gank. After the gank is successful, he controls the river crabs in the lower river, and then clears out the first group of demon swamp frogs and 3 wolves. Go home. Therefore, the first time the excavator goes home is not to go down in the conventional sense, but to go straight to the road. When the male gun went to the bottom lane to gank, the excavator was farming stone men on it. With a tacit understanding established since the spring split, both sides did not need to speak. Li Hansheng naturally chose to push the lane forcefully, and then began to lower the health of the tree. And Candy headed straight for the road? Duke has been pinned under the tower, and has no chance to lay out his vision. There is no vision in the upper half of SKT. There is only one vision left by Faker in the Sharpville camp. Colin has already felt the emotion shown by Top Winnow, with murderous intent. Realizing that there might be an explosion of people on the field, he immediately became louder. The excavator has penetrated into the triangular grass behind the first tower on the upper road, and Duke has no idea at all. The Umbrella King also shouted excitedly. The audience at the scene seemed to be top-notch domineering, predicting the future, announcing Duke's death in advance, and began to shout excitedly in celebration. When he saw the figure of the excavator suddenly appearing behind him, Duke's heart dropped. But he did not give up the operation. He used E to throw a tree sun at his feet, and quickly tied A to Q in an attempt to quickly clear the tower's bottom line of troops, while the most precious W was held in his hand. The big tree's W can have 3 effects: displacement, evasion skills, and immobilization control. Duke was still thinking about how to deal with this wave, and the excavator crawling underground had already arrived at his feet. Candy wouldn't push him hard. W, Earth Break, will knock the big tree directly into the air. Candy! A perfect first move. And Noob also keeps up with the damage. The damage done by the two of them is terrifying. In fact, the current version of Snake Girl has not been revised. Even if the tree stands in W, it can still use the displacement skill. Snake Girl's W makes people unable to move, which is an update in version 6.9. Duke still can't operate it. The condition is too bad. With half health under the tower, he could barely survive against the Snake Girl. The arrival of the excavator filled in the few damage gaps that the Snake Girl was missing, and it was a natural thing for the big tree to fall. The big tree fell to the ground with a trace of blood, and he quickly used W to trap the excavator in place with the old tree roots. But the big tree couldn't even flash out, and the Snake Girl had already killed it. Success! Candy's timely arrival saved Noob's HP suppression during the landing phase. The Umbrella King shouted excitedly. Top continues to expand its advantage. But we also need to be clear that Top's opponent is SKT. This is a team that is extremely good at comebacks. For Top, the real test has not yet come. Colin did not forget to pour cold water on the audience. But this does not prevent the audience from having fun at this time. At this time, Blank arrived late. But Candy had already powerfully countered the fresh frog concubine under the cover of Li Hansheng. There is nothing Blank can do about this. The big tree had just resurrected from the spring, and Rise was pinned under the tower by the Tsar. No one could support him. He could only watch helplessly as his frog concubine was ravaged by the two Top Winnow duo. The real husband is currently guilty. The entire SKT has no rhythm at all from the beginning to now, and is completely led by Top. Backstage, Koma looked at the situation on the field without any change in his expression. He just kept writing in his notebook with his hand holding the water-based pen. A cursory glance can tell you the general content above. Try to ensure that Duke gets the balance of power, or the hero, with the advantage in the BP stage during the BP stage, and guard against the Top's attacks in the east and west. In many cases, the top lane is not the Top's main attack point. These are all issues summarized during the game on the field. Top's landing is really strong. Benji, who was sitting next to Koma, couldn't help but sigh. Their early offensive pressure felt like rockstagers. Indeed, it's hard for Koma to disagree. But he is not in a hurry. Let's take a look at the midterm operations. There are very few teams that can defeat SKT purely through landing. Suppressing SKT in landing is only a prerequisite for defeating SKT. To truly defeat SKT, the operation of the midterm lane transition and the handling of the sidelines are required. It is the top priority. SKT played very hard. Su Xiaoyan said. It feels like they can't do anything. It's normal. The Umbrella King explained. The third line has no line rights. And the jungle is also at a disadvantage. Which means that the fourth line is completely inferior. That means SKT can still be stable. But if it were any other team, it would have collapsed long ago. SKT's third line is indeed lagging behind now. Originally, the male gunner could use gank in the early stage to help relieve the pressure on the line. But Blank failed. This has led to the current situation. Sensing the restlessness of the younger brother next to him, Faker took the initiative to speak. Don't be anxious. Arrange your field of view. If they have an advantage, they will definitely rush to attack. There will always be flaws. Faker has this confidence. When LPL teams face SKT, they will appear very frizzy. They want to immediately expand their advantages if they have an advantage in the landing phase. The ultimate reason is that no one dares to play midterm operations with SKT and compete in late-stage team battles. I always want to beat SKT in the landing phase. After all, there are too many cases where the team starts with a few thousand gold lead, only to be dragged by SKT into a late comeback. This is just like how many teams want to avoid normal landing with Top, when you don't even have the courage to compete with others. Many decisions can actually be easily known in advance. Let's set up the view first. Almost every Korean team regards vision arrangement as a required course for the team, and SKT is no exception. But in the next 2 minutes, Top didn't rush to do anything. On the contrary, to Faker's expectation, Top didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack and expand its advantage. It seemed that Top was not afraid of playing tricks with them at all. Interesting. Instead, Top started operating. Candy first used the lane rights of the middle and upper lanes to forcefully invade the jungle. He originally wanted to give the blue buff to Li Hansheng, but Blank forced him to fight for punishment. And he could only use punishment to kill the blue buff. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, just don't let Rise get it. If you can't get the second blue buff, the speed of Rise's Tears of the Goddess will be affected, thus delaying Rise's strong period. Li Hansheng, who was on the road, did not always play with Dashu online. After making the 3-speed shoes, he began to frequently lean towards the middle. Right. Snake girls in version 6.8 can also buy shoes. Maybe it's because I think the snake-shaped lower body can actually wear shoes is not cool at all. In the small-scale redesign of Snake Girl in version 6.9, Riot simply made Snake Girl unable to buy shoes at all. The casting star Dragon King was very pleased with this. Li Hansheng came to the middle without trying to kill Faker. He just wanted to interfere with his development and disgust him. If he found an opportunity, he wouldn't even mind suppressing a wave of Faker's health. Faker originally wanted to do something with his unrhythmic blank, but the blue buff was countered, and he was countered in the lane. The Snake Girl would come to the middle to disgust him from time to time, and he really couldn't move. The middle and jungle are all blocked, and SKT naturally lacks enough rhythm points. Wolf plays Brown. and its roaming ability is also limited. And Li Hanqing's frequent wandering finally paid off. At 8 minutes, Li Hanqing walked to the middle again and cooperated with the Tsar to lower Rise's health, directly forcing Rise to sprint and beat him home. A large wave of soldiers is about to enter the tower, and Blank's mail gun can only come to the middle to collect the wave. Top's offensive rhythm started again. The Tsar brought TP, since he had an advantage in the lane. The Tsar never used up his TP. Now it finally comes in handy. The excavator has already arrived in the bottom lane. Rise is in the spring, and the mail gun is in the middle lane. The excavator was the first wave of ganks on the bottom lane in more than 3 minutes. Therefore, Easy and Brahm's flashes still have the last 10 seconds to improve. More importantly, the experience loss caused by death and the loss of life experience have made the Wheel Mother have reached level 6 first. And SKT's bottom lane the duo is still double level 5. The excavator used E to enter the second half of SKT from Xiaolongking. The popular buff area came with a wave of ultimate backup. After inserting the vision, the Tsar in the fountain directly chooses the TP bottom lane. It's coming! Top's attack is coming! Listening to the roar of the Wheel Mother and activating the ultimate move, Bang and Wolf knew that things were not simple. But when the excavator and the Tsar appeared behind them, the two of them suddenly despaired. Nyoto WQ forced out Easy C's skill, ignited it, and successfully attracted the defensive hatred. And Tsar followed up with R with a beautiful wave of WEQ. The forbidden wall directly pushed back Easy and Brown. Although the equipment of the top double C is not very good now, and the instantaneous burst damage is not high, it cannot hold up a large number of people. The four of them killed Bang under the tower without giving him any room to operate. Wolf didn't get any better, and quickly went to accompany his good partner. Kill SKT's bottom lane again! Top continues to steadily expand its advantage. The Umbrella King suppressed the excitement in his heart. Top's offense is really impeccable. Indeed. Colin nodded. It seems that the bottom lane is killed. But in fact SKT's bottom lane is helping the top lane bear the pressure. Anyone who understands the game knows that Li Hanqing seems to be an outsider in this wave of bot lane jumps. However, the root reason why Top can launch this wave of bot lane 4 packs and 2s is that Li Hanqing uses his own advantages to frequently run to the middle to harass Faker. Finally, he caught a wave of opportunities and forced Faker home, forcing Blank to go to the middle to make up the line. SKT's top, middle and junglers are unable to support the bottom lane immediately, so their bottom lane is a turtle in urine. But this defense tower should not be taken down. Su Xiaoyan sighed regretfully. SKT's defense is very good. Faker and Blank are very good at repairing the line. Although they can't save their bottom lane duo, they can help guard the bottom lane tower and prevent Top from snowballing so fast. Top turned around and captured the first little dragon. As Xiaolong let out a scream, the audience once again gave a burst of cheers and applause to celebrate Top's advantage on the court. Faker frowned slightly, and he had to re-examine the situation on the court. You guys go up! Faker cut the screen back and forth and signaled his bottom lane duo to go up directly after resurrecting. The intention is obviously to catch Top off guard and cooperate with Dashu to kill a wave of snake girls to stabilize the current situation. Because Rise and Easy both need Tears of the Goddess. The overall output of SKT's lineup during this period is insufficient. They cannot confront Top head-on, and can only avoid their weak period through operational means. Operations. The essence is still the replacement of resources. The most important thing is one thing. The Tsar has already used TP. And before Top's attack, the focus of vision should be on the lower half. And there should be loopholes in the upper half of the field of view. But actually, Wheel Mom, who already has 3 kills in hand, is well equipped. Faced with a bottom lane combination like Easy plus Braum that lacks offensive power, he can develop in the bottom lane alone. Lu Mao immediately headed up the road to help Li Hanqing improve his vision. When Gao Dui noticed that Rise disappeared in the middle, he immediately called Candy to move up the road. Shiba, Wolf saw this scene and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Is this really an LPL team? Faker said nothing, but his brows knitted together. He had to admit that Top was indeed different from the LPL teams they had seen before. If it were EDG or another LPL team, even if they notice SKT's sudden lane change in this wave, they will most likely choose to abandon the top lane and go to the bottom lane to continue to expand their advantages at advantageous points. If this is the case, it will play into SKT's hands. How about jumping over the tower and killing a wave? I'll flash and turn around. Wolf immediately suggested. The Tsar doesn't have a big move. No. Faker shook his head quickly. Snake Girl has R, and the position of their support is not clear yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Nyoto, who had been missing all this time, also came to the top lane, completely giving up SKT's idea. This way down the road, Imp felt so good when he was alone. He easily knocked down SKT's remaining health tower in the bottom lane. SKT is in a stalemate. If they don't do anything, they will be at a huge loss. But with 4 people on the opposite side teaming up on the road, it will be difficult for them to do anything. In the end, we can only win the Rift Pioneer, which is currently regarded as tasteless in the eyes of many teams, and Blank will take the Pioneer buff. As top switched the duo lane to the mid lane, SKT also made appropriate adjustments. When he saw the Tsar appearing in the bottom lane, Duke's Big Tree immediately went to the bottom lane, allowing Faker to come to the top lane to face Li Hansheng. These are also things that they have thought through carefully. Although Ryze is not easy to beat Snake, it is also difficult for Snake to force Ryze to stay. Faker is very confident that he will not be petrified by Snake's ultimate move. On the contrary, if it was the Tsar who forced WQ to face, and then pushed Rye a roundabout way, it would put even more pressure on Ryze. Moreover, compared to the Snake Girl who has a stronger pursuit ability, Dashu will obviously be more comfortable facing the Tsar. After both parties enter the operation period, Top continued to take the initiative to make trouble. But SKT's defense was very good, and did not leave too many gaps. This familiar scene inevitably made the commentators, and the audience a little impatient. But the top team is still very stable. And Li Hansheng also showed his terrifying development ability. In 12.5 minutes, he made the Rod of Time, Tears of the Goddess, and 3-speed shoes. After possessing a certain amount of equipment, Li Hansheng became restless and thought about doing something. Xiang Renjie, can you come on your way? You can come, but you can't catch it. Right. Ryze's double summons are ready. Candy hesitated. The only way Snake can use to strike first is to flash R. But the problem is that Snake's hand-raising movement with her ultimate move is very obvious. Candy feels that Faker will never be petrified with his reaction. After all, this is not a chaotic team battle, but a normal 1v1 landing. Believe me, you can definitely do it. Li Hansheng was very confident. Seeing that he was saying this, Candy didn't say anything. He directly used his big move to fly to the stone man on the upper road, and then walked all the way to the thick wall on the upper road to wait for Li Hansheng's first move. Candy came to the top lane. Do top want to attack Faker? The Umbrella King's eyes widened. Faker's double summons are all there unless Snake Girl can petrify Ryze. Otherwise, they shouldn't be able to catch up with Ryze. It's a bit difficult. Colin shook his head. I think I can avoid it with the reaction of a normal professional player. However, the next second, everyone at the scene involuntarily widened their eyes and opened their mouths as if they could hold their own fists. Petrifying gaze. The audience seemed to be collectively petrified by the Snake Girl. The main reason is that the scene that happened on the field was too weird. I saw that the Snake Girl took 2 steps forward, and then kept swinging back and forth at an ambiguous distance. But Faker was also very vigilant, tapping the floor very frequently, causing Ryze to shake his head back and forth on the court, which meant to tell Li Hansheng, don't think I don't know what you want to do. After seeing the Snake Girl taking the initiative to turn around, Faker still did not relax his vigilance, until he saw Snake Girl raising her hands and moving towards her back. Seeing this scene, Faker was stunned. Mistake? This was the only possibility he could think of. But the next moment, he seemed to be transformed into Ryze, and was petrified on the player's bench. Buzz! The Snake Girl dodged directly, and adjusted her direction. The scene on the field was very strange, because the animation effect of Snake Girl's ultimate move is that the fan-shaped ray is still facing the back. But Ryze is still petrified in place. This is not logical. Everyone knows that you must stand within the ray range of Snake Girl's ultimate move to be petrified or slowed down. How can there be such a thing? Li Hansheng didn't care about that. He placed Q, Poison Explosion, and W, Poison Fog, at Ryze's feet at the same time. Then he completely transformed into a blue fire Gatling, spraying twin fangs like crazy. Candy also used E to tunnel over the wall immediately, without sacrificing any skills at the same time. At the moment when petrification ends, flash W to fly Ryze. Challenge punishment and hang up. Open Q and then AAA. Accumulate enough anger, and then use E to consume all the anger in one go. Ryze, who was knocked into the air, was killed on the spot before he could even make any moves. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene. The commentators in each major competition area all looked astonished. Who can tell me what happened? The Umbrella Emperor was also confused. Don't talk about them. Even Candy, who was watching the whole process, looked confused. What the HL? Loudly. Did you open it? Candy shouted in disbelief. How the HL did you do this? The barrage in the official live broadcast room completely exploded with Li Hanshan's operation that exceeded common sense. Please explain to me. What happened? Bug, right? Snake Girl's ultimate move is obviously aimed towards the back. I know Snake Girl can R-dodge. But this isn't an R-dodge. This is a reverse R-dodge. Right? Veteran players of Wanchong Snake Girl said that this wave should be a game bug. Let's wait and go back in time. This is not a bug. I live broadcast eating. Do you really like cheating on food and drink? Noob, this is obviously a malicious use of a game bug. Unfair. Unfair. Rematch. That is, it is recommended that Noob be banned directly from the competition. How dare he blatantly use malicious bugs in the World Championship? Li Hansheng laughed proudly. Brother said he would die. So he has to die here. As for this operation, it's hard to explain to you. Just think of it as a reverse or flash. Malicious bug? The reason why Li Hansheng dared to use this trick. It's because Faker also used this trick in his previous life. And it was in the LCK Spring Split at that time. But there was no replay in the LCK at that time. So he concluded that there would be no replay this time. It's just that Snake Girl's reverse or flash operation was repaired in advance by Riot, because he used it in advance. As for whether it's a bug, judging from the game mechanics, it should be considered a bug. After all, it goes against common sense. It is equivalent to the Snake Girl turning her back to the enemy, and still turning the enemy to stone. The other people on the field were still confused. Bang asked quickly, How did you die? Hearing the voices of his teammates, Faker woke up as if from a dream, and spoke with a serious face. Timeout. Apply for timeout quickly. The other party seems to have taken advantage of a malicious bug. Faker's tone was not a joke. But he saw with his own eyes that Snake Girl's ultimate move was aimed in the opposite direction. But he was still petrified. Isn't this a bug? The referee behind him received the request and immediately suspended the game. Others in top, especially Gao Dui in the middle, were very curious about this technique. But official regulations stipulated that players were not allowed to speak during the pause in the game. He could only suppress his curiosity and wait for the review after the game. Finally, Hansheng, SKT's Faker player, applied for suspension. It seems that he complained that Snake's operation triggered a game bug. The official is investigating the game data. If it is judged to be a malicious bug, the game will most likely have to be replayed. Colin said the worst-case scenario in advance. Malicious bugs. Just like last year's S5 World Championship. When FNC played EDG in the quarterfinals, Snake's barrel was unable to use its Q skill normally due to a game bug, so the match was rematched. Rationally speaking, it would be acceptable if it were a rematch. At present, top has such a huge advantage in the field. If there is a rematch, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The audience immediately booed, seemingly expressing their dissatisfaction with SKT. Such a wonderful operation. You tell me it's a bug? Don't worry, everyone. Su Xiaoyan comforted her. It's not certain yet. Let's wait for the final decision of the referee team. It's also possible that time goes back to before Rise's death, and there may not necessarily be a direct rematch. Although MSI is held in China, Riot headquarters still sent people to notarize it. They must ensure the credibility of the game. This is the foundation of the league. Once the league loses credibility, the impact on the brand of League of Legends professional events will be immeasurable. But Noob's operation just now is very eye-catching. The game is paused. This is the last thing the commentators want to encounter, because the players can remain silent, but the commentators have to maintain the atmosphere. Think about it the other way around, Colin joked. Noob directly paused the game with one operation, and it was also in the World Championship. Is this unprecedented? That makes sense. Su Xiaoyan nodded. The on-site staff also acted quickly to check the data. They pulled the game data directly from the on-site database and then tested it. But they found no abnormalities in the data at all. The only possibility is that there may be something wrong with the code of the hero Snake. But this is Riot's own fault and has nothing to do with the players. Because players can't rewrite hero codes temporarily. Right? Finally, the referee team gives the penalty. We received the notice here. The Umbrella King immediately told all the audience the good news. After the referee team checked the data, no data abnormalities were found. So this is not considered a bug, and the game will continue after that. After a few seconds, the game screen also started to run normally. Li Hansheng turned his head and looked at SKT's player bench. He could vaguely see Faker's confused expression. Hey, This wave. This wave is about using your moves to kill you. Is your head buzzing? The game starts again. Rise was killed. And there was a gap in SKT's top lane defense. Top took advantage of the trend and pressed forward. Snake Girl itself has an advantage in the top lane. She had been pressing the big tree under the tower before. So the health of SKT's top tower was not very healthy. Li Hansheng cooperated with Candy to easily demolish the opponent's top tower. Rise's death was difficult for SKT to accept. The development rhythm of the C position was interrupted. At this time, Rise was unable to develop for nearly a minute. Forget it. You must know that Rise has the tears of the goddess. This means that within this minute, Rise is not only unable to develop, but also unable to accumulate layers of tears of the goddess. Easy himself died twice in the bottom lane. And the speed of his equipment and the stacking speed of tears of the goddess were greatly affected. Now Rise is also affected. This means that the strong period of SKT's double C will be postponed indefinitely. Easy is simply because its equipment is cheap, and its strong period comes earlier than other shooters. Once its strong period is delayed, the combat effectiveness of both sides will not be at the same level until the 3-piece set of Wheel Mom is available. Chapter 135 Another Wild Rant. SKT is currently suffering from the same predicament as EDG in the spring finals. Both Cs relied on tears of the goddess, but their early deaths extended their development cycle, thus falling into an embarrassing situation of insufficient output. The Umbrella King gave an answer-accurate review. Name the biggest dilemma SKT currently faces on the court. The damage is not enough. If they want to kill the top people, they must extend the control time. But each person's control time is only that long. So more people must be mobilized. But top is not a fool. Many people suddenly disappear on your map. Can you be unprepared? Not to mention, top is the side with the advantage. The side with more team economy. Nozook has more economy to accompany you in the vision battle. The middle tower is very important. Su Xiaoyan pointed out the focus of top's next attack. As long as SKT's middle tower is removed, top can speed up the overall rhythm of the game. Everyone on both sides knows it. SKT also knows it very well. So they defend the middle very well, and their attitude is very determined. It is inevitable that the middle road will be built into an iron wall. Can top once again refresh their understanding of LPL teams? Top is starting to gather in the middle again, and people from SKT will probably come soon. This situation happened repeatedly within these few minutes. This time top did not force Lai. Go straight up. It will take a while for them to come over. Top has line rights on both sides, so he can get into position in the center one step earlier. This is the time difference the fight is about. Another wave of team battles that reflects the value of Nyoto tactics. At Li Hansheng's signal, Lu Mao decisively opened the middle, and used a wave of beautiful WQ dodges from the soldiers under the tower. Bang reacted very quickly, and used his E-skill in time to avoid being knocked into the air. However, Blank, who was clearing the line of troops under the tower, did not react in time, and was knocked into the air. He immediately became the target of concentrated fire. Braun immediately backhanded R, and then raised his shield W, and jumped in front of the male gunner to help block the fatal damage. Top was very decisive. Dashu chose to hand over the TP teleportation tower directly. Rise still needed a little time to come over. SKT's formation was pulled back. They were stalling for time, and wanted to wait until Rise and Dashu landed. Rise in the jungle immediately started sprinting to try to speed up the pace of support. Seeing that the bullhead was reaching the limit, and trying to leave the defense tower, Rise flashed over directly. On the way to the jungle, Faker used empty Q to accumulate stacks, which happened to be 3 stacks. Flash over. Rkek. A unique set of Rise's unexplained penalty combos forced him to stay. And Easy, who retreated to the rear, also pulled out a crescent-shaped energy barrage to sweep past. The bullhead was killed. But Faker's face looked ugly. Because although Nyoto was dead, Top seized the opportunity to knock down SKT's middle tower. You can chase them. There are only a few of them. Don't let them escape, Wolf yelled anxiously. And he even dodged directly to keep them alive. Seeing this, Gu Shunbin directly activated his ultimate move to help his teammates escape. The increase in movement speed allowed the top group to move back and distance themselves. Duke's big tree flashed directly to force the Tsar to stay. But Gao Di pushed him towards his teammates. And then, he used WQ's combo to quickly follow up. The stunted tree couldn't withstand the concentrated fire from Snake Girl and Wheel Mom. Even the damage reduction effect of the ultimate move was useless. Instead, he was instantly killed by the focus fire. The audience screamed again, cheering for the top players on the field. Backstage, Koma's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Benji and chuckled. Did you see it? They are different from other LPL teams. I can see it. Benji nodded. Very decisive. No stains at all. Yes. Koma nodded. Top is indeed a strong opponent worthy of careful study. Just the decisiveness of forcing the tower in the middle was enough to arouse Koma's vigilance. In the past, when LPL teams faced LCK teams, they clearly had an advantage but played timidly. Those who didn't know better thought they were disadvantages. They failed to seize the opportunity during the strong period when they had the advantage, and were then manipulated to death. This feels like other LPL teams have a natural sense of fear when facing LCK teams. They are always afraid of this and that. But Top doesn't care about you at all, and even wants you to play with him. A tower in the middle was pushed, and SKT's defensive pressure surged again, although they are still working hard to defend. How can it be so easy to defend once the wound is torn? Tear. Just tear it apart. Especially after 20 minutes of the game. The appearance of the Baron further increased their defensive pressure. SKT is obviously conscious of this. But the problem is that SKT players are also human beings, and they will sometimes be negligent under high-intensity pressure. The Snake Girl actually went to the Dragon Pit to challenge the dragon. Oh! The Tsar stood on the Dragon Pit, and used his super long range to help. Candy deliberately exposed himself to the side of SKT's lower half to paralyze the opponent. When the Baron's health dropped to about 3,000, he immediately flew to the Baron with his ultimate move. Go near the pit, and go in to cooperate with your teammates to win the Baron. To this point, everyone in SKT also knows that the situation is over. Although the damage of Easy and Rise has begun to take shape, it is still a bit worse than that of Snake Girl, Tsar, and Wheel Mom. And the big tree cannot withstand the damage of this concentrated fire. When Li Hansheng was split pushing from the wing, Faker came over to defend. He once again used the reverse R flash technique, catching Faker off guard. Already possessing the luxurious 4-piece set of the Staff of Time, Seraph, Hat, and Spell Penetration Rod. His output was extremely exaggerated, giving Faker no chance to resist at all. Complete the achievement. Kill Faker alone. It attracted a burst of screams and cheers from the audience. In the end, the game time was fixed at 28 minutes, and Top pushed away SKT's base crystal. Let us congratulate Top for successfully defeating SKT and officially leading the standings. The Umbrella King looked extremely excited and shouted excitedly. A burst of BGM sounded at the scene, and the audience was shown Top's latest makeup photos on the big screen, accompanied by the word victory. The audience was also very excited. Cheers, screams, and the muffled sound of the cheering sticks intertwined into the most beautiful sound on the scene. 6666. Top. God forever. Hanzo comes out and kills his horse first to help everyone else have fun. That's it? Is this all SKT? Being beaten to death by one side. Right? I'm thinking that SKT can't do it either. The barrage is also completely crazy. The LPL needs such a victory to clear away the haze since the S5 World Championship. And it can also be regarded as helping the region build confidence again. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Li Hansheng also smiled. I was very excited. But the excitement was limited. After all, it was only the group stage and not the final summit. But Candy beside him had already jumped up excitedly and pulled him up from his seat. Damn it! Laoli! Did we really hacking SKT? Candy was still a little unbelievable. For him, after all, SKT is famous. Killing Faker alone is an honor, and defeating SKT is also an honor. Look at your potential. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. Can't you imitate me? Imitate Alway? Imitate Puff? First, adjust your position mentally. It's natural to win against them. We are not challengers. No, you need to look up to them. Just look at them. Oldly is right. Gao Dui chuckled. You just put SKT in too high a position. Just like pursuing girls. You gotta size the girls you like from the bottom of your heart, and then make a series of licks dog behavior. Are you scolding me again? Candy, the canine boy, was inexplicably hit in a sore spot. He was still smiling, but his face immediately fell into a frown. Ha ha ha. Li Hansheng burst into laughter. Then he followed his teammates to the other side of the stage to shake hands with the SKT players. A defeat in the group stage was not enough to devastate SKT's people. When Li Hansheng came over, they were already calm and ready to shake hands. Gu Xingbin's popularity in South Korea is also average, mainly due to his unique character, which seems too alien in the general environment of Korean society, and is really not very lovable. But he didn't really care. Li Hansheng couldn't help but smile when he looked at Faker, the big devil who was still at his peak, instead of teacher Defei, who was slipping away from his tough talk. I originally wanted to exchange a few words with him, but I found that I didn't seem to speak Korean. As a bad student, he didn't know much English either. I can only say, "You are in a hurry," when shaking hands. Seeing Faker looking at him with a confused expression, Li Hansheng felt a little embarrassed and wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes on the floor. He accidentally came up with his native dialect, and he immediately changed his words. "Anahasa." "Hello," Faker responded in Chinese with a less than perfect accent. The two stared at each other, but in the end Li Hansheng couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere and ran away. After packing up the peripherals, Li Hansheng was stopped as soon as he reached the entrance of the passage. Riot officials wanted to interview him, so he took a translator to a special interview area. The official Queen Beauty host Shox was waiting for him here in a dress and handed him the microphone. Shox spoke directly. "We noticed that new players have a very deep hero pool. Can you tell me how you managed to use so many heroes proficiently?" Li Hansheng answered with a smile. "It's very simple. Because I am a professional player, and the competitive stage always has a winner. So why can't I be the winner? I like winning, but I also know that if I want to win, I put in more effort than ordinary people. So the reason why I am proficient in so many heroes is probably because I worked a little bit harder than others." Considering that this was an interview for European and American audiences, Li Hansheng showed the fingertip movements of the universe without any pressure. The audience at the mouse stage listened to the translator interpreting Li Hansheng's words intact. Also started to swipe the screen like crazy. We should at those rubbish teams in NA and compare their training volume. Are you worthy of being called professional players? Don't be embarrassed. Training is not as important as fitness and partying. So there are reasons why people get good grades. Someone will always win. So why not me? Noob or a Mamba disciple? It's another day where I envy other regions. NA should be destroyed. Shox looked at him with a smile and asked again. "Can you tell us about Snake Girl's operation? How did you discover it?" Li Hansheng shrugged and talked eloquently. "You know, when you spend a lot of time studying a hero, you will discover these hidden skills. In the final stage of the game, you single-killed Faker. Many players regard single-killing Faker as an honor on the field. How do you feel?" No. Li Hansheng shook his head. "I don't think this is an honor. Faker has no halo in my eyes. In my opinion, he is just my opponent on the road to winning the championship. All I have to do is defeat him, then win the damn championship. It's that simple." The cultural environment in Europe and the United States is to pursue the ultimate self. I really like Li Hansheng, a player who is powerful, crazy and has a unique personality. The barrage on the mouse stage has gone completely crazy. On the contrary, due to the domestic barrage, many SKT and Faker fans are a little unconvinced, laughing so hard. How dare cats and dogs touch the skin of a porcelain melon? What kind of champion are you? With just one league championship, you are already tired of this thing. Are you worthy of 2 S-level championships? Are you in a hurry? I thought. What's the point of getting more honors for Faker? He lost to brother Hansheng. I really want to shout. I didn't expect that there are so many filial sons in China. Although I am not a fan of Li Hansheng, this kind of international competition should be open to the outside world. Hanza does not deserve a horse. While being interviewed, Li Hansheng also knew that such a speech would bring a certain degree of controversy. But so what? If he is not crazy about winning the game, then why is he still winning the game? Night walks in brocade clothes are not Li Hansheng's pursuit. After the interview, Li Hansheng returned to the backstage, and their teammates are coming back one after another. Their next opponent is G2 from Europe. Before MSI started, no one thought that G2 from Europe would kneel down and lose so completely. But, from an OB perspective, you can see G2 players like Perk smiling happily every time a player is given a close-up shot. G2 is indeed the European branch of the so-called optimistic family. How can they laugh at such a bad record? Candy was very confused. He looked at Gao Dui aside. Chief, someone wants to rebel and take your position. What do you think? Go away. Gao Dui rolled his eyes. To him, the optimistic family is as bad an adjective as the Tangsek mid laner. Don't tell me. Perksby always talks dirty things. Ashue joked. Yesterday he said on Twitter, Fnatic 4-0 ETG. They 3-0 Fnatic. We 3-0 ETG. So G2 being bigger than us, they will win a head-to-head matchup with us. Hearing this, Li Hansheng just smiled. He was not surprised by anything OP. The talkative king said. The wait did not last long. All top members returned to the stage again. The commentary has been replaced by the trio of Wang Lao, Ziyuan and Rita. As soon as Guan Ziyuan opens his mouth, you can tell that he is also a person who surfs the internet intensively. Another focus battle. Rita was still a little confused. She didn't understand those jokes, so she couldn't help but ask. No matter how you look at it, top is bigger. Right. No. 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 Ziyuan shook his head and explained. Today is a showdown between the head of the European Optimistic Family branch and the head of the Domestic Optimistic Family headquarters. Winning or losing is not important. Just see who is happier. Chapter 136 as expected of you. P. GKD. GKD. Dude. I specially asked for leave today to watch this battle of clan leaders. Away will prove that pirated copies can never beat the genuine ones. Can there be something new in the middle? I want to see Always Bright Moon. Shengbao Shengbao. Let's get a sword girl. I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof. The audience is indeed full of expectations for such an interesting game. For them, after Top won the game against SKT, the audience could watch this game with a relaxed and happy mood. I believe everyone has their own answer to the outcome of this game. Wang Lauer hinted crazily. What I care more about is that Perk said he wants to play Yasuo. Will he choose it? Unlikely. Rita shook her head. G2 has lost 3 games in a row. If they continue to lose, they will not be able to qualify as a group. Is there a possibility? Wang Lao immediately retorted. Even if I picked them normally, they still can't win top? Even SKT was defeated. Rita was speechless for a while, although she looked down on G2. G2's performance since the start of this MSI was indeed not worthy of trust. The internet has ridiculed the 3 teams EDG, G2 and FW as the 3 fantasy gods of the Civil War. The players have officially taken the stage, and the game is about to start. Let's see what kind of heroes both sides will choose. Ziyuan finished his words. The BP picture was officially presented to both parties. When any team faces the top, there are only 3 banned positions in the S6 version, and they will face a difficult choice. That is, should we target Li Hansheng? But if you choose to target Li Hansheng, people in other positions in top will be too comfortable in choosing. You must know that top's middle and lower double CS are Imp and Gao Dui, both of whom have the ability to dominate the game. Moreover, you can't target him. Li Hansheng can even use top laner Ryze, Snake, and Yasuo to carry the game. Why do you think that 3 banned positions can target Li Hansheng? Therefore, nowadays, when facing top, people generally think of choosing the red side proactively, leaving the counter position to their own top laner, to ensure that their top laner gets a hero with balance or landing advantage. This can ensure that the top lane is not really broken through at a single point, and then try to find opportunities in other lanes as much as possible. It's not like no one is trying to target the top lane crazily. But the problem is, Li Hansheng can always gain a certain advantage in the early landing by reducing the opponent's health in the top lane, so that the opponent's jungler will use rat traps when ganking in the top lane. If your top laner is not in good condition or your army line is not good, if you force a gank and get counter-crouched, the top laner will explode together. G2's choice is not to target Li Hansheng, because they are on the red side. However, the selection process still triggered a burst of screams from the audience. The reason is that when G2 selects players in 3L, this position usually defaults to the mid laner of both sides, and Perks flashes Yasuo's profile picture like crazy. It attracted a burst of cheers from the audience. The audience must be happy to see more heroes appear on the field. In the end, Perks lived up to the public's expectations and directly locked Yasuo in 3L. Gao Dui didn't disappoint. He just used his favorite hero Jiao Yu with his backhand. Wow! Ziyuan exclaimed. Is it really Yasuo versus Hao Yue? If nothing else, just the battle in the middle. This match is worthy of attention. Ha ha ha. Wang Lauer laughed. I just don't know if Yasuo from Perksy also takes the green forked ice hammer armor route. Is it inevitable? Rita also laughed. Since Noob developed this set of equipment, Yasuo in the pub game seems to be playing like this. And the top Yasuo players also recognize that in this version, this set of meat is the build with Yasuo is the strongest. Originally, Li Hansheng didn't want to steal the show from his teammates, Can, in order to prevent him from getting Jace. G2 actually grabbed Jace first. Then don't blame him and kill him. Get me Lucian. This choice once again caused a burst of cheers from the audience. The final lineup of both sides is: top is on the blue side, and G2 is on the red side. Top lane, Lucian vs Jace. Jungle, Excavator vs Kindred. Mid lane, Xiaoyu vs Yasuo. Bottom lane, Wilmom plus Bullhead vs Brown plus Easy. I can only say that G2 still doesn't know enough about top. Wang Lauer joked wantonly. How dare they choose Jace in front of a noob? Indeed. Guan Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Don't they know that Noob has a top laner named Lucian who specializes in beating Jace? After all, we are not a team in the same division, so it is normal to not understand them. The game was loaded. Li Hansheng bought the equipment and walked out of the spring, ushering in the last game of the day amidst the cheers of the audience. He chose the corrosive potion as usual, and Jace on the opposite side also wore the same outfit. Neither party had any intention of changing lanes, nor did they design a first-level group, so they came to the lane normally. As soon as he met Li Hansheng, he stood on the spot and danced, drawing a smiley face on the ground with a five-knife movement, and constantly flashing the top team logo above his head. G2's top laner Kikis is not to be outdone. There is a big gap between this G2 and the G2 in Li Hansheng's impression. The only one I know well is Perks. Neither Xiaoyang nor Wunder have joined the team yet. Xiaoyang is still teammates with H2K and Ryu. He really had no impression of this Kikis. It seemed that he was carried away with the chair immediately after the MSI. The lines of troops from both sides began to converge, and the battle officially began. Lucian beating Jace is really like a father beating his son. Not to mention that Li Hansheng's personal ability can crush the opponent in all aspects. Seizing the moment when Jace's first basic attack in the cannon form paused, Li Hansheng directly Q, penetrating Holy Light, using the remaining health minions to directly penetrate the opponent's top laner and reduce his health. Jace has no way to counterattack. Lucian's Q can penetrate troops and be consumed, but Jace's Q has no such method. What makes him even more crazy is that Li Hansheng seems to be open, and he can always find various angles to penetrate him. Various angles and various postures. He really doubts whether Li Hansheng doesn't train every day, do all his research. How can you tell people so accurately about the techniques in short movies? As soon as the second wave of troops came online, Li Hansheng, who had control of the line, took the lead to reach 2. He didn't have many BBs, so he directly moved forward with E, Cold Pursuit. The opponent's reaction was also very fast, and he tried to consume it with his backhand Q. Li Hansheng did not dodge, and directly met Jace's Q with his face. Again, for heroes who do not have the ability to move and cast spells, you are essentially controlling yourself when you throw away skills, because there will be a hand-raising movement to cast spells. Just like when Jace uses Q, there will be a crouching movement. Take this opportunity. Li Hansheng directly connected E points to Q points, and at the same time, he did not forget to take drugs, triggering Corrosion Agent to cause continuous burning damage. Jace retreated as he walked, because he was bringing Thunder and wanted to beat the Thunder out. But Li Hansheng was not timid at all and chased A. Even if he took the damage from the minions, he forcefully forced Jace out of the experience area. Only when the remaining blood returned to the tower did Kikis react. Shit! They might have to jump over the tower. The level difference has been formed. The state has been disabled. The army line is slowly advancing into the tower, and all the elements for getting on the road and overcoming the tower are in place. I will come on the road and squat. Trick quickly comforted his teammates, but he obviously underestimated Top's determination to jump over the tower. Both junglers were at level 3. Kindred must be anti-crouching, so he planned to hit the stone man from behind. Anyway, it was not far away, and it would not affect his jungle clearing time. After all, G2 also knows to some extent that Li Hansheng suppression in many cases is not simply to cooperate with the jungler's tower crossing kill, but sometimes it is just to make the opponent's top laner lose the ability to cooperate with the jungler's gank. But Candy did come to the top road and walked out of the triangular grass. Qianju was actually beside the stone man, but they were both in a blind spot of each other's vision. Get ready to freeze your hands. Get ready to freeze your hands. Loudly, I'm going! Candy shouted. There was no hesitation at all. Just use E dig tunnel to break through the wall. It's not over yet. Buzz. The excavator directly used E plus to flash 2 stages of displacement, without giving Jess any chance to fly it into the air. He opened Q, Queen's Wrath, and quickly leveled A 3 times. After accumulating enough red rage, he turned to E, Wild Fury, Devour, dealing huge amounts of real damage. Li Hansheng was even faster, because Jace is right on the face. He can finish with a perfect W.Q.E. It was obviously 3 skills plus 6 basic attacks, but he was able to finish them all in 1 second. This is also a unique little skill of Lucian's. That is Lucian's passive, Holy Light Silver Bullet. Every time you use the skill, the next basic attack will fire twice. In fact, after the first bullet is fired, the second bullet will be fired automatically. People who don't know how to play Lucian will foolishly wait until the second bullet is released before connecting to other skills. But the powerful Lucian will immediately use the next skill after the first bullet is released. The same damage can be dealt by a top master like Li Hansheng in 1 second. But it may take 3 seconds for a dumber one. Although the damage is the same, the time is different. And the space left for the opponent to operate is naturally different. First blood. The first blood was easily collected by Li Hansheng. This is Top's top jungle linkage, Wang Lao shouted excitedly. G2 really doesn't know Top very well. And Trick actually dares to covet wild monsters at this time. How dare he? I underestimated Top's determination to jump over the tower. Rita chuckled. It's also possible that the European leagues are not as bloody as our LPL. And they may have never seen such a fierce style of play. What are you talking about? It's the truth. Don't be embarrassed. The European competition area is not that good. Why do I feel that if I just pick a passerby king in the national server, I won't be beaten to this level of virtue? Let Xiaoxian go up. Hasn't Xiaoxian always boasted that his Jace can compete with brother Hansheng? Laughing to death. At last Xuan. Ask him if he dares to go to the professional arena to compete with brother Hansheng? Jace was killed at level 2 and was resurrected very quickly. Turk did not go to collect troops under the tower, but thought about going around the jungle area and quickly went to the bottom lane to grab the river crab. The river crabs in the upper half of this area definitely have no chance with him. However, in fact, Candy didn't leave. He just returned to the wall, like a patiently waiting hunter. When the TP animation effect surrounded the defense tower, Candy waited for more than 1 second in detail. After confirming that the opponent could not cancel the TP, he used the tunnel to return to the tower. Is Candy going to come back with another wave of counterattacks? Guan Ziyuan shouted excitedly. Let the world see the LPL's unique high blood value play. They just want to kill you, but they don't leave you any way to survive. Jace landed and was knocked away by the excavator with Earth Break. The excavator activated Queen's Wrath and then Wild Bite to deal all the damage. Guan Ziyuan speaks quickly and shows his strong ability to memorize skills. In fact, there is a saying that being able to memorize is a kind of ability. But it is not easy to organize and combine the skills of heroes in a short period of time. Guan Ziyuan later was able to successfully break out of the circle, and even went to the football and basketball fields to commentate and developed, which is also inseparable from his excellent speaking ability. It's just that the impression he has left on the LPL audience now is that of an idiom guy who has no understanding of the game and can only recite skills and show off idioms. Are you talking about Nima? Excavator Wei and Lucian said of W dots. Q dots. Then E dots. Then it's okay to collect the heads? You talk so much. Why don't you just pour water on me? Here we go again. Can you let this be idiom brother down with the chair? Originally, Tium was quite happy. But when I heard B talking about it, I became extremely annoyed. This wave of Jess has full TP. Although he has not replenished his equipment. The full TP means that something will happen to Top when he jumps over the tower. The excavator resisted the tower and died. And the double buffs were transferred to Jace. And Lucian killed Jace. And the double buffs were transferred to Lucian. This wave is called the buff transfer technique. It seems like it's 1 for 1. But in fact, Jace can already announce his withdrawal from the game, losing at least 3 to 4 waves of experience and economy. Lucian is already level 4. Jace is still level 2. And after he returns to the line, he will face a double buff Lucian. And the line of soldiers is also pushed back to the line, which is completely explode. The superposition of the triple debuffs of level, economy, and troops makes it impossible for Jace to play the game normally. How to play? Li Hansheng controlled the army line. Just struggled to gain experience. Not to mention replenishing troops. How about strengthening artillery to replenish troops? Li Hansheng wished he could play like this. The most taboo thing for the disadvantaged side is to use AoE skills indiscriminately. Unless there is a jungler to help you forcefully clear the line. You should quickly use AoE skills to push the line. Otherwise, using AoE indiscriminately is actually helping the opponent control the line. Everyone in SKT watching the game backstage has reached a new level of understanding of Li Hansheng. It's an unexpected gain. Koma turned the water-based pen and wrote another note in his notebook. Noob can handle Jace perfectly in the lane. Anyone with a bit of common sense can tell through the game that Lucian is a pure hard counter to Jace. with restraint at the level of hero mechanics. This also dispels the idea of Coma trying to choose Jace for Duke. Instead, he had a worse headache. Theoretically speaking, Jace is in a state of omnipotence in the top lane, and there should be no natural enemies in the lane. But Li Hansheng can handle it by playing top laner Lucian. It seems we need to study it carefully. Coma rubbed his brows in distress. The game on the field is no longer worth watching. The top lane has been completely cleared, especially after Li Hansheng supplemented the Buildwater Scimitar with a key deceleration prop. Jace was single-killed again. Originally everyone's focus was on Hao versus Yasuo in the middle lane. But as a result, being on the road is too much of a show-off. At 18 minutes, top had already reached the high ground. G2 could actually hold on for a while. At least until 20 minutes. But Perkz didn't seem to want to defend. So he used a wave of beautiful EQ from his troops to dodge into the crowd and start a group fight. But at this time, G2's overall economic backwardness has reached more than 10,000. No matter how perfect you start the team, if you can't do enough damage, it's all in vain. Faced with Perkz' active acceleration, the game time was finally fixed at 19 minutes. Congratulations to Top for successfully winning 4 consecutive victories and firmly ranking first in the standings. Guan Ziyuan seemed to be a little unsatisfied with this abusive game. Top has continued their good momentum and competitive state. I hope they can maintain it. Keep going until you win this MSI championship. Actually, I'm more curious about what Perkz will say on Twitter after the game. Wang Lauer's words also aroused everyone's curiosity. After the game, Li Hansheng followed his teammates to shake hands with G2 people. Perkz is indeed still very happy. Even though he has lost 4 games in a row, his teammates' expressions are somewhat numb, but he can still smile and talk to his teammates. He is like an esports comedian. Li Hansheng also gave him a thumbs up and praised him. You good? Perkz thought he was provoking and immediately replied. Next game. 1v1 solo. Hearing this, Li Hansheng laughed immediately. After the game, the MVP selection was still Li Hansheng, with 9 kills, 0 deaths and 3 assists. And the damage ratio was 43.3%. The next game is SKT facing FW. FW also lived up to their reputation of fighting against Han Qixia. They actually succeeded in defeating SKT when everyone was not optimistic about them. Let SKT experience 2 consecutive losses on the second match day. This is definitely the biggest news of the day. This is SKT, the 2-time champion of the S game, and the big devil faker sitting in the middle. Actually lost like this? And after the game, Perkz' statement on Twitter successfully stole the show. G2 lost to Top. SKT lost to Top. G2 lost to FW. SKT lost to FW. So G2 is equal to SKT. Equal to the world champion. And I am equal to Faker. Before this tweet, Perkz posted it not long after the game with Top. Although I lost the game. The moment I took out Yasuo, I had won the respect of all the viewers. In fact, in the minds of the viewers, I was the one who won. Some domestic viewers translated these remarks back into the forum. Let more and more domestic audiences know the player Perkz. There's no escaping the title of esports comedian. It is said that European and American players have a good mentality. I used to think it was nonsense. I thought no one would be angry if they lost a game. Now I am convinced. Ashui couldn't help but admire after seeing Perkz' Twitter content. Such players are crazy. They have such a good mentality that one day there might be a wave and someone will be unlucky. After saying this, why did a classic scene from S8 suddenly flash in Li Hansheng's mind? After learning that the opponent was G2, all RNG members laughed and laughed like a tiger. Chapter 137 The Pig makes a sudden advance and locks the first place. Return to the team base in the evening. With the schedule packed every day, there is no time to schedule training matches. Basically, after reviewing the day's games, there is only enough time left for the players to play a few ranking games to keep their hands warm. Li Hansheng came from outside with a bowl of steaming noodles into the conference room where the team used to review the game. Bai Yueya and several other members of the coaching staff are still reviewing the video. It's just that the content of the video is not the top game, but the game where SKT lost to FW. When Li Hansheng approached, Go Ba glanced at him and immediately joked. Hansheng, are you really good at it? You dare to eat beef noodles? Ever since Nami, a former EDG player who was officially rated as the world's #1 ADC by Riot during the S4 period, ate a bowl of curd beef noodles during the S4 group stage and quickly changed her mind. Beef noodles have become the focus of many players in the domestic esports circle. A taboo. Although feudal superstition is not advisable, the influence of traditional culture is still there. In China, both players and spectators are somewhat superstitious. If you think you can avoid it, especially during the competition. After all, there are so many delicious foods. And it is not must-eat beef noodles. Hey! Li Hansheng not only ate, but also imitated Chen Paisai's slurping in the sketch, and stuffed the noodles into his mouth. What's there to be afraid of? This is not the beef noodles produced by Yongle soy milk over there. I'm not afraid anyway. The main reason is that Li Hansheng has a system in hand, and all attributes have been digitized. How can he be afraid of this thing? Even if he goes to Wanwan to play a game, he will not shy away from eating Yongle soy milk beef noodles that make Nami change his mind. The video review is still in progress, and Li Hansheng is also watching it with the coaching staff. SKT's group stage video doesn't have much reference value. Firefox lay on the chair in a paralyzed posture, bored to the point of turning to a water-based pen to play with. Coma! This old silver coin. White Crescent Moon was also helpless. SKT's lineup selection for this game was quite satisfactory, but it is not entirely valid conclusion. Duke's integration into SKT is much slower than expected. It's hard to imagine that a team like SKT, with such good tactical execution, could actually lose to FW in a small-scale team fight in the jungle despite having an excellent 3 lanes. Li Hansheng posted my own opinion. By the way, I didn't forget to drink up the remaining noodle soup in the bowl in one gulp. Indeed. Bai Yueyan nodded. They have 3 excellent lanes. Blank's Leopard Girl should have a lot of room to play in the jungle. But every small-scale collision in the jungle will lead to mistakes for one reason or another. It feels like it was like a miscommunication. It's hard to imagine that such an adjective as communication failure was slapped on SKT's head. But it is what it is. Poppy fights Echo on the top lane. Any hero with the ability to move and rush will be countered by Poppy. After all, Poppy's W is all Tienka's displacement skills. Echo will be restricted by Poppy whether in laning or in a team battle. Needless to say, the Czar in the middle beats Ryze. The long-handed Czar is better than Ryze in terms of consumption and lane pushing. In the bottom lane, Lucian plus Troll beat Easy plus Bullhead. And the lane power is also on SKT's side. SKT's idea is very simple. The third lane advantage is to let Leopard Girl invade the jungle and defeat FW by counterattacking Karsa in the jungle. But SKT lost in the end. Very simple. First, Karsa is known as the radar brother. Although he is at a disadvantage in the jungle, he avoids Blank's strong invasion through perfect jungle planning. The second is that I have never had a small-scale team battle in the jungle after the line and jungle linkage. The small-scale team battle in the jungle in the early stage actually depends on who of the 2 sides can support faster and who can move faster. After all, the invasion of the jungle is not a matter for the jungler alone. But after the entire team communicates, the online teammates must cooperate to push the lane, and go to the jungle to cooperate with the jungler in this practical way. Rather than simply saying it, I'm here, I'm actually still replenishing troops online with a smile. Indeed, Blank is still too young to face Karsa. Although MMD's personal ability is not as good as Duke's, his support is faster. What White Crescent said is what bothered SKT the most in the entire spring split. The version change debuff brought about by the S5 championship title does not have as big an impact on a team like SKT as imagined. After all, SKT's victory in S5 is not due to the version bonus, but relies on strong version adaptation, learning ability, team communication, and tactical execution, power and so on. What really troubles this SKT team is the adjustment of the upper and jungle teams. With Benji relegated to the second line, newcomer Blank taking the top spot, Marin leaving the LPL, and Duke taking the top spot, Winnow has never been integrated into the team, which makes it difficult for SKT to show the perfect team synergy like the S5 season this season. So much so that in this situation of 3-lane optimization and jungle invasion, they actually lost to FW in a jungle fight, thus losing the game. Contest. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng knows very well that the person who is really incompatible with SKT is Duke. After SKT made various attempts to integrate Duke into the team and failed, they simply gave up and played 4 in 1 point push. Du Buchuan's title is due to the fact that Duke's style of play is indeed a little more personal. And on the other hand, the team did it deliberately, instead of forcing Duke to integrate into the team, resulting in a nondescript 5v5 front-end game. It is better to force a 4-point push and take advantage of Duke's advantage as a single player on the wing. Anyway, SKT's 4-person synergy is in place and will not miss opportunities. MD! Why do I think the more I watch, the more I think SKT is testing tactics against us? Go Boss suddenly frowned. They want to focus on the jungle. Everybody knows. The jungler's position in the top team is not high, so he needs to deal with monsters and resources. This is clear from the selection rate of heroes. On the premise that the 3 wild core heroes of Male Spear, Leopard Girl, and Kindred have maintained a high appearance rate throughout the spring split, Candy's selection rate is very low. On the contrary, rhythmic junglers such as excavators, barrels, and spiders have a high selection rate. It's because the top 3 lines can often have a lane advantage. Choosing this type of rhythmic jungler can easily help the lines expand their advantage. Also, because there are many people in the top line who need resources. After all, unlike other teams, most teams are in the middle or bottom 2. The road takes the bulk of resources. And top and Li Hansheng, the top carry, need to take resources. But the overall resources are limited. If someone wants to eat more, then someone has to eat less. The other 2 seat positions cannot be sacrificed. If the support is not sacrificed, then the jungler can only sacrifice. Under the premise that the jungler has to be sacrificed, naturally he will not choose heroes such as Male Spear and Leopard Girl. After all, they cannot give resources, and do not have enough equipment. The role of these 2 heroes in team battles is no different than that of super soldiers. In this way, the Leopard Girl can only be a wet nurse, while the male gun turns into a ruthless smoke bomb thrower. It stands to reason that with this kind of play, the jungle area can easily become a breakthrough. However, due to the strong personal abilities of the top 3 laners, they can always get the line rights, and do not give the opponent a chance to invade the jungle with strong junglers. This is obviously what SKT is trying to do. When all 3 lanes have a lane advantage, or a balanced matchup, they can tear open the wound from the jungle, tear it apart hard, and then break through top's defense, thus defeating top. Be more confident. Don't think that they are testing tactics with us as the imaginary enemy. Li Hansheng was sure. No way. By Yueya's side, it's too easy for MSI to qualify. SKT has ample opportunities for trial and error. 6 teams compete for 4 promotion places. And there is also a team from the wild card division that comes in to make up the number. In fact, it is just the 5 major divisions in the world competing for 4 places. North America is still recognized as a competitive region. Although CLG has suddenly emerged this year, G2 in Europe has become more competitive. After repeated attempts, nothing has changed. Hey, it's not like we can't deal with them. Li Hansheng waved his hand nonchalantly. SKT itself has problems like this and that, so there's no need to be so afraid. You are always so confident. Bai Yueya was envious. Not everyone can learn from Li Hansheng's mentality. Are you envious? Li Hansheng laughed. Because my friend uses Rejoice to wash his hair. The dead rotten stem suddenly attacked me. Bai Yueya and others were stunned, but they couldn't hold back their laughter. He was obviously talking about a certain issue seriously, but Li Hansheng suddenly acted like this. A little cold, but really funny. Gone! Your joke is really cold, Go Ba complained. But it's really funny. Isn't this meant to relax you? Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. Train! Train! Let's go to rank training. After taking away the bowls and chopsticks, Li Hansheng returned to the training room. Not all of the team members are training. Gao Dui is watching the new show, The King of Pretending. That was just released last month on how to take pretentiousness to a new level. Also known as, What's the Matter with Sakamoto? Ju Shengbin was watching the female anchor's live broadcast. Li Hansheng took a look from a distance, and saw that the anchor's ID was Jingtian Shearu. When he saw his hand snapping a little, several Buddhas jumped over the wall, and sent them out. The special effects of the gifts suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Refresh the screen internally. Buddha jumps over the wall is a kind of super rocket in Panda TV gifts that is comparable to Douyu TV. These female anchors would zoom in on their cameras during live broadcasts. And Li Hansheng could clearly see Jingtian Yakiniku being very excited and thanking her repeatedly. Gu Shengbin smiled like a top brother. And Li Hansheng finally saw the real-life version of Black Chicken Brother performed in front of him. Not long after, Gu Shengbin suddenly took off his headphones angrily. What do you mean, Quode? This Lanzi must be taught a hard lesson in the summer season. Don't think that you can escape by switching to the jungle. The team members were still confused and didn't understand what was going on. Why did Imp suddenly start spraying children in the training room? There is no conflict between these two people. They even had a very tacit understanding and staged an Oscar night that would go down in the history of the LPL professional game. Only Li Hansheng knew what was going on. He sat back in front of his computer with a smile. Skillfully opened the live broadcast room of Panda TV's Ida Roast Pork. And was very curious as he sent a Buddha to jump over the wall. Then, he posted a special barrage. Anchor. Which professional player is your favorite? Faced with questions from local friends. The anchor usually answers. And Ida Yakiniku is no exception. She tapped her lips with her index finger. Hey! Although Noob is handsome and good at beating, I still like Mako with small breasts. A dog-type player. Boom! 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 The fragile computer desk once again withstood the imp's frantic hammering. HP Crazy -1. Not to be outdone. He gave another gift. Nija Damesomyang? What do you think of Imp? Although Imp can already communicate in Chinese on a daily basis, it is a bit difficult for him to type, so he can only use pinyin. It took a lot of effort for Jingtian Roast Pork to understand the pinyin of this paragraph. He immediately smiled and said, Imp is okay, but not as cute as Mako. Invisibly, Li Hanxing seemed to hear a cracking sound in the training room. Gu Shengdan slumped on the chair with a look of despair, feeling hopeless. Brother Han Cheng, what are you looking at with that obscene smile on your face? Is the video you are watching serious? If it is not serious, then I will criticize it along with you. Shui saw him smiling so happily, and couldn't help but look at his screen curiously. As a result, he understood immediately. Brother Han Cheng, it's up to you to control the mentality of your teammates. Ha ha ha. Li Hancheng laughed happily. However, Gu Xingbin's reaction was beyond their imagination. They saw him top up again. Although he gave a lot of gifts in one go. Identify yourself directly. What? Imp? Tsuboki X1 Woma? Can the anchor like me? Isn't it? Li Hancheng was a little dumbfounded. He already has Candy, a senior dog boy, as his teammate. Is this Imp also going to join the army of dog boys? Under the influence of Qian's ability, Ida Yakiniku finally changed his words, covering his mouth in surprise. And then his eyes curved into a crescent shape. Hey? Is it really Imp? Wow! It's really Imp! Shui couldn't help but curled her lips. What do you think? This woman is from Sichuan. Right. It seems like she has been practicing Sichuan opera since she was a child. You kid. Li Hancheng laughed and scolded. If you don't smile when you receive a gift during the live broadcast, are you still crying? That's right. Shui shrugged. Anyway, I will definitely not find anyone in the circle. Brother Han Cheng, you also have to be careful. Many women are staring at you now. In their eyes, you are Tang Monk's meat. Whatever if some scandal comes out, it will generate a wave of traffic. Li Hancheng just smiled and said nothing. Could he not understand? Candy kept hinting to him that he wanted to organize a bureau and bring his girlfriend to meet everyone. Actually, isn't it just his girlfriend's best friends who want to get to know Li Hancheng through this channel? If Li Hancheng hadn't repeatedly emphasized to Candy in private not to casually push his teammates' WeChat messages to other strange women, it is estimated that his WeChat friend application has already been flooded. The next day, Top ushered in the last match day of the first round of the group stage. Because there are only 6 teams participating in the competition, and there are only 5 games in one round. This is both the last game day of the first round and the first game day of the second round. The 2 opponents are FW and G2. Flash Wolves, who just defeated SKT yesterday, are now in full swing. They also hope to defeat the LPL to improve their ranking. What's more, there is some kind of unspeakable grievance between the LMS division and the LPL division. If they can win, the Wanwan Underworld Forum will definitely praise them vigorously. Who among the FW players doesn't want to be praised when they return? However, FW's biggest weakness is in the top lane. They have a world-class midfielder and a top-notch bottom lane. But they have a less-than-stellar top lane player. And that's MMD. There was also discussion before the game on the Wanwan Underworld Forum. Gone. As long as Mimi Dan can stabilize the peasants and soldiers online, we still have a chance. Do you understand, noob? This man is super brave, super motorcycle, and so strong that he tilts his head. Only if Mimi Dan can farm soldiers in front of him is there a ghost. I believe that Maple Sugar and Kame can beat the opponent's midfielder and jungler. SKT can win, and it will be no problem to win top. But top also defeated SKT, and they still killed them. However, 10 minutes after the game started, the Underworld Forum began to torture the Mimi eggs on the road, because Li Hancheng single killed him in 4 minutes. And then once again, when he reached level 6, the 2 single kills directly declared him to be on the road and cleared the level. And top did not fall behind in the confrontation on other roads. Gu Shengmin seemed to want to show off his ability intentionally. Li Hansheng probably was watching the game and played super fiercely, suppressing the opponent's bottom lane. In the end, Top easily won the game. However, FW fans soon became happy again, because FW defeated SKT again in the second round. SKT seems to be still experimenting with tactics and trying to open up the situation in the jungle. Karsa didn't give Blanc a chance at all. In turn, he taught the young Blanc a lesson and showed him what it means to be a world-class jungler. Karsa's jungle planning in the first 15 minutes is truly unique in the world. There are few junglers like him. However, the shortcomings are also obvious. It is easy to become invisible in the mid to late team battles and has no sound. However, the teammates of FW are enough to support them, especially Maple, who is still at his peak. He shows a world-class mid laner. After gaining the advantage in the early stage, he carried like crazy in team battles and did not give SKT any chance. "Oh my god! Is this really the SKT we know?" Miller, who served as the commentator, was surprised. "Is it possible that the debuff of the S Championship finally takes effect at this time?" Wawa was gloating. He wished that SKT's state was getting worse and worse, so that the resistance to winning the LPL Championship would be reduced. Everyone thought that SKT would bottom out. But the result? They once again refreshed everyone's understanding. In the subsequent game, they lost to CLG but won G2. The last day of the group stage. When facing Top again, SKT, which has been experimenting with tactics, finally showed its sharp fangs. And the picture was clear. The two sides fought very anxiously, and the battle continued until the 34th minute, when SKT forced the rush of the Baron. Li Hansheng's Echo rushed into the crowd to create chaos, and Candy's Excavator followed the trend and rushed down the Baron pit. Son of the Dragon, the buff was activated, and he successfully grabbed the Baron buff with the punishment, helping Top to completely establish the victory. In the end, Top ranked first in the group with a complete victory. SKT, on the other hand, tied for third place because of the same points as FW. No one expected that CLG in the North American division would actually be ranked second, since SKT and FW have the same points. They are tied for third place. Logically speaking, there should be a playoff to determine the order of rankings. According to the rules, if the points are tied, the outcome will be determined first. FW defeated SKT twice in the group stage. Therefore, they directly locked in third place based on the relationship between victory and defeat, without the need for additional extra games. Thus, the 6 consecutive days of group stage ended. Top ranked first, CLG second, FW third, and SKT fourth. After 3 days of rest, the semifinals of this MSI will be held. Chapter 138 Semifinals. Face off against SKT. The 2016 MSI was also called the Mid-Season Championship, not the Mid-Season Invitational Tournament, because all the championship teams from major leagues came, and there was no expansion of quotas like later. The matchup situation in the knockout round is also very simple. The first team will play the fourth team, and the second team will play the third team. There is no substantial benefit to being first in the group. Unlike the MSI Mid-Season Invitational later, the first team in the group can actively choose to play the game first or not, then play the game. Judging from the final group rankings, the opponent Top will face in the semifinals is the biggest sufferer in the LPL division, and the most successful club led by the most successful professional player in the world at this stage. SKT led by Faker. Unexpectedly, the confrontation between China and South Korea would actually take place directly. This is a bit similar to the S6 Global Finals, before Li Hansheng traveled through time. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that SKT and Rockstager are the two best clubs. But due to the competition format, the two teams met in the semifinals early. This is known as the most classic semifinal in history, and is also regarded by many as the S6 finals to be staged in advance. This is unfair to Samsung who entered the finals, but at least in the eyes of most people, this is the view. Same thing now. No matter who enters the finals between FW and CLG in the bottom half, the outside world will not think that they will be upset in the end. BO1 and BO5 are not games of the same dimension at all. It is very easy for the MSI team to qualify. In BO1, almost no one will deliberately carry out targeted tactical arrangements. Instead, it is more of a case of experimental tactics like SKT. Therefore, upsets almost only occur in BO1 games. The BO5 duel minimizes the chance of victory and defeat, and tests the overall strength of both parties. After the opponent was determined, Bai Yueya and other members of the coaching staff began to get busy. But they really had a headache when it came to inviting people to the training match. The training match invitation must have an intensity that matches or is even slightly higher than the team's own intensity, so that the training effect can be achieved. Playing training matches with teams that are not as strong as yours is just a waste of time. With Top's current strength, it is difficult to find a team that can match their strength, let alone find a team whose overall strength is superior to theirs. Looking at the world, the teams that can match Top in terms of strength are probably in the LCK. The two teams in the bottom half, CLG and FW, are obviously not as strong as Top, and they also have obvious strength flaws. But it's better than nothing. At least these two teams are not weak teams. The overall intensity of training games with them is still slightly higher than the normal Korean server rank. However, bad news keeps coming. Faced with Top's invitation to a training match, FW refused directly and turned around to play a training match with SKT. Generally speaking, there are only two reasons for refusing training matches. One is that I simply feel that you are too bad. Playing training matches with you will not improve me, and it is a waste of time. Top beat FW twice in the group stage. Obviously not because of this. Another reason may be that FW regards Top as the opponent to win the championship. They believe that the final winner of the first half will be Top. They refuse the training match because they are considering the finals to avoid leaking their tactics. Judging from the win-loss situation between FW and CLG in the group stage, why does FW think that it can definitely defeat CLG? Gone! After all, we are compatriots with the same culture and race. Why did you reject us? Oshue had a big head and couldn't figure it out at all. Could it be that? Candy immediately thought of a certain reason and couldn't help complaining. Are you so narrow-minded? It's not good for the competition to be pure. Lee Hansheng was actually a little confused. You must know that Top's coaching team includes two people, Hwahu and Guba. As for One's clique-like attitude in the esports circle, he shouldn't be so disrespectful. After communicating with the FW people, Go Ba and Hwahu gave an answer that made people laugh and cry. Gone! It's North. The barbecued pork is really bad, Go Ba said anxiously. He said he was afraid that MMD would be psychologically affected by Hansheng and affect his performance in the semifinals. So he simply rejected us. I don't even understand. Is MMD mentally as fragile as Jiangzi? Firefox was also speechless. But he could understand the barbecued pork to some extent. The head coach is thinking about how to make the team go further, get closer, or even win the final championship honor. So naturally he has to take all factors into consideration. Gone! Brother Hansheng, let me tell you, you should be gentler when playing games in the future. Don't be so fierce. Look, everyone is afraid of you now, so we don't even have training matches. Oshue deliberately imitating the tone of Hwahu and Go Ba, let alone saying it. It has a bad taste. You win, Ba! You are really stupid. Not to be outdone, Lee Hansheng immediately responded. I've always been the best in competitions, so I'm so brave. Do you blame me? The two of them immediately made everyone laugh with their funny tricks. Go Ba and Hwahu immediately laughed and scolded. That's enough for you too. That's what's interesting about One's accent. He's clearly expressing his anger in a serious manner, but speaking it through their tone of voice makes people feel like they are acting coquettishly. It's no wonder that everyone wants to find a curdy girlfriend. Who doesn't like to pinch a girl who loves to act coquettishly? If FW doesn't accept training matches, then they can only find CLG. But after CLG played 2 games, they refused to play. Although the reason was not directly stated, it was actually similar to FW. They are also afraid that their top laner Darshan will doubt his life after being beaten by Lee Hansheng in the training match. Fortunately, there are only 3 days between the group stage and the semifinals, and time is also spent cooperating with the officials and preparing promotional materials for the semifinals and filming the trash talk session. There is not much time that can really be used for training matches. The first half of the semifinals between Top and SKT was held on May 13th. And one night, the 12th, the official released the promotional footage of the semifinals in advance, as well as some trash talk between the players from both sides. It is said to be trash talk, but it actually means that the officials prepare some questions and then ask the players in the form of interviews. But some of the questions are more pointed. For example, among them, the official asked Faker a question. The top team led by Nu, the talented top laner who has suddenly emerged this season, defeated you twice in a row in the group stage. Will you worry about being eliminated when they meet again in the semifinals? Facing the camera, Faker answered expressionlessly. The group stage is a process of testing each other. Top is indeed very good, and new players are also very talented. But in the past few years of my career, I have defeated and sent away there have been too many teams led by talented people. And this time is no exception. The winner in the end will be me. Mad. But today's Faker has crazy capital, with 2 S-level championships in hand. He is the well-deserved GOAT in the current League of Legends professional circle, especially combined with his entire career experience. He also debuted as a genius. He became world famous in the first season and successfully won the S Championship. In the second year, he encountered Waterloo and was sanctioned by the Samsung duo. However, he did not sink and fall. But in S5 when a large number of high-quality Korean players left the LPL and major competitions collectively, they faced the sky-high salary invitations from the LPL and stuck to the LCK. After losing to EDG at MSI, they faced huge pressure and won the championship again. When you understand this experience, you will understand why there are so many die-hard Faker fans in the LCK division. Because of S5. Before the final championship, the whole world, including the LCK itself, was not optimistic about itself, and felt that in the face of the LPL's money offensive, the LCK might be completely destroyed. As a result, SKT led by Faker won the championship, defending the LCK's dominance in the League of Legends professional circle and its reputation in the first division. And Lee Han-shung was not to be outdone in the interview. Facing SKT led by Faker, will you feel extra pressure in the semifinals? Lee Han-shung looked very disdainful. Pressure? We are the ones who won twice in the group stage. You should ask SKT if they will feel pressure when they meet us in the semifinals. Faker has a great reputation and many honors. But that's all, it's the past tense. The era of SKT's dominance has passed. And I don't mind stepping on SKT's corpse to finally reach the top. These 2 interview clips were released and immediately caused a lot of discussion at home and abroad. Shung Bao is so handsome. It's too domineering. Is the ability of professional players to say dirty things related to their game level? Director, I'm already studying MSI's opponents. Ha ha ha. You can't get over this joke. Right? Little B-boy. Your number is gone. Not bragging. But Guapi still has a bit more aura. After all, the honor is there. If you don't understand, just ask. What kind of championship is Lee Han promoted to? Do you dare to fight against Melon Skin? Kerdog is spicy? Come on. Come on. Chia's ancestral dog beating stick is specially designed to beat Kerdog's. There are endless debates in the country. In the final analysis, Faker's honor is too strong and too solid. The S tournament champion is the top hard currency in the League of Legends professional circle. The league champion is a secondary item. How can secondary items compare with the top hard currency? If Riot creates a League of Legends Hall of Fame at this time, Faker stopped at the entrance of the Hall of Fame, took a look at the Hall of Fame sign, and strode in. The security guards didn't even dare to stop him. He shouted quite confidently, "Will you let me in? Hall of Fame!" The judges below didn't dare to breathe. They could only laugh. Although Faker seems to have a bad attitude, he can't stand up to the fact that he has a lot of top-level hard currency and is a 2-time S competition champion. As for Lee Han-shung, if he goes there at this stage, he will only be a league champion. In terms of honors, he is really lackluster. He may have to carry a box of fruits by himself and go to the judges' table to distribute them one by one. The weather is a bit hot, so eat more fruits. When the judges ate it, they thought it was quite sweet. They thought something might happen to you. So they said to you, "Go back and wait for news." This is almost the case with Jiang Zi. As for abroad, Reddit netizens also made many hot comments after seeing the interview clip. This MSI has refreshed my understanding of LPL top laners. Noob may be the strongest top laner in the world. There is no doubt about it. Faker deserves respect. He is the GOAT in the LOL field. Obviously, people are looking forward to the coronation of the new king more than the old king maintaining the existing order. Noob is so cool. He is different from previous LPL players. Very confident and unique. I declare that I am a fan of Noob. As for South Korea itself, there are all kinds of cynicism. The 4th division really looks like a clown with his harsh words. Give them some color. These bastards don't really think that SKT is serious about the group stage. Right? Noob is a typical representative of the LPL region. He is tough-talking, arrogant, and a real piece of shit. When it comes to life and death, he is a piece of trash. A group of losers facing the LCK can actually dominate the LPL. This division is really worthless except for money. It is the 4th division after all. No matter what the outside world thinks, the effect Riot wanted has been achieved. This much-anticipated confrontation between China and South Korea has already attracted a lot of attention even before it officially begins. Wow! Why did SKT and Top meet in the semifinals? Wenxin complained in a loud voice. SKT is too weak. Isn't it? Isn't it the champion of S5? How come it fell to 4th place? Then what can I do if I'm in 4th place? If I had known earlier, I would have bought tickets for the semifinals, which made us spend so much effort to get tickets for the finals. What if you said, what if Li Hansheng lost? We would be lonely to watch at the scene. There is only one winner. Why can't it be him? Huang Xian asked. I think Top has a greater chance of winning. So you can relax. Exactly. Wenwen curled her lips. I don't know who said not to chase stars. Just watch the games. But it turned out that they were more active in grabbing tickets than anyone else. Huang Xian's face turned red when her thoughts were exposed. And she quickly changed the subject. Where's Luo Feng? Isn't he going to take you to play games? Stop talking. When Xian complained through gritted teeth. I get angry when I talk about this. I just tricked him a few times. He actually told me that his roommate found a cat doing backflips at the playground. I'm going to take a look and then run away. Huang Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Do all boys like to use this reason? I remember that not long after you fell in love, he told you that his cat could do backflips? I'm going to die. Wenwen covered her best friend's mouth in shame and anger. If they continued chatting, they couldn't watch the content without paying. The most annoying thing is, within 5 minutes of him finishing talking to me, I watched it. His account is in the game. Ha 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 ha. Humph! When Xian puffed up her cheeks angrily, staring at her bestie with her beautiful eyes. Huang Xian felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, always feeling that something bad was going to happen. Shirxin, what are you looking at me for? You like to laugh. Right. When Xian's smile was extremely bright. If you are so happy, then let's do something happy. For example, let's have a sweet one. It must be done by 2 people. And it must be done on the bed. Half an hour later, Huang Xian lay on the bed looking helpless. When she lowered her head, she could see the dazzling scarlet color. Yuwa, I'm not clean anymore. What are you doing? When Xian, who was also lying on the bed not far away, complained angrily. Isn't it just to cheat you out of the rankings? That's all. The reason why that scarlet color is so dazzling is because Huang Xian has been very lucky in the rankings recently. He has won 9 games in a row. When he checked the results, it turned out to be green. But it was dazzling to lose. The reason why they could see it when they lowered their heads was that they placed a small computer desk on the bed in the dormitory, with their notebooks placed on it. Come on! Come on! My aunt doesn't believe it. And she can continue to lose all the way. When Xian was gearing up to continue the fight, Huang Xian immediately shook his head. I still have something to do. As soon as when Xian looked up, she saw Huang Xian staring down at the phone screen, laughing from time to time, and tapping on the screen with her slender fingers. Humph! I'll play by myself. But 5 minutes later, when he saw Huang Xian's account also displayed in the game, when Xian couldn't hold back any longer. Ah! Huang Xian! On the bus heading to the competition site, Li Hansheng, who had nothing to do, simply browsed some related posts on the internet. As a high-intensity internet surfer, Li Hansheng is very concerned about comments made by netizens about him. We are all normal people. When we see someone praising us, we will smile. When we see someone scolding us, we will occasionally have the urge to retaliate. All we have to do is learn from 1.5 and have an entire account online with people online every day. MD, I obviously didn't play much. Why are these troll netizens always chasing after me? Ashui glanced at his phone twice and almost broke his defense, fiddling with his helmet irritably. He always has a good attitude, but he gets criticized every time for no reason. Mainly, I am also a mom fan who likes to tease him, because of the seats in the training room of the top base. Ashui and Ming sat on one side of Li Hansheng and on the other side respectively. They were nicknamed the Left and Right Guardians by Li Hansheng's fans. The two of them often appear on camera during Li Hansheng's live broadcasts, and he has a very good relationship with Li Hansheng. Naturally, some fans praise Li Hansheng, and they also praise them. It's okay to praise Li Hansheng. After all, Li Hansheng's performance has been praised this season, and others can't refute it. But Ashui? Ming? These two were blown away before they even got the main position, which aroused the resentment of some people. Whenever you see someone bragging about Ashui, just brag about him being a Navy AD. Hee hee. Ming did not forget to touch up the damage. You win, Ba. I heard that you are the coach of the 80W Navy. When are you going to call your 80W Navy brothers out to have a meal together? Get out! Ah Shui stood up angrily and tried to choke Ming. And the two of them started to fight. There were two people on the field who were on a different frequency than everyone else. Candy and Gu Shunmin. They didn't know what they were doing while holding their mobile phones. But they just kept giggling. When will my sand sculpture teammates become normal? Li Hansheng sighed silently, turned his head, and looked out the window, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Tears that he couldn't stop crying. Don't ask. If you ask, you will be blinded by the sun's rays. Welcome everyone to the first half semifinals of the 2016 MSI Championship. The two teams in today's game are old acquaintances to everyone. Our top team in the LPL region and the SKT team that has won the S Championship twice. Guan Ziyuan did not appear in the commentary box. His current qualifications are not enough to play at such an important moment. But he was sitting at the analysis desk before the game. That's right. Before the start of the game, we invited the director of the EDG club and Abramovich, who are old acquaintances of everyone, to conduct pre-match analysis for us. Wang Lauer on the side also took over the conversation. We all know that Top defeated SKT twice in the group stage. But based on experience over the years, SKT in the group stage and SKT in the knockout stage cannot be generalized. The director thinks what should Top do if they want to successfully defeat SKT today? Well, the factory director thought for a moment. It depends on the state. Top's overall strength is very strong. If they maintain their state, they can compete with SKT. During the interview before the game, Faker said that he sent away many talented players. What does the factory director think of Faker's remarks? Wang Lauer continued to ask. In the entire League of Legends professional circle, Faker is the only one who can say such a thing. The factory director was a little envious. Faker is indeed the ultimate dream of all professional players. The factory director is indeed a person with dreams. Although he has never achieved results, at least he is working hard. It can only be said that life is unsatisfactory 9 times out of 10. Many things cannot be achieved simply by hard work. What about Abramovich? Guan Ziyuan asked again. From the perspective of the coaching staff, how can Top defeat SKT? When playing against SKT, I think the main thing is to limit their double C. Abramovich actually has good business skills in this area. He talked eloquently. SKT is essentially a team that plays around double C. This season Benji retreated to the second line, and Marin came to LPL. But their record is still very good, relying on the mid-lower double C. I won't say much about Faker. Lee Sang-hyuk's strength is obvious to all. I want to focus on Bang. Last year's Bang actually had some shortcomings. But after watching SKT's games this season, I really feel that this person has no shortcomings now. There's nothing to say. EDG was able to defeat SKT in S5's MSI. Part of the reason was that SKT's bottom lane duo didn't perform that well. Wolf and Bang performed very well. But even so, EDG had to fight hard for 5 games before finally winning. In fact, EDG's team building idea is based on what SKT learned. They build the team around the mid to bottom double C, and they don't pay too much attention to tactics. As long as they are disadvantaged, they just drag. And they wait until the double C equipment is formed to take over the team. SKT's style of play is actually the same. It's just that SKT has better team communication skills and decisive decisions at critical moments. In addition, unlike EDG, they don't pay attention to the top lane. In disadvantageous situations, they can always buy valuable development space for the team through side lane pulling. It's not like EDG. In a disadvantageous situation, you can only passively wait for the opponent to make a mistake. Once the opponent doesn't make a mistake, you will passively wait for death. Borrowing a classic line from Yongjing Dynasty, the 8th prince imitates me in every aspect. But everything he imitates is nothing like me. EDG feels a bit like this too. But, at any rate, they have also achieved great success at home with this set of ideas. Their domestic achievements cannot be denied just because of the weakness of the foreign war. Top's double C is not too inferior to SKT's double C, and they have a huge advantage in the top lane, Abramovich continued. Overall, I am more optimistic about Top. I am very grateful to you two for your professional pre-match analysis. I believe that after listening to the factory director and Abramovich's analysis, the audience has already made a rough judgment on the situation of today's match. Without further ado, let us introduce the next steps. Leave the picture to the commentary box. Chapter 139 Classic Zoo Combination. Thanks to the analysis desk for the professional analysis it brought us. Sitting in the commentary box today are Wawa, Miller and Su Xiaoyan. The three of them are all veteran commentators in the LPL competition. They are also a classic combination that perfectly matches the match between men and women and does not make them tired. I think Abramovich's analysis is correct. Miller followed the words of the previous pre-match analysis desk and continued. The real strength of SKT is their Double C's ability to support, relying on the powerful Double C of Faker and Bang. Let SKT's team fighting ability in the mid to late game stand out from the rest. It is precisely because Faker and Bang have such strong team fighting abilities in the mid to late game that SKT only needs to team fight with the opponent to finally win the game. If there is a slight disadvantage in the early stage, they will retreat and defend to ensure the development of Double C, so that they have the ability to support team battles. And because they have excellent execution and decision-making abilities, their defense in disadvantageous situations can be watertight, and their split pushing in advantageous situations can make their opponents run for their lives. After all, from simplicity to simplicity, SKT didn't use too many bells and whistles at all. But sometimes, it is precisely this seemingly simple thing, but the various meanings contained in it are not so simple. Take the decision-making ability in the middle and late stages. No matter how top-notch the coaching team is in League of Legends, you can help the team plan the first 15 minutes if you hold on tight, because the situation on the field changes rapidly, and there will always be unexpected things happening, commonly known as field variables. Korean-style operation allows the jungler to reduce the frequency of ganks and prevent players from trying to chase and kill online. The essence is to reduce the variables on the field and make the entire team act like programmed robots, executing the coach's instructions in an orderly manner. Various procedures. It is precisely because of this, based on the common version, the human brain can think about the same things, which is also an important reason for the low blood value of LCK. I know what you are going to do, and you also know what I am doing, but I just can't fight. What about decision-making ability? Decision-making refers to when the situation on the field changes and deviates from the track expected by the coaching team before the game. Players make overall decisions on the spot based on the current situation on the field. Players with decision-making ability are talented players, and the most typical one is Mana. Even at his peak, his operations were average, but he was the brains of the team. This requires a strong overall view. The decision-making ability is either a natural talent, an innate ability in this area, or intuition. Either it is due to the accumulation of a large number of competitions and the accumulation of long-term experience. After all, veteran drivers are not trained in a day. Which veteran driver does not have hundreds of gigabytes of educational films in his hard drive? And SKT, with both talent and experience, the combination of the two can only be described as Takakato in the esports circle. When facing ordinary opponents, he does not even need to be serious and can win by just moving his fingers. Indeed, Su Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. If you want to defeat SKT, a prerequisite is that the Double C must not be too weak. Obviously the top Double C is trustworthy, and the top laner Noob can be seen through the group stage. By stabilizing Duke, there is no doubt that top is the more likely to win, and top's decision-making level is not inferior to SKT in any way, especially in team battles. In my opinion, they are even more decisive than SKT in some cases. After the two partners finished saying all the good things, the doll had to play the role of pouring cold water on them, appropriately lower the expectations of the audience in the competition area, so that if they really lose the game, public opinion will not crush top, and also ensure that they will not be affected by public opinion after the game. We all know that BO1 and BO5 are competitions of different dimensions. In BO1, everything is possible, but in BO5, the coaching staff of both sides have carefully prepared before the game and various targeted tactics. The competition is who has fewer shortcomings. SKT has extremely rich BO5 experience in the World Championship, which is exactly what top lacks the most. So I think either side is likely to be the winner today, and the winning rate is 50-50. The last time I heard Ravi talking this kind of nonsense was the last time. MD. I admire Lao Biwa's ability to blindly explain things. He can explain things clearly to you in one sentence, but he can still tell you a long story. Can you win the game with more experience? So EDG has so much experience. Why did they still lose to top? But who among you dare to deny that SKT's performance in BO5 is very strong? I advise some fans of Noob to restrain themselves. If you continue like this, I will ask. Noob is a champion, and Faker is a champion. Can Kragog get out of the gram smoothly? Why can I hear dogs barking in the official live broadcast room? It's really strange. The warm-up before the game has pushed this highly watched game to a new level. It's no exaggeration to say this is the most watched game of this MSI, even if it is only the semifinals. But in everyone's eyes, the outcome of this semifinal will directly determine the final MSI championship. Will Faker complete his career Grand Slam? Or will Top defeat a strong opponent and continue his dark horse nature? With a clang sound, the director showed the screen directly to the BP screen of both parties. Here it comes. The BP of the first round of BO5 between both sides has officially begun. Top achieved first place in the group stage, so it has the priority to choose sides in the first, third, and fifth rounds. Top actively chooses the red side. Then SKT will be on the blue side. As soon as they came up, SKT took the initiative to ban Jess. There is nothing much to say. This hero, who was originally a hero in the LCK division, has now become Li Hanqing's absolute signature. Any team will choose to ban him when facing Top. A close-up shot was taken of Li Hanqing, who was smiling happily and pointing at the computer screen as if to say something to his teammates. It looks like Noob is very happy today. I made a blind guess, and he seems to be saying, "Look, I'll just say it. SKT will definitely ban my Jace." Noob made a confident guess. Good guy. Is Ning a master of lip reading? Miller also cooperated with him very much. I also think it is highly likely to be the case. As soon as the two sang together, the atmosphere immediately became lively. The audience even burst into laughter. After a short period of thinking, Top took the initiative to ban Luan Ma. Since W can critically hit in the follow-up, Luan Ma's carry ability in the later stage has improved sharply. This hero itself has very good functionality, with a strong ability to push the lane, and the ultimate move is a powerful tool for pulling in team battles. It is very consistent with SKT's style of play that likes to pull in team battles. SKT's second ban position is given to the Excavator. The Excavator may not be Candy's strongest hero, but it must be the hero that best meets the needs of the Top team and Candy's personal needs in the current version. When a hero can meet the needs of both the team and the individual, there is absolutely nothing wrong with sending him to the ban position. Top's choice is to ban Yodo. Even though this hero has been weakened in several versions, it does not hinder Yodo's strength in the game. The level 1 ultimate can provide 70% damage reduction in the early and mid-term team battles. A big auxiliary bullhead can even be more powerful than a top laner with unfinished equipment. SKT gave Lucian the last ban position, and Top's backhand sent Enchantress to the ban position, which can be regarded as giving enough support to Faker. It seems like SKT is trying to steal Leopard Girl. MSI's game version uses 6.8, and the playoff versions of LCK and LPL also use 6.8. I have played so many games in this version, even for people who don't understand the game. In terms of BP, I basically understand which heroes will occupy the ban position and which heroes will be robbed. Leopard Girl is the one who will be robbed among the remaining heroes. However, SKT directly picked Easy in seconds. Huh? Miller was a little dumbfounded. Easy? Don't you want to snatch Leopard Girl? What is SKT trying to do? Wawa didn't know what the other party meant. But when the close-up shot was shown to Koma, it was found that the expression on his face was very calm, as if everything was under control. So this act of grabbing Easy was also intentional on his part. It's probably SKT's strategy. It's indeed SKT's guess. The top 3 heroes in the shooter position in this MSI are Easy, Lucian and Wheelmom. Now that Wheelmom and Lucian have been sent to the ban position, Easy is the best choice. What's more, it's Bang's Easy. Do you understand the value of Bangzariel? The best options left are either skateboard shoes with weakened landing ability or a policewoman. But Koma believes that Top will not take the policewoman, because the hero chosen by the policewoman is to kidnap her teammates and fight around her. So the policewoman can only accept the advantage. In fact, there is another reason. That is, Koma also believes that Top will not help Candy pick the Leopard Girl. This season, Candy's Leopard Girl selection rate is extremely low. In many cases, Candy would even rather play with barrels and spiders than choose the Leopard Girl. It's interesting. Are you assuming that Xiang Renjie can't play Leopard Girl? Li Hanqing joked with a smile. Xiang Renjie, you seem to be looked down upon. Nonsense. If I were Koma, I would have the same idea. There are 3 vampires in the team. Why should the jungler play Leopard Girl? Candy rolled his eyes and vented his usual resentment against dirty monsters. Then give him a surprise. Li Hanqing smirked. Let's see what Faker chooses. The carefully prepared black technology tricks must be used. Otherwise, wouldn't the preparation be in vain? You can't wait until the S-game to use it. Right. Hearing this, Bai Yueyan nodded. Let's see. Use that method. In the stunned eyes of Coma and SKT players, Top actually locked the leopard girl on the first floor, and then took another popular choice in the support position. Braum. Braum's security door has a certain restraint on Easy's performance in team battles. Ha! I believe everyone can see from Coma's expression how surprised he is by Top's choice. Miller gloated. Without Leopard Girl, SKT will not be able to form a double poke system. It's hard to try and attack the jungle. Coma's face was a bit ugly, but it didn't make him break the defense. He didn't grab the Leopard Girl immediately, which was essentially a bet that Top would choose heroes based on inertia, since Top would rather choose a jungle hero that doesn't match the usual tactics. There's nothing he can do. SKT's backhand lock on the male gun and Echo is also in line with their choice. Echo is Duke's signature hero and one of his best heroes. The most important thing is that the meaty Echo has almost no natural enemies in the top lane, which can allow Duke to withstand pressure to the greatest extent. The top choice is backhand lock on Ice Girl plus Policewoman. This time, Keikoma really can't stay calm anymore. He even suspected that the people at top were deliberately messing with his mentality. Every choice was unexpected. He even wants to ask if your top can play the female police system. Do you know how to develop a series of tactical arrangements around the female police officer? If you don't understand anything, what should you choose? But no one can answer him. The short selection time was not enough for Coma to think about Top's true intentions. Since he couldn't guess the other party's intentions, Coma chose to be himself. For your own lineup, he first chose the auxiliary Wet Nurse. What a protective auxiliary like Braum is most afraid of is a soft auxiliary like Wet Nurse. And Easy plus Wet Nurse can be considered a classic combination. Back when the Wet Nurse was not redone and could still return to blue, Easy plus Wet Nurse was the perpetual motion machine in the bottom lane. The Wet Nurse can help Easy clear the line, and can also maintain Easy's status when Easy is consumed by the policewoman, which can delay the attack rhythm of the policewoman to the greatest extent. Then let the middle lane choose Clockwork. This version of Clockwork has not weakened the damage, and even the basic attack power has not been reduced. Although, the combat effectiveness in the early stage is still a bit unsatisfactory. But as soon as you get the 3-piece set, you only need one perfect ultimate move to make the opponent explode in a Clockwork team battle. Clockwork is one of those versatile heroes that can be picked in any version, and can also be a backup for the team in the later stages. It's coming! Faker's Clockwork, Miller sighed. Although I believe in Top, I still panic when I see Faker's hero. Indeed, Faker himself is stable, and with the help of Clockwork, it is equivalent to providing insurance for the entire SKT team. Let's see what choice Noob will make. He can still play a lot of heroes, but he can't ignore the choice of Policewoman in the bottom lane. I always feel that it is a bit difficult to choose the top player. Everyone is looking forward to Li Hanqing's final choice. Top is not trying to sell anything here. Give your final answer directly soon. Crocodile. Ah? A zoo group? Watanabe exclaimed. Is Top going to reenact the scene of military training on the road again? It's possible, Miller boldly guessed. Use the strong power of the top jungle to contain SKT's energy in the top lane, so that the policewoman in the bottom lane can use her own advantages to gain an advantage in the normal laning rhythm. I also think there is a high probability that this is the case. Su Xiaoyan also agreed with this view. Li Hanqing's Crocodile has also carried in the game. If SKT is forced to recruit female police in the bottom lane, then they will completely explode in the top lane. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. On the road, Echo versus Crocodile. Jungler, Male Gun versus Leopard Female. Mid lane, Clockwork versus Ice Girl. Bottom lane, Easy plus Nani versus Policewoman plus Brawn. Chapter 140 Crocodile and Leopard Combination. Tianhe is invincible. The coaches from both sides are giving their final instructions. Bai Yueya, who took the initiative to take out the black technology, looked confident, while Coma, on the other hand, tried his best to seize the last bit of time to explain to the team members, especially Duke, who urged him to go on the road. Haoxing, you must be careful. You know, as long as you can withstand the attack of the opposite Winnow in the first 15 minutes, victory will belong to us. Shanjiu, you have to take more care of the top lane. You know? Blank, who was named, nodded. Don't worry, Brother Zheng Jun. Coma originally wanted to say something more, but the referee behind him urged him to take off his earphones, and was forced to leave the players' stand. When shaking hands, he saw Bayaya's confident expression. He couldn't help but mutter. And on the way back to the backstage, he reviewed the BP process between the two parties in his mind. He thought about it carefully and seemed to understand that Top seemed to have chosen a lineup that was different from their usual playing style. But in essence, it was still the same lineup. The purpose of grabbing the leopard girl was to use it as a substitute for Banning. Just now on the court, he was wondering why someone like Candy, who was not high up in the team, could still take the leopard girl. That is, a fan of the authorities. Now he calmed down and thought about it. Top simply doesn't want SKT to get leopard girl. And it doesn't mean that choosing leopard girl must consume resources. For example, Factory Director's leopard girl is used as a pattern-controlled jungler that clears the jungle faster than the excavator. Then choose the tool player Ice Girl in the middle lane, who does not need too many resources. This way, the middle lane can give up part of the resources to the policewoman in the bottom lane, allowing the policewoman to have more development space to accumulate her own equipment. There is one last doubt in Koma's mind. There are so many good hero choices out there. Why choose the evil retribution combination? The hero Crocodile is limited by his own skill mechanism. No matter how strong he is, his period of strength is limited, and he has very little room for maneuver in team battles, letting a player like Li Hansheng play such a hero. Koma even felt that White Crescent Moon was a bit overqualified. After all, as long as the player's operational ability meets the standard, the higher the upper limit of the hero, the better. Don't worry about it for now. Koma couldn't bear to say anything about Writing Sister, so he simply didn't bother to guess, and walked faster to the lounge. Anyway, as long as we don't lose the economic gap 15 minutes ago, we will win in the middle and later stages. This is a trust in the ability of the Double C to support the base, and also a trust in the defensive ability of the own team. As soon as he walked to the door of the lounge, he heard a hack sound inside. When he pushed the door and walked in, he saw Benji and the members of the coaching staff with confused expressions on their faces. Could it be that the first level group collapsed? Koma quickly looked at the TV used for broadcasting, but he did not play the first level group because he was thinking about it for a while in the aisle and wasted some time. At this time, the game was more than 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the two sides were about to start the normal battle. However, Sheepa! Is this Crocodile in the middle? Oh my god! Wei Shen and Noob actually changed places? Wawa. Miller and Su Xiaoyan in the commentary box were all shocked when they saw what was happening on the court. Can you also make purple pills? Why do you want to play something sexy when you can beat SKT by playing normally? I can't even understand it. Fancy. Can the top lane and the middle lane play the same way? I wonder if it's normal to use black technology in the first round of the knockout round. What are you doing so hard to rely on? Everyone was completely confused about the situation on the field. In the perception of all players, Crocodile is a top hero, and can even be called a panacea for the top. Whenever you don't know which hero to choose, there is nothing wrong with choosing Crocodile. Ha ha ha. Faker must be buzzing right now. Right. The wild monsters haven't refreshed yet, so Candy cuts the screen to the middle lane and laughs gloatingly. I guess so. Li Hansheng also smiled. This is the style of play brought about by the advanced understanding of the version. The top laner warrior running in the middle to bully the mage happened after the introduction of the Tappy mechanism in S9. Everything in the professional arena is dominated by Tappy, which has led to many long-handed heroes with strong line pressure to move to the top lane, squeezing the living space of the original top lane warriors. Sorry. The top lane warriors went to the middle to bully the weaker traditional mages. That is to say, these teams and players do not yet have a good understanding of the game, and they still divide positions according to stereotyped hero positioning. Actually, later, when everyone's understanding of the game is further improved, they will not be divided according to the positioning of heroes, but will choose heroes that can satisfy the player's tactical positioning on the field. For example, if you want ultimate lane suppression in the top lane, then choose Lucian, Vien, or Jace. If you want ultimate lane control in the middle lane, then choose a top lane that clears lanes quickly, because most of the warriors on the road have skills that cost no money, and as warriors they are very solid. But traditional mages use skills that consume mana. Using skills to push each other's lanes is definitely a loss for traditional mages. Use range to consume? Before traditional mages had equipment, wouldn't the skills used on warriors be like scratching an itch? As for changing positions, will it cause any discomfort in playing style? Li Hansheng also took this into consideration, and he used this set of tactics based on the situation. This season, The top lane Ice Girl is also considered a regular play. And Gao Dui does not need to do anything in the top lane to interact with Echo to cultivate troops. He is best at this kind of thing. The most important thing is that Faker chooses a stupid hero, like Clockwork, who has no displacement. The Retribution combination will become his real retribution in this game. Ba Rao is always calm Faker. And even after being tricked, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. At first, he thought he was going to face Ice Girl and face the midfielder of Ice Girl plus Leopard Girl. So the magic resistance in his runes was directly maxed out. But on the contrary, he didn't bring any armor at all. And the yellow plug was for growth of health. The summoner skill selection is also Flash plus Teleport. After all, Clockwork's E, command, Guard, can also provide Clockwork itself with additional double resistance, coupled with the full magic resistance in the rune. As long as its own condition is not too bad. Even if Ice Girl can control him first. The damage of Ice Girl plus Leopard Girl is not enough. Mainly the damage of Ice Girl is a bit low. But the instant burst of Crocodile plus Leopard Girl can kill people. Even the solid top tanks and warriors can't withstand the burst of these two people. Let alone a fragile traditional mage. Soldiers are online. Even Faker doesn't know how to deal with this kind of black technology. It stands to reason. The level 1 Crocodile is very weak because it has no anger. On the contrary, the level 1 Clockwork has a very strong passive, Clockwork Consonance, which will cause Clockwork's basic attack to be accompanied by additional magic attacks. And the damage to people will be particularly high. Going forward to suppress will inevitably cause you to move forward and push the line. Play Crocodile plus Leopard Girl to push the lane? Isn't that using a flashlight and a cesspit seeking death? But if you don't push the line, if you release the line, it will be very dangerous for the troops to enter the tower. The ability of Crocodile plus Leopard Girl to cross the tower is second only to Crocodile plus Spider. Now it doesn't work even if you push the line. Or if you don't push the line. Faker's final decision was to control the line plus find opportunities to use basic attacks to maintain stability. Facing the flashy black technology, the only way to cope with all changes is to remain unchanged. Li Hansheng was so happy with his basic attacks that he was able to build up his anger. But Faker didn't dare to come forward and use his basic attacks to consume it. He was obviously very afraid. Li Hansheng quickly accumulated 50 anger points. At this time, the second wave of small soldiers has come online. And the first wave of long-range soldiers on both sides are slowly reduced to residual health. Faker is stuck at the extreme distance and uses basic attacks to replenish troops. But at the same time, the crocodile that was replenishing its troops suddenly turned into a golden light. Buzz? Huh? The crocodile flashed. Is it going to move to the middle? Huh? Faker flashed too. Faker's concentration is very concentrated. He is still at his peak. And his attributes of concentration, reaction, and hand speed are probably all maxed out. Therefore, the first time he saw the crocodile flash, Faker instinctively handed over his own flash to distance himself. The next second, when you see a level 1 crocodile, just use Red Fury Q Tyrant Strike to turn to the minion. Faker immediately realized that he had been fooled. But there is no way. This is Top's conspiracy. If Leopard Girl really wanted to catch her at level 2 at this point in time, she would have already arrived. The hero Leopard Girl only needs Q and W to cooperate with Crocodile. And Crocodile only needs Red Fury W, Cold Prey, to cooperate with Leopard Girl. Faker has never watched the anti-Japanese drama and does not know Yin Shuangying. Otherwise, he could boldly bet that Li Hanqing's gun had no bullets. It can only be said that the combination of Crocodile plus Leopard Girl brought too much invisible pressure to him. Like a frightened bird. Shiba. Looking at the flash that had entered the CD. Faker suddenly had a huge headache. The only skill that saved his life was handed over. He was in danger now. In the next 5 minutes, he would definitely be regarded as a breakthrough. Hey! Are you dumbfounded? Li Sang-hyuk! Li Hansheng smiled happily. TSK! You responded so quickly? Candy felt a little regretful. In fact, Li Hansheng didn't even add any skills when he flashed. Candy did come to the grass next to the middle road immediately. If the Faker fails to flash, then Li Hansheng will learn W in seconds. If the Faker flashes, then he will learn Q. No matter what. It's all Li Hanqing's profit. So what if he didn't flash? Clockwork plus Mail Gun does not have any control or retention capabilities. And at level 3 he can learn E-Rampage, with displacement. As long as there is a line of troops, he can escape or quickly approach Clockwork. But do you think you can really escape? Li Sang-hyuk? The corners of Li Hanqing's mouth raised slightly. This wave of flash changes is just the beginning. Crocodile's Red Fury Q will cause huge AoE damage. So the troop line will slowly advance towards SKT's tower. He only needs to accumulate anger while slowly maintaining the third wave of troops, which is to bring the cannon. When the Rook's wave of troops comes online, just push it into the tower. Faker also realized that something was wrong with the army line and quickly wanted to remedy it. But when he flashed before, he learned the E skill in seconds, leaving him without any means to push the lane. At 2 minutes and 44 seconds, Leopard Girl, who had cleared 3 groups of wild monsters in the lower half of her area and reached level 3, crossed the river and came to SKT's big camp. Otherwise, level 2 wasted time in order to cooperate with Li Hansheng, and Leopard Girl was able to play solo normally. The clearing speed can be upgraded to level 3 in 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Candy! What's this? Do you want to fight against the jungle when you enter the jungle? But the male gun shoots from the bottom up. The doll was a little surprised. This is not for counter-jungling, but for ganking. Right. Miller hesitated for a moment before speaking. It really is. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Li Hansheng, who has the line right, was directly promoted to level 3. Since he has always been the A soldier, he already has 100 points of rage at this time. And the line of soldiers is about to enter the tower. It can actually be seen from Faker's position that he is on guard, because SKT knows that the Leopard Girl starts from the bottom up. So Clockwork is positioned lower at this time, which is close to the camp of its own sharp bill. From a god's perspective, there is only a wall between Leopard Girl and Clockwork. But Faker has no idea that the sickle of death is already on his neck, ready to come at any time. Noob, are you ready to freeze your hands? Clockwork is only level 2, and you didn't realize that Candy is right next to you. That's right. Move forward. Turny, Top is going to freeze your hands. The doll was the first to trigger the passive on the field. The battle sounded the alarm. The crocodile took 2 steps forward, but the Clockwork remained unmoved. Faker felt that his current position was very safe. The most important thing for him now was to quickly upgrade to level 3. So when the crocodile moved forward, he used Q, command, attack, to direct the golem to move towards the place where the minions gathered under the tower, further reducing the HP of the minions. The next second, the crocodile directly crosses E rampage, and the crocodile using the pool party skin attacks forward while waving the surfboard in his hand. The 2 people who were already close to each other became even closer now. The crocodile started directly with A, then connected with the red rage W, cold hunting. The crocodile waved the surfboard and stunned Clockwork in place. In Faker's stunned eyes, Leopard Girl's Q, javelin throw, flew out from the Sharpbill's camp in the lower half of his home area. Call out. The javelin accurately pierced the Clockwork and took away a certain amount of blood, and also triggered the seeking effect. The Clockwork was marked by Leopard Girl as the target of hunting. Without saying a word, the Leopard Girl switched forms and transformed into an elegant jaguar. She rushed over the thick wall with ultra-long distance W, swoop, to Clockwork's face, followed by flat A followed by E swipe, and then AQ, attack. Fall. Crocodile is also flat A followed by red fury Q, tyrant strike, trying to hit all the burst as much as possible, combined with the ultra-high killing damage of Q in Leopard Girl's jaguar form. The moment the main crocodile took the lead, Clockwork did not use E, command, defense, and did not gain a shield. Instead, he physically took advantage of this wave of explosions. When the control was released later, and he used E to shield himself, the crocodile immediately used the second stage of E to move behind Clockwork, and sandwiched Clockwork with Leopard Girl one after another. League of Legends has a volume collision setting. Whether Clockwork is walking forward or backward, he needs to avoid the crocodile or Leopard Girl, and he cannot get away at all. Moreover, the shield value of level 1 E is just a matter of the Leopard Girl and crocodile having one more shot and equaling A, which cannot change the ending of Clockwork's death. First blood obtained. It was taken into the pocket by Li Hansheng. In less than 3 minutes, the Zoo team opened a wound in SKT's middle. Your name is Lee Sang-hyuk, right? Just this. 10% off water bottles? Keza speaks. Kerdog lost his biological father. He must be very angry. Right? What if I give you a crocodile head? This kind of useless hero in team battles. I'm thinking about what if Crocodile plus Leopard Girl get first blood. Later in the team battle, the Volute will definitely leave you with no good juice to eat. The filial sons of Han are to the effect that their father has lost his father. So let's get over it. Nice! Miller shouted excitedly. Top's black technology tactics were successful, and he was the first to get the first blood. Thaker never expected that Leopard Girl would appear in the lower half of his team. So he really didn't farm in the wild. If you use Leopard Girl as a rhythm jungler, why don't you just choose a prince? Brother Xiang, I'm going to fight against the wild on the other side. Blank immediately thought of countering the wild after seeing that he was killed in the middle and Leopard Girl and Crocodile were walking down. Don't go. It's too late. Thaker quickly shook his head to stop. Ice Girl has a slight advantage in the top lane. And the male gunner is going to the top wild area. Even if Duke follows Ice Girl will arrive first. What's more, Leopard Girl and Crocodile will also return to defense. And then Blank will become the turtle in the urn. After resurrecting, Thaker quickly TP'd back to the tower to minimize the loss of troops due to death. SKT didn't realize anything was wrong. The game is still in its early stages. There cannot be too many vision arrangements on the map. And a Crocodile with half health and 0 rage cannot make any trouble. Thaker believed that it was normal for Li Hansheng to go home to resupply. And Leopard Girl would rush back to the jungle as soon as possible. So it was normal for them to not be able to see the two of them. However, this way down the road, although there was a Nani on the side to assist, the line of troops was still pushed over by the top duo. Easy's wave clearing ability is too poor. Without the support of Zyra and Karma, who have super wave clearing capabilities, it will definitely be defeated. Push the line. But Bang and Wolf didn't think anything of it. It's normal to be a little resistant to pressure in the early stage when facing a female police officer. Anyway, as long as the female police officer is not allowed to push the tower quickly, it will be fine. What's more, it seems that the female police officer has line rights. But there is no difference in the number of last hits between the two sides. In fact, the female police officer even wants to push the line quickly. Missed a few last hits. The two of them seemed unaware of the danger. In the Stoneman camp not far behind them, the Crocodile, which was originally only half healthy, had recovered to about 2/3 of its health under the influence of Leopard Girl's constant use of E, while galloping. What's even worse is that the male gun is driven from the red buff upwards. And the Stone Man is still there, which means that the Crocodile can accumulate anger. The troops in the bottom lane will reach the line later than those in the middle lane. And the experience is divided between two people. So the speed of reaching level 3 is also very slow. Normally, the first 3 waves of troops are collected, and the first 2 melee troops of the 4th group of troops are left. If you die in battle, you will reach level 3. But SKT's bot lane, the side that was pushed to the lane, gained experience even later. At this time, the 3rd wave of artillery soldiers had not yet died. And Easy and the Wet Nurse were still a long way from level 3 in experience. Go. Prepare to freeze your hands. Prepare to freeze your hands. Li Hansheng kept reminding his teammates. Thaker in the middle seemed to finally be alert. The main reason is that I haven't seen Li Hansheng for a long time. It's so strange. Even if it's a snail's crawl, it's still in the middle. Right. Professional players generally don't wait for money in the spring water, because that will delay their development rhythm. Isn't it? A bold idea suddenly appeared in Thaker's mind. He quickly cut the screen to take a look at the troop line situation in the bottom lane. Sure enough, he entered the tower. He quickly reminded, hurry up the bottom lane. They are going to cross the tower. The words just fell. The Leopard Girl and the angry Crocodile had already walked out of the grass behind them, directly cutting off Bang and Wolf's retreat. Why are they here? Shiba? Bang and Wolf were shocked. Both of them looked very surprised, because their teammates didn't give them any feedback at all. If they knew this was the case, they wouldn't dare to send troops in even if they were killed. But I can't care about that much at this time. You keep E, and quickly use Q to fight my minions. Bang's reaction was very quick, and he quickly communicated with Wolf. There is no hope of running at this time. We can only hope to quickly upgrade to level 3 to improve our operating space. Duke on the road cannot hand over TP in front of the Ice Girl to protect them. Xiao Huangmao quickly used Q Arcane Shot to attack the soldiers. And the Nani also used Q Meteor Fall to create AoE damage to lower the overall health of the soldiers under the tower. But top will not give them so many opportunities. Leopard Girl and Crocodile walked directly to their faces. The Wet Nurse used E, Astral Barrier, with her backhand to create a circular barrier that prevented both Crocodile and Leopard Girl from using any skills immediately, creating escape environment. It's too late. Please leave quickly and sell me. Wolf chose the strongman to cut off his wrist. It is better for one person to die than 2 people to die. Damn. Bang was very reluctant. But after taking a look at the experience bar, he knew clearly that 3 was impossible. At the moment when the Leopard Girl and the Crocodile were silenced, He directly plus flashed 2 distances and moved to a position far behind the tower, while the Nani the second phase of the confinement effect was activated, and the crocodile was imprisoned in place and unable to pursue. But the leopard girl was on the edge and directly retreated towards Easy. Letting the duck fly away is not top style. Green hair control brown. Use W, stand up, to jump to the side of leopard girl. And then Q dodge. The bricks of Winter's bite hit the little yellow hare, who was trying to escape at the extreme distance with precision, and put a layer of passive on it. He chased it forward for 2 steps and set it on fire at the extreme distance. Easy quickly used healing to accelerate himself and wanted to pull away quickly. Distance. Here. Leopard Girl directly handed over Flash to forcefully pursue. Leopard Girl AA in human form. Candy showed extremely smooth A skills, and played Brown to passively lock Easy in place, completely cutting off Bang's idea of escape. Then the Q came out, and after marking it as a prey target, it switched to WAQ. The crocodile also used E to follow up, and directly tied A to the red and angry Q to take down Easy's head. The 3 of them then turned back to look at the shivering Nani under the tower. One person was eating experience alone. The Nani had reached level 3. But the question didn't work at all. The crocodile walked back to the tower, faced the Nani without skills, and directly locked it in place with the red Fury W. Brown also supplemented the Q and set the passive. And the leopard girl continued to output flat A. The female police officer was Aweka, who used E, 90 caliber rope net, and W, yodel trap, to fire 2 consecutive headshots, successfully taking down the wet nurse. A perfect wave of 4 packs of 2, taking away SKT's bottom lane duo. At this point, the game time is just over 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Top already has a 3-0 lead. Nice. Miller shouted excitedly. This is Top's rapid attack. Even if you are SKT, you can't defend it. This advantage is too big. Wawa seemed to have thought of something. But we can't open the champagne at halftime. SKT will not be defeated so easily. Lao Bai Wanama is dead. Apart from talking nonsense, he is also talking about frustration. Is SKT your father? Labor and management will open champagne at halftime. Of course, it was impossible for Wawa to see the audience criticizing him. He continued to explain the situation on the court. This wave of top blood is profitable. The most important thing is to revitalize the situation. Su Xiaoyan praised. The policewoman got a kill, and the health of the bottom tower was also depleted a lot, so she can push the tower at a faster pace. White Crescent Moon in the background couldn't help but clench her fists when she saw these 2 waves of rhythm. Ha ha. The tactics proposed by this guy Han Sheng are really effective. Guihao knew all this and praised quickly. Sometimes I wonder if this guy is really a human being. He has invincible operation, a good understanding of the overall situation, and he can also help the coaching staff design tactics. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Shui and Ming said in unison with a smile. It's been a long time since we heard the story of your discerning eye and digging into the story of Brother Han Sheng's career. Ha ha ha. Guihao smiled proudly with his arms akimbo. My top laner is awesome. Right. I found him. White Crescent Moon rolled her eyes fiercely. It's obviously me. It's me who strongly urges Han Sheng to be given a chance. You win, Ba. Sure, Saming. Take a look at the situation on the field and put it into your own hands. If you were on the field, what suggestions would you give, and how should the team attack next? While paying attention to the situation on the court, Bai Yueya also did not forget to train the 2 young people in the team. Shui and Ming looked at the field and frowned. Shui was the first to speak. Our situation has been opened. After the Puff policewoman gets the kill, she will continue to expand her advantage in the bottom lane. What we have to do now is to suppress the opponent in the middle and jungle. Just make the opponent's middle and jungle unable to move, and let Poo Poo play freely in the bottom lane. Yeah. Ming nodded. Brother Han Sheng has already made Tiamat, and the troops are all the way into the tower. Faker is also under a lot of pressure, and he didn't flash. The more he looks at it, the more outrageous he feels. What's wrong with Brother Han Sheng? So awesome? It's like one person can suppress the entire SKT team. Fortunately, he is my teammate. The thighs I'm looking for are thick. Shui proudly showed off. Ming was also very cooperative. Wenbo, it's been a long time since I heard the story of you seeing the potential of Brother Han Sheng's thighs at a glance in rank. Hee. Shui laughed proudly just like Guihao before. After returning home to replenish supplies, Li Hanxing immediately rushed back to the line. In fact, he only lost half of the wave of troops. and Candy immediately ran back to the jungle to hold on to his F4. On the road, Gao Dui was very clumsy and didn't give him a chance. Ike and the male gun couldn't get over the tower and kill the ice girl. This wave is equivalent to Top using 2 groups of wild monsters plus a half wave of troops in the middle, in exchange for 3 heads. Since Li Hanxing and Candy counterattacked the opponent's Stone Man in the bottom lane, it actually meant that they only lost 1 red buff. And, since neither Easy nor Clockwork flashed, this means that Top can completely use these 2 points to continue attacking. A summoner's lack of skills is enough to become a target for top professional team players. 2 heads were collected, allowing Li Hanxing to make Tiamat for the first time when he returned home. Crocodile itself clears the wave very quickly. With Tiamat, just EA Tiamat E, and then Red Fury Q can easily clear the wave. After clearing the troops, he has many options. He can put pressure on Faker in the middle, or he can disappear in the middle, and put pressure on SKT's 2 wings and jungle at the same time. Although Candy's Leopard Girl didn't score any kills, she still had 3 assists. She made a green jungle knife and bought a rail ward, and immediately went straight to the jungle. After the Crocodile cleared the line of troops, the Faker in the middle stood under the tower, and could only send misses to his teammates. The male guns in the middle and lower lanes, and even in the wild area became cautious, fearing that a ferocious crocodile would suddenly appear. After Li Hanxing repeated this operation several times, the mentality of all SKT members was affected. But there is no way. Clockwork without equipment simply cannot clear the troops' line. Faced with a "Wolf is coming" reminder from Faker in the middle, Duke on the top lane became slack, and Li Hanxing seized a wave of opportunities. Coming to the top lane, Echo was still too flexible. But although he failed to kill Echo, he lowered his health and successfully forced out Echo's TP. As the time approached 6 minutes, Li Hanxing glanced at the experience bar and skill CD, and a smile appeared on his face. He first used 2 sections of E to quickly approach Clockwork, although Clockwork immediately used W to accelerate himself and tried to distance himself. The Crocodile with W enabled would gain an additional 50 points of attack range, allowing him to successfully bite Clockwork. A wave of EW Tiamat AQ lowered Clockwork's HP. Then he pulled back and distanced himself. Faced with his consumption, Faker had no choice at all, because it is useless for Faker to consume Li Hanxing. Firstly, the damage is not high, and secondly, it is a waste of mana. It is better to save mana and use skills to replenish troops. Immediately after the next wave of soldiers came online, Li Hanxing was still angry with the A soldier. After clearing this wave of soldiers, he was directly promoted to level 6, with 3 heads of experience. Even if he lost half the wave of soldiers, he still reached level 6 earlier than normal. Faker was shocked and quickly moved back to try to distance himself. The ancient ferocious beast with scarlet eyes in front of him was not someone he could offend. But why would Li Hanxing give this opportunity? Directly flash T, just within the limit distance of E, directly A to Red Fury W to bite, and activate the ultimate move, Ultimate Dominance, while W controls yourself. Then flat A is connected to Red Fury Q. Then Tiamat is connected to double E. Clockwork, which had nearly 2/3 of its blood, immediately fell under the tower and became a corpse on the ground. The scene was in an uproar, and countless spectators screamed, "It's him! It's him! It's him again! We can always trust Noob!" Miller shouted excitedly, "Who said Noob can't play in the middle? It's an operation in the top lane, and it's an operation in the middle. There's no difference." Wawa also looked very excited, and his tone was very excited. "At present, it seems that if Noob plays in the middle, it may not necessarily be worse than if he plays in the top lane." Su Xiaoyan also did not hesitate to praise. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You're the only one who's called the Big Devil. Right? My brother Hanxing specializes in killing the Big Devil. Sheng Bao, you are too handsome. Single kill." It is always the kind of on-field behavior that most stimulates the adrenaline glands of the audience and boosts morale. Faker remained expressionless, talking to himself as he did during the live broadcast. "The Crocodile brought insight, and the damage is a bit high." These are some minor flaws in games from the S6 era. You can only see what the opponent's ultimate talent is, but you can't know the opponent's secondary talents. Moreover, Faker's own estimation of the Crocodile killing line also has a certain deviation. Faker is also human. Without the Crocodile in the middle during this period, he cannot accumulate experience in landing with the Crocodile, let alone calculate the damage of the Crocodile's killing line. Crimes other than war. He was simply crushed by Li Hanxing's advanced understanding of the game. "It's okay. Just hold on. Hold on. Wolf stood up to encourage his teammates at this time. Their lineup has a certain advantage in the early stage, which is acceptable to us. We just hold on steady. Blank, who had been wandering around the jungle, also stood up and said, Brother Xianhe, let me come to the middle to catch a wave. The crocodile has no flash and no ultimate move. How long do you have to reach 6? Half wave of soldiers. SKT finally plans to strike hard at Li Hansheng, who is doing whatever he wants in the middle. After resurrecting, Faker returned to the line after replenishing a round of equipment. And the male gun also came directly to the middle. Is SKT trying to capture the middle lane? Noob doesn't have a big move or a flash, which is a bit dangerous. Miller frowned. He uses a damage-dealing equipment. Not that powerful. After killing Clockwork, Li Hansheng went home and bought a small wooden hammer and shoes, preparing to make the first black cut. This time, he was not brought by thunder, so he did not use an extreme outfit that can be worn by everything. That thing is okay for abuse. But when playing games, we still have to pursue a certain error tolerance rate. And in this lineup, he has to assume certain front row responsibilities. And he can't be too crispy. Therefore, in Li Hansheng's conception, Black Cut, Bloody Hand, and Great Demon Drinking Knife were unable to be released at the same time in version 6.9. Now, you can still enjoy The Last Chance, see the first order for details, male gun. Just think of yourself as a teamfight troublemaker and you're done. Do you want to take action? The male gunman walks out of the grass. E slides forward. Then W is attached to the smoke bomb to slow down. And Clockwork also uses QW to slow down and get closer. The moment he saw the opponent's midfielder coming out, Li Hansheng did not rush to hand over his skills, but walked down. Clockwork and the male gun also continue to pursue. Brother Xianhe, give me the ball and I'll get closer. Blank quickly reminded. SKT doesn't have much vision on the map, and they don't know where Leopard Girl is at the moment, so they have to strive for a quick victory. Clockwork used E to command the demon to possess the male gun. Buzz! The male gun suddenly turned into a golden light. Clockwork also activated R command, Shock Wave, immediately. The devil created a huge absorption force, strangulating everything in the magnetic field. And the crocodile was also involved. The male gunner quickly continued his AQ output. But, almost at the same time, as soon as the male gun dropped Q and paused, a javelin flew out of the grass in the river below the middle road and hit the male gun directly. The crocodile immediately turned back to A to receive Red Fury's W. The leopard girl, who had already transformed into a jaguar, immediately rushed over with W, and the two focused their fire output. Crocodile made a perfect wave of a Red Fury W Tiamat AA Red Fury QE, and Leopard Girl also dealt all the damage. The male gun backhand used R, and Clockwork also played QW again to direct the demon to cause damage. The problem is that the damage is too low. The development of this Clockwork is very poor. It only has a Dolan ring, a pair of straw sandals, and 2 amplification codes on it. The damage it can cause is limited. The development of the male gun is also average. The crocodile does not have a meat suit, but the small wooden hammer itself will increase the blood volume. Moreover, a Red Fury Q scratched both of them at half health, causing them to regain a large amount of blood. This is the charm of the crocodile plus leopard girl combination. Miller shouted. Really? The combination of crocodile plus leopard girl is top-notch even in the food chain of macho men on the top lane, let alone in the middle lane where the confrontation intensity is not high. It is simply a complete abuse. Even if Clockwork and the male gun deal full damage with such a perfect first move, they still can't do anything to this ancient crocodile. On the contrary, the male gun was instantly defeated by the crocodile and the leopard girl. The leopard girl immediately switched to the adult form, used E to give the crocodile a mouthful of milk, and then used the red buff and long-range attacks to continuously slow down the Clockwork. And the crocodile also continued to pursue, seeing the two people getting closer and closer. Faker was forced to hand over the flash he had just converted. But this also means that without flash, he will once again become the team's defensive loophole on the court. Li Hansheng did not rush home, but deliberately took Leopard Girl up the road, pretending to be on the road and climbing over the tower. Faker immediately reported this news to Duke on the road, which frightened Duke into retreating quickly. Actual? There is a TP gap on the top lane. How could top not take advantage of it? This wave is a feint attack from the east to the west. Gao Dui on the top lane immediately placed TP Leopard Girl in the ward next to SKT's red buff. and the bottom lane also pushed the lane immediately. This TP. Seconds. SKT is being tricked again. When they saw the ice girl who was supposed to be on the road appearing behind them, Bang and Wolf really wanted to die. Can I still play games? Is this your dad on the bottom line? Gao Dui used E first and deceived the nanny's E. He did not follow with the second E, but walked directly to Easy's face. Freeze it. Use the ultimate move to freeze Easy in place and turn it into an ice sculpture. The imp behind him followed up on his face. Put his W on the spot to supplement the control. And Braum immediately used his Q to get passive. Easy suddenly fell into a control chain that lasted about 5 seconds. Even if the wet nurse squeezed the milk dry, it was impossible to save him. After killing Easy, the three reset the hatred and damage levels of the defense tower, and then killed the wet nurse. Perfect teamwork. Top's attacking rhythm one after another. It's really a pleasure to watch. Wawa kept shouting. I believe it. No one will have any doubts anymore. Miller shouted. I even feel that the suspense of this game has been completely ended. Bang and Wolf are having a hard time. What about teammates? The two of them turned their heads and looked at their teammates, almost looking like they wanted to kill someone. It was really frustrating. I can only say that Top's offense is too perfect. Every attack is about catching SKT unable to defend. The first wave comes to jump over the tower. Clockwork has no TP. Echo can't TP. And the mailed gun is in the upper half. The second wave came to jump over the tower, but Clockwork still had no TP. Echo had no TP. And the mailed gunner died, basically cutting off any possibility of SKT counterattack, nipping everything in the cradle. 2 waves of tower jumps directly allowed Imp's female policeman to take 3 kills. Gao Dui did not grab the lead. After all, this version of the Toolman is positioned as an ice girl and is not worthy of the economy. It's cool. This guy can carry. Let's kill Bang. That bitch. Imp was almost laughing. It's like his teammates put the head to his mouth. He just needs to open his mouth. As an ADC, there is no more perfect rhythm than this. SKT's first tower in the bottom lane, which was already not very healthy, failed to escape the fate of being pushed down after the bottom duo was killed by jumping over the tower again, and was removed. Top successfully let the female police lead the rhythm of tower pushing on the court. Game time is only 8 minutes. Top has already rewritten the score on the court to 7-0, with an economic advantage of more than 3,000. The most important is, having successfully controlled the rhythm of the game, the female police officer's tower pushing rhythm has already picked up, which will greatly speed up the pace of the female police officer's equipment formation. After a round of equipment updates, the policewoman was moved to the top lane, and SKT was forced to switch the double lane to the top lane. But it didn't actually change the form on the field. The clockwork in the middle is still suppressed very much, and it has not yet flashed. Faced with the pressure from the crocodile, even the faker cannot withstand it. As the economic gap between the two sides widens, the gap between the two sides in team vision layout is also reflected. This makes Candy appear to be able to attack with ease in the wild area. At 9 minutes, Candy stole the Rift Herald alone and took the Rift Herald's buff to further enhance his damage capability and map running speed. Then he took down the first dragon. The snowball is slowly rolling on the field. And at 11 minutes, Li Hansheng and Candy successfully ambushed the male gunner, who came to clear the jungle in the jungle. The two of them worked together to kill the male gunner in the jungle, and took advantage of the situation to force a wave in the middle. Immediately, Li Hansheng's performance will improve again. Xiang Renjie, come to my side. Li Hansheng began to direct. Green hair, you can also find an opportunity to come to my side. I will flash right away, and you can create a wave in the middle of the opposite side. After suffering the first wave of losses, Faker would not suffer a second time. He accurately calculated Li Hansheng's flash time and opened the distance in advance. But the problem is, once the troop line enters the tower, unless Clockwork is not developing, as long as Clockwork is replenishing troops, it will definitely give the crocodile sufficient starting distance. Faker is very decisive. In this wave of artillery soldiers, he directly used his ultimate move to quickly clear the line. The next wave of people will help me guard the middle. The opponent may want to move the first tower in the middle. Faker also didn't forget to discuss the situation with his teammates. But Li Hansheng was more decisive than him. Clockwork will also pause in place when it uses its ultimate move. And that's this moment. Buzz. Flashing Auric Tiamat AE. The leopard girl who had been lurking for a long time also revealed her fierce fangs, keeping up with the damage in time. And the female police officer, who had already backed up to the river channel, used a super move from a long distance. As a result, the policewoman had just squatted down and took aim when she was already killed. Sheepa! Why did Faker Lindsay die so quickly? Imp was very dissatisfied when he failed to win a kill. Clockwork died in battle, and SKT quickly tried to defend the tower in the middle. But the problem was, Top was premeditated. They acted earlier than them, and completed their assembly in the middle earlier. When the rest of SKT arrived, the first tower in the middle only had less than 10% of its HP left. Top chose to take the damage from the defense tower and take out the first tower in the middle. Nice! Nice! Miller shouted excitedly. Without a tower in the middle, Clockwork's development space will be further compressed, and SKT's jungle will soon fall. Top's offense will be smoother and more convenient. Don't give them any chance. Wawa kept shouting. Top should stabilize this momentum, and don't give them a chance. Win SKT in one go. In the following time, Top did not give SKT any chance to counterattack. Instead, they continued to put all kinds of pressure on them, using the suppression of the jungle field of vision to slowly remove all of SKT's outer towers. And in just over 15 minutes, the economic gap between the two sides expanded to more than 10,000. In the end, Top used the Baron buff to successfully end the battle in 24 minutes. 1-0. Be the first to win a game.